And without parallax,
Yes,
that's the
okay.
only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell
Yeah,
it's
but we're
3D.
not doing 3D now,
You
and
notice how you
the
just
term parallax does not
well, a
fit
sphere is a
because
3D
you're talking
object, right?
nonsense. No, you're
A
talking
sphere.
absolute nonsense. Parallax
Okay,
is
what did I
irrelevant
say that
because
was
that's a
nonsense?
3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and
So what?
shadow on the other
How do you
side.
know it's
And the
how do you know it's a shadow?
that's a stupid question.
No, no, it
No, it's
isn't.
not.
How do you know it's a
That's a
shadow?
You're
stupid
claiming it's
question.
a
Oh,
That's
shadow.
a
How
stupid
do you
question.
know it's a
oh, so
shadow?
so Earth,
What do you mean?
moon,
How do
so
I know it's
shadow,
a shadow? What
moon
does
is
that
sacred
mean? How do
cow.
I know it's a shadow?
So yeah,
There's
how do
light
you
on
know?
one side. There's light on
You,
one side because the sun is there, and the other
okay,
side is
so
darker because there's a shadow because there's no
listen,
light.
brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen
Here we
and
go.
you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're gonna go back to the moon. And we're gonna talk
No,
about the
this
lights
is
on one
irrelevant,
side
dude. This is
and
relevant.
shadow
It
on the
shows
other.
in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No,
Voodoo
it
magic.
doesn't. That's not the other
What is it?
choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay,
and
well
neither
I
can
know
you.
that's a shadow because
No,
there's
you
not
don't.
enough
Prove
light
it.
there. Yes,
Prove
I
it
do.
to shit. You
Yeah,
know,
there's
but I
not
asked you
enough.
how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying
Simple.
now
There's
that
not
you
enough
know
light.
it's a shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the
How?
sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right
That's
side
wrong
of the
too.
moon,
That's wrong too.
and on
That's
the left
incorrect.
side of the moon,
That
it's
is
going to be
incorrect.
shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
Well
incorrect?
known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post some? You want me to post some Oxford?
Do you have a
photograph
ball in
for
your
this?
room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you light it? How about you take this ball in your hand? You put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
Tell me the
And you're
That
gonna
wouldn't work
notice-
either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to
Yeah, you're gonna
simulate
notice.
moon phases with a light is with an array. You
Yeah,
don't know
you're
what you're
gonna notice
talking
one
about.
side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the
Yeah,
other
but it
side.
won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
Says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with
What
a single
people?
light.
What?
To sell to
What?
people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how
Okay.
people like little, they like fucking like little models, like scale models of the solar system. Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people, and they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can
All
only
right,
do it with
Mister.
an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all. So please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why? Why?
Because we
What,
don't observe
dude?
any. That's why.
Why would they be the
What?
same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that they're
Because
not
there's
the
no
same thing?
similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How?
It
Why?
says observation of reality.
Grab your
Which
telescope,
observation?
look at your moon
Did
again,
you observe?
tell us
Wait,
all
hold
how
on.
you like
Weren't
freezer
you?
on there.
Hold up. Wait. Didn't you say? Didn't you? Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up, really high up Earth, and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that
So you
the
can't. What I
observation
said
of
was
Earth?
you
And
can't
how
get
are
far
you
enough
effectively?
away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KGB, just listen for 5 seconds. Have you
You
had
can't.
a telescope?
Thank you. You
Go
don't
and
have to
point it to
go.
them.
You don't have to dog
Go and
pound talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well,
Is
because
flying
I
up?
asked you.
Is flying?
Here, let
So
me.
you think that I can go to a
He's
magic
making
place, and
excuses,
that's where I'll
Livio.
find the
It
similarity?
is.
That I can't like on Earth, even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an
Yeah,
implication.
notice how you don't address
assumption.
what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a
I'm
place and
addressing what you say.
imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's
So we're
take a
talking about
step
the
back.
moon.
We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we
right.
can do
So we're
right
talking-
now is observe the Earth and look at
You're
the
not
moon
letting me
and go,
speak.
nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's
Can I
no
speak
reason
now?
to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You
I'm not
confidently
claiming it. That's what it looks
claim
like. Does it look like a circle?
you confidently claim that our Earth is assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this make
No,
so
And-
much
the Earth has
trouble
nothing to
answering
do with the
questions?
fucking moon, retard.
All right. So what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's
So what
not
form is
bounded,
Earth?
dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just
What's the universe inside of?
It's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor. You
No,
know
you
better.
tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You
has
asked
edges.
me,
What?
where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and
how
longitude
big-
are the stars,
far-
dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it.
Is
You
the-
want to
is
bring
the-
up
is the
latitude and
moon flat?
longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the
I'm
moon
just
float
Why does
above?
he,
Same
did he
questions
get to
over
his
and
coffee
over.
reset?
matter? Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a
Well,
circle.
because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth
No,
and
he didn't.
moved across
I
Earth.
see
Yes,
this
he did.
Earth, and it
doesn't.
moves.
Yes, he did.
Floating.
It's above me and my
Floating
go
is probably some
yard.
buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is,
I
respectfully,
told you.
claimed
No, he's not being honest. He's
that
doing
the
a spine.
that the sun moved across the flat
Yeah,
Earth
let's move across.
and that it floated above the Earth. So then,
Well, hold it.
therefore, how
That's
does
all
the
I
moon?
can
How
tell.
does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
Same
respect?
way.
Look, what do you see
Okay,
the sun do?
so a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my.
It's not
Well,
floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute, okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking. I look through the telescope and I can tell the
I'm
moon was
sorry.
a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing.
Dude,
You're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this
No one
laughing
claimed
shit
that.
before. Remember when I
Oh,
called
yeah.
you out on
Is it a
it? You
cope?
tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, cope. This is
Yeah,
cope.
yeah, this is really
JJ,
bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of
he
sound
was
stupid.
he was
But
hyperventilating.
the thing is, but one guy tells me that the moon
What
is
do you
a
see
sphere,
this-
and the other
dude?
guy
What do you
tells
see
me
the-
that the sun
What
is
do you
floating.
see the sun doing?
cares? This is just narrative-pating bullshit, bro. This is
Mhm.
like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't, and you're laughing at the
Right
straw.
there.
You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very
None of
much.
these
Dr.
gimmicks
G.
work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these
Look,
immature
I
little
have a
serious work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the
Do you
moon
see-
float above Earth?
Do you see
Is
the
the
moon
question.
above Earth?
Define float. Define
Yes,
float. What
I
is float?
do.
Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman over
Define
there
float.
implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No,
and
define
floating above
float
Earth.
as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF
So we
showed.
can see him
I saved
moving.
the
It can't
GIF.
be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you
Suspended
floated, you'd be
stationary.
suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean,
I don't
he
know
used
what
the
he
word
thinks.
float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float,
You said it.
but he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And yeah, what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be
It
comedic.
means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah, it's floating, like suspended in air.
So what
No,
does the
no,
sun
that's
do?
not how. That's not
What
what
does the sun
float
do
means.
during the day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Yes.
You were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations.
But
Never
you
been
said
out of
that
his
the
mom's
sun
basement.
moves and floats above
So
Earth.
what's the proof that the Earth is
like
flat?
it moves
What's your
on the
What do you think it
evidence?
does? How would you describe
You
it?
see it moving.
Like
How
for
would you
example,
describe
if
the
you
motion of the sun descriptively?
right,
Just seeing.
like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How
it's
would
like, you know,
you
when you take a. Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So
Okay,
it's
so
like
describe it.
the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck?
Except
No,
it's
you're not
rolling.
answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would
Because
I
we are
describe it?
moving with
Well,
it.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
like how I would describe it because it's
Just-
on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a
if
gay
you were,
rapist
if
pedophile.
someone
Trump is
had
a gay
never been
rapist
to Earth,
pedophile. Trump is a
okay,
gay
yeah, that's
rapist
great.
pedophile.
Dude, leave
Trump
your
is a
girlfriend alone, dude. Stop, dude.
Hold
Freaking
up.
harping on
Wait
your
a
girlfriend
minute.
in here.
Let's relax.
If you were just
right?
going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to.
Okay.
How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say.
HB,
How would you describe
walk
it?
outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to
In
some
a
degree,
spherical
and
motion.
then it sets down to the east.
Oh, so the sun moves. Wow.
What?
Now,
Can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure, it's when you take your arm and then you move your arm across. And you
I want to cackle like an asshole. Please
I'm
draw that for
answering
me.
your question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to
from
draw
the east, from the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way down
the horizon is?
to the other side, which is the
He
west.
thinks making an arc is a
So that's
sphere.
a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making
but
an
look,
arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure.
Are we
But I have a
redefining
different
sphere?
question. Wait,
No,
I have
you're
a different question.
changing everything.
So this is the
About the
problem.
moon.
You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
Well,
just
I mean,
finally,
like,
right?
no, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up.
You're
Wait,
just
if the moon is a
describe what you
circle,
see, dude, and you're defensive.
hold up. If
Well,
the moon is a
he said
circle,
the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go. Just
Oh
point that
shit!
out.
did he?
Yeah, he probably
no,
doesn't
from
know
east to
anything,
west.
man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to
Is
see
this
the
a
other
flat
side of
Earth
the moon?
server?
Oh my
How does
god!
the same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the
Different
moon
timing.
just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or
Well, it's so far
or what?
away.
Dude,
So
do you
I mean, is
notice
there like a
this-
magic
this-
force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon
What-
just
what-
magic? There's a magic force
Why don't we see the
forcing the
sides
moon
of
to
the
face you?
sphere? Why?
Is this
Yeah,
24/7
exactly. That's
let's
a
talk
you
about
problem.
the moon, though?
You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see
So
this?
the
If
moon-
the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No,
it's a
if
flat
the moon is a sphere, why
No,
don't
hold
we
up,
see its
wait.
sides?
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a
disc,
because
right?
the
So,
gravity of a
so if it
circle
moves
is
across, the flat surface of the Earth, then it's a disc. So therefore, we should be able to see the other
no one
side
said
of
it's
the
a
moon,
disc.
right?
Who
No,
said
no one said it's a
disc?
disc.
Well,
said
it's
no
a
one said it's a
circle,
disc.
right? So it's a 2D
I said
plane,
it
so therefore it should
looks
be a disc.
like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a
Am I?
circle. So yeah, so really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they
Yeah, like
look like
intelligence.
they shut up. But they look like they converge.
So he has to
Right?
burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that.
'Cause
If
he's
you
immature.
draw, if you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas, and that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say
So-
is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
Looks like.
what is it? Though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though? What is it though?
How would
What
I
shape is
tell
it?
by looking at it?
Moon
Flat
work.
Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
Okay, so
professor
what's the moon then?
psychology,
What shape's
you
the
should know
moon?
how the moon
What does
works.
the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
What? Because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
Why?
I already told you. It
Yes.
looks like a
What is it?
fucking circle.
So it looks
Ask,
like a
ignore,
circle, but
repeat,
what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat.
no,
Now, why are you doing it?
It's a
Okay,
circle.
Right. So
Davey,
it's a circle. So it's a disc. I guess.
Davey, let's get this out now.
No. Not a disc.
Logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he
Shit.
keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere. He thinks
Yeah.
or
It's
a sphere
terrible
because it's
logic.
chandeliers.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why,
And why would
my
our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look
flat?
like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in the
explanation?
military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
military
himself for being a
gridmaps are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait,
well,
I
how does
really
the
hope-
so what does
do
the
you work with
military have to do with
rockets
the
and
globe?
missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require
rockets
flat Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this
well,
assumption
fucking,
or
you're gonna tell me to
experiment.
press
Or
Titan because he thinks the fuel goes far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah,
30
because
kilometers.
because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
But you've
Well,
never
that's
even
not what
fired
the
a gun.
physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not
and he
what the
doesn't know what he's
physicists
talking
say,
about.
brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt
Oh
it.
no,
but-
no, no! I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude, and we all
Honest.
see it.
You know what's funny is they've never actually measured the globe. They come up with the globe in their brains. They conjure an image of a ball in their heads. And then they take real world physical measurements of a flat earth. And they say, you know what, these measurements can't be right. We got a margin of error, you know. And well, it just so happens that the globe fits within the margin of error. So let's just accept that margin of error, folks. And you know, it's even funnier. Like over time, technology got better. So the physical instrumentation for measuring the Earth got more precise. And those margins of error started to narrow. And suddenly the globe didn't quite fit within those margins of error anymore. So you know what they do? They start inventing all kinds of other crazy shit that gives them more errors to work with. And so, oh, thank God. Now we have like the deflection of the vertical, right? Now we've got gravity fields that's bending starlight so that we have enough error from outer space in order to construe the globe when I look horizontally over the Earth.
Why do we have seasons, bro?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do we have seasons? Ask God. Ask God, dude.
No, not why. How?
Oh, how? How do we have seasons? Because the sun moves over different parts of the Earth over the course of a year.
Dude, you're telling me, like, if you, I don't know how to explain it in English, but a big ass sun rotates to the Earth.
Well, it doesn't look that big in the sky. Nobody knows what it is or how far it is.
No, it's 400 moons, I guess, away.
Well, yeah, says who, right? I mean, how do you measure that?
I use meters.
Yeah, somebody used a meter stick in outer space,
no.
right?
I thought like you said like photo meter. Yeah, like a ginormous meter.
Yeah. Hey, look, nobody's actually measured these distances. The distances that we have available to us in outer space come from ratios.
Yeah, using the moon.
And the assigned distances are arbitrary.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. So the question on the table is how do we have seasons? We've got a sun that moves its course through the sky, and it moves between points in the sky called the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. These represent the furthest migration of the sun in the sky over the course of a tropical year. The midpoint between the two is the celestial equator.
Okay.
Yep. So that's how the sun migrates its course through the sky, giving light and energy to different parts of the Earth at different times throughout the year.
Okay. But first, what type of flat earthers are you exactly?
Empirical rationalists.
I don't
or
know
rational empiricists.
What does this mean? I mean,
well, we use reason and evidence.
Yeah, I know you use reason and evidence, of course. What else you can use? I mean,
Precisely.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you mean? What kind of flat earthers are we? What does that mean?
As opposed to esoteric flat earthers, right? Who use like, I don't know, chicken bones and tea leaves.
No, I mean, most of people think like the Earth is flat, and the center of the Earth is the North Pole. And
no.
Okay.
No, there's no center of the Earth.
I mean, okay. So, what type of flat Earth it is? How flat are we talking?
It's one that measures.
Listen, yeah, we measure the surface, like Cyclone said. That's how we concluded that the Earth is flat. Now, where is the center of flat Earth? Hell if I know.
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat, so there must be a center somewhere.
Now you've been presented an image of flat Earth that is a globe map that was flattened out like a pancake. That's not what we believe.
Okay, where's the image? It's not here,
Well,
right?
it sounds like that's what you're thinking of.
Okay,
Maybe
no,
we should
no.
explain it to him in a high level term. So we're not claiming a shape or a layout or a size of the Earth.
Okay.
We're just pointing out that the Earth's surface is claimed to be covered in water to 70% of its surface. And that water measures flat over any distance that it can be measured, not curved, right? On the globe, the bodies of water, the lakes, the oceans, they have to be curving to match that ball, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, when they're measured, they're not doing that. They're just flat. So whatever the size and the makeup and the layout of this realm that we're in, it's a topographical plane, not a ball.
Yeah, but topographical plane has a center, right? Isn't it?
Well, maybe. And if you can find one, you can let us know. But we're not. We're just pointing out.
Oh, okay.
This is the thing that this is the thing that gets me about this. Like new people come in like,
I have
hey,
another theory.
explain the whole universe to me. Where's the center? How big is it? Like, guys, we've done some groundwork. Maybe you can lend a hand. We're not here to figure everything out. We're just pointing out that it measures flat, so it's not a globe. That doesn't mean we have all the answers. Get involved. Help us
Yeah.
figure some stuff out.
Okay. Hear me out. What do you think about Okay, I've encountered several theories, like this one that I'm going to tell you now. It is about the ice wall. So what if
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Ice wall? Okay. What?
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of it or had any?
Like in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
like
no, the mainstream, the militaries
But
of the
no.
world and things will refer to the ice shelves of Antarctica as being walls of ice. Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So like there's footage of people that already went to Antarctica saying that there is already land beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, those are the guys that told us about the ice walls.
Yeah,
I
it's just
don't know.
speculation again, dude. Just speculation. So we can talk speculation, but we prefer to talk about empirical evidence, what can be observed, measured, tested, and known. Right?
Okay,
You could spend all day talking about theories, but where's that going to get you?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says the opposite of this one. Like, what if really there's land beyond Antarctica? And some people also, I don't know if you don't mind me talking about Hitler.
Yeah, no, that's not the topic. The topic's the
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Earth because in Nazi Germany, and
yeah, they went to Antarctica, did some bases. It doesn't matter, dude.
You sound like a
I
crazy
don't
flat
know.
earther, dude.
No, I'm not, but I've just heard some theories, and I think they're reasonable. And I saw that there's 24/7 flat Earth discourse, so I just came to discuss maybe some people that have more theories like that. So
Well,
I'm
no,
not really.
we talk about. I'm gonna burst your bubble, dude. Okay, we talk about laser tests, infrared optics, wave and ray models of light. We talk about metrology, which is the field of measurements. We talk about geometry and math.
Yeah,
We
okay,
love
so
geometry, some calculus.
Yeah, we're doing the science in here.
And the philosophy of science. And the philosophy of mathematics, specifically.
Yeah, that's
Although we do have a speculation Sunday where people will speculate on theories. We can do a bit of speculation, but so what's your position then? Do you understand that the Earth is not a globe, or are you on the fence, or what?
Currently, I don't have a really clear idea, but I still think that the Earth is a globe. But
Okay,
I really
well,
want to know
this
what
is
you
where we
think.
should start then. There's no point in us speaking for hours about theories about flat Earth if you think the Earth's a globe. So tell us what makes you think the Earth is a globe.
Because that's what I've heard from school, and it's reasonable knowing that
Okay, okay.
the Earth circles
We
around the sun.
understand. We understand that's what we are told in school and on
Mhm.
TV, but we want to know what the actual proof is in reality that we can test. What's that?
Yeah, we should know, surely, but
Yeah. So
what can we know?
do you have any evidence beyond just you were told?
Um,
Because if not, then I don't know why you would say that you believe in it and that it makes the most sense if the only evidence you have is you were told it at school. That's not even evidence. It's just a claim you were given.
yeah, exactly. I haven't made like good research about this, so that's all I think.
Right. So that's the first thing you need to do. You shouldn't be thinking about theories about ice walls and Antarctica and the center of the Earth. You should be thinking, what proof exists that the ground I live on is a big spinning ball, since that's what you claim you believe?
Yeah, maybe the sky at night, the stars.
Okay. How do the stars tell you the Earth's a ball?
Because if you do time lapse camera, or if you just follow the stars or the moon with your eyes at night, you find that it is moving in a certain path, and this path, if you compare it to the theories that we believe in, that the Earth is round, then
No. But
the
that's.
moon.
But see, when you say you compare them to the theories that the Earth is round, that means you're working backwards to fit a globe when you shouldn't be doing that. You just take the observation that you have and you go from there. So far you have the observation of the stars are moving in a particular repeating pattern. That's all you have.
Yeah, that's all
So
I
how does
have
that
currently.
so how does that tell you the Earth's a ball that's spinning?
No, it's just the fact. The only fact that I can see is that the moon has a route, and this fact, if we compared it to the global Earth, then it
No. But we don't have a global Earth to compare that to at the moment. That's what we're
yeah, but
asking for evidence for.
okay, if the
Let's start with the ground. Listen, this is another thing. You're going straight to the sky when I'm asking you about the ground beneath your feet. Okay?
okay,
So I need you to think of evidence that proves the ground beneath your feet is curving at a specific rate and in motion. So what evidence is there for that?
to be honest, there is none.
Right. So if you realize that, why do you believe that it does or that it is?
Well, that's why I'm here. I want to know what you guys think. Do you have
Because
any
if you're agreeing that there is no evidence for there being curvature or motion, what you are actually saying is that you only have evidence for flat and motionless. Do you realize that?
Yeah, that's true actually.
Right. So you only have evidence that it's flat and motionless, but you believe it's a spinning ball because someone told you so. Do you see how that's not a good basis for your whole worldview?
Yeah, I got it. But is there anything else I can notice?
Yeah. How about the fact that everybody in the world believes that Earth is a globe and thinks that flat earthers are stupid? You wouldn't want to be associated with stupid people, would you?
Well, I don't really mind that because the world is full of lies, so we cannot tell who's right and who's
Yeah,
wrong.
I think that's. I mean, you don't need to go out and tell people that you understand the Earth isn't a ball. You can keep that to yourself. Technically, this is a personal understanding of your reality,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
personal to you anyway. So I guess if you're asking, is there anything else? What do you mean? Is there any more evidence that it's flat, or questions for the globe? What are you looking for?
Yeah,
Okay, so
exactly.
yeah,
And what you guys
the
think?
physical, yeah, there's loads, there's literally endless proof that it's flat and motionless. So the physical nature of water, for one, right?
Yeah.
We
What about
understand
it?
that. So the physical nature of water is that it takes the shape of its container and it finds its level when it rests, right? It evens out and the surface is flat, right? Like you fill up
Okay.
a cup of water and the surface is going to be flat, right?
Yeah.
You do that
Yeah.
in a bathtub, it's going to be
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah. It's
In
gonna
a
take
pond,
the shape of
it's going to be
whatever it
flat.
is.
Swimming pool, flat. So you can keep scaling it up, and the water is going to maintain its physical properties, which is
Yeah.
to
Isn't
find
that
its own
exactly?
level. Okay, so they tell us that the physical surface of the earth is covered in 70% water. Now, if that's the case, then we have a 70% flattened level surface, right? Which rules out the possibility of it being a globe. What that gives you is more like a giant lake with some islands sticking out of it, and the lake's just flat.
Yeah. Yeah, but if we compare this, what you say, the gravity is the if the Earth is a globe and there's a center of gravity in the
Well, if the
center of
Earth was
it.
a globe, then the water wouldn't be flat, but it is.
No, the water actually attracts to the center of the gravity.
That's
Well,
what
this is
he's
the
telling you,
claim.
dude.
That's the claim for the globe, and that would necessitate that the water be curved, not flat.
It would also mean that gravity overrides the way that molecules bond with each other to form the surface layer of water where it meets the air.
Yeah, but I don't
But it
know.
doesn't,
hmm
because gravity is about 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the bonding force of molecules, as they claim, as the globe earthers claim.
Okay, but
Okay,
that's
get this in your
scientific.
mind. Get this in your mind. A body of water, a lake, right? You've been to a lake before?
Yeah, of course.
Did you notice any curvature of the lake?
No, maybe we cannot notice it with
Yeah. So you see a flat body of water,
yeah.
right? So now imagine in your mind that that water bends and curves on the surface. Okay, you doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what you have to do in order to believe in a globe. You have to force your mind to imagine that, because there is no
Yeah,
way to experience it because it doesn't occur. Now that you've got that curved body of water locked in your mind, understand that the globe side are arguing that that is physical reality. Yeah?
Yeah, but they claim that the center of gravity is very far, so we
Doesn't
cannot
matter.
notice.
Doesn't matter. They're claiming that surface of water that you're imagining to be bent is physically that bent water. Now,
Yeah,
has anyone in all of human history ever measured a surface of a lake to be curved like you're imagining in your mind right now? Like
No.
comparing it to a straight reference.
No. Yeah, they use like they use math like the lake is not curved. Is not curved, of course.
No. They say it is curved.
Yeah, they say it's curved, but when they measure the surface of they measure whatever they're measuring, they don't imply that it could be like.
So you already know that they measure the lake flat.
Yeah, of course, I
Right.
know it.
So
Yeah.
okay, so you can't believe in a globe then. You must understand that the Earth's surface, being covered in 70% water, is flat overall, because they're measuring the water to be flat, not curved.
It could be. Yeah, that's a good argument.
Well, it's a winning argument. It's a contradiction to say that the globe could be flat. It can't be. It has to be curved at a
Yeah,
specific rate.
maybe the measurement can't by itself tell us such thing, because maybe the measuring that they are doing is not 100% true, and it's only
No, they
based
say it should be
on-
measurable. The numbers that they give us, it should be measurable. It should be detectable. But when
yeah,
people go out, it's not. It's not there.
yeah, but if they measure it like if they measure it and measure it like the Earth is not flat, it's a globe, then the error margin is not so big. So
No, but no one's ever done that, like you just said.
yeah, that's true.
So why has no one ever done that? If it is that.
Maybe they have done it, and the difference is like a few liters.
No, no one's ever done it. If someone had done it, we wouldn't be here. Why do you think we're here?
Mm-hmm. Right. That's true.
Yeah, we're not just talking. We're not just sitting around bullshitting about
Yeah,
ice walls. We're
yeah,
figuring
okay.
out that there's actually no curvature to this surface. So it can't be a ball.
But could that be the only argument that actually makes?
Well, I mean, you can make loads of arguments for why it's flat and not a ball, but we only need that one because a ball cannot be flat.
Well,
And flat isn't a shape, so we're not claiming a shape of it. Like I said, we're just pointing out the nature of the surface is such that it cannot be the globe that they've told us. You understand?
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna look that up.
Okay. Are you on our home server, by the way?
Which home server?
Okay, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's discord.gg/flat earth. Someone send this guy the link, and there's terabytes of information, PDFs, articles, videos, documentaries that tell you the other side, right? Because you've only been told about the globe. You've never been presented any information that really contradicts or challenges that. This is one of the few places. This is one of the few places online that you can go and actually research that information. So someone will send you the link, and when you join it, scroll down to the additional information sections, and you'll see all the rooms, which are alphabetized, and it covers all the topics that you probably want to know about. So,
okay. Can someone put it on the chat?
Actually, you see the users in this VC right now, all the names.
Yeah.
You scroll to the top, and there's 2 YouTube bots. Yeah, because we're streaming live to YouTube 24/7. Just so you know.
24/7 live.
Yeah. So click on one of those accounts, and you'll see a link to the server on the so there's one that's Discord/Flat Earth, right? Click on that and join it.
Ah, cool. I'm in.
Right. Okay. Scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel, and you'll see an alphabetized section, A to Z. Starts with Antarctica. Has a load of different things. So if you're like, what about NASA? You can scroll to N. You see all those channels?
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, so take your time. I mean, you could spend a year easily reading through all the information we have in there. So, but what I'm talking about right now in terms of curvature, there's channels curvature under sea, and then there's long distance observations and laser tests. And this is how people are testing the claim that the water is curved by testing line of sight, basically.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go. Once you leave this conversation, you're not just adrift in an ocean with no idea where to look. You've got some resources that you can research. And we're on this server, and we're on the politics server and our home server, and we're streaming 24/7, talking to people from all across the big flat earth. So you can come back and ask questions anytime.
Yeah, that's actually cool. I've started searching about this recently, like 2 days ago. And
Good man. Well, we can give you loads of good resources, and you can ask your questions here. Okay.
In this Discord or the other one?
In any of the Discords that we're in. You're in this one right now, so ask your questions here. But you can also ask them in the home server or on the politics server. We're in a bunch of places.
Yeah. Okay.
And subscribe to the
thank you.
YouTubes. Shout out to Helio and Flatloyd Legends. Like and subscribe. Anyway, with that, I'm going to leave you boys. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Amish and whoever else is available from the Flat Earth side. I'm going to clock off, but good to hear you guys, Amish. Hope you're well.
Thank you,
soon,
Cyclone.
Thank you, bro.
Absolute legend, that guy.
Yeah. He's an absolute legend for sure. I think
Yeah.
he left already. Okay, so you're part of the same server?
Yeah, that's right. I've been around for about 4 years.
And okay, so if you really for real think that the Earth is flat and you wake up every day knowing the Earth is flat and living your life knowing that, is anything gonna change? Like what? Tell me what things changed when you start thinking that.
Well, I mean, nothing tangibly. What changes is how you perceive the world and potentially your relationships.
Yeah,
And what I mean by that is so like if I was a NASA employee, I'd probably have a hard time working in my job as a flat earther.
Yeah, like what is even NASA? Yeah.
Yeah. So your relationship with yourself, with the world and others, I mean, it's going to be a little bit different. You're probably not going to tell everybody in your office or in your class that you're a flat earther. You got to keep that to yourself for the most part because everyone's going to think you're absolutely batshit insane.
Yeah, and you won't even have the chance to, you didn't even have the time to convince them or to tell them anything.
Right, because most people, they don't want to lecture and they've already made up their minds. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of why we do what we do the way we do. So we, in 24/7, we set up a space. We're like an information kiosk. People are free to come here and talk to us about flat Earth, but we're not going to go out and tell the world about flat Earth proactively. We're here. If you want to learn about it, you're free to come and you're free to go. We don't want a captive audience.
Yeah. Okay. So so you say that since you start believing that the Earth is flat, you just cannot believe any other thing that you can hear in the media, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know the Earth is flat. I don't believe it. And that's a key distinction. And this is an important distinction to have in your brain because of how your brain has a relationship between thoughts and words that you use.
Yeah.
So it's not a belief. If you go out and you see the flat Earth and you measure it flat and you know it's flat, then you can't be convinced otherwise. Once you squeeze that toothpaste out of the tube of toothpaste, you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube of toothpaste. That toothpaste has been squirted. It's out. So, right. So flat Earth is kind of like this. Once you know it, once you understand it, you can't be fooled anymore. And the interesting thing about flat Earth is it helps you think critically. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I can ramble forever, man. So let me know if you want to break in. But the important thing that we try to instill here with people, we try to get people to think critically. We want others to align how you think about the world with how you know the world is to be.
So, but in the same time, you won't even be able again to believe what you hear on the internet or on the TV or on the news or wherever.
Right. I know a lot of stuff on the internet is BS because I know the Earth is flat as a consequence. So, like when Elon Musk talks about orbiting space satellites, I know that things aren't actually orbiting around a ball.
Yeah. So when you hear that any other thing on the internet, like you cannot believe it anymore, or on the media in general.
I know
Like,
I know what is true and what isn't true.
So what about the moon? Is the moon flat?
I don't think so. I mean, so the moon has a libration. It's not like we only see a flat image of the moon. We actually see the moon pulsate, like it breathes, and we can see dimension to the moon. So it doesn't appear flat to me.
So you mean the Earth is flat, whatever shape it is, and the moon isn't?
Yeah, if I don't think Earth is an object in outer space, not one bit. I think of flat Earth as the floor of the universe.
Okay, have you seen that video? I remember I saw like a few months ago of someone raising his phone using balloons in the sky and taking pictures.
Oh, what do you
And
see?
have you seen it? I think
what was he taking pictures of?
No, a picture of nothing, just the phone rising in the sky.
Okay, and what for?
Just to he wanted to check whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, so the higher you go, the further you can see on a flat surface.
Yeah, the higher it went, I don't know, but it appeared like kind of curved. But I haven't.
So here's the thing, man. There are all kinds of optical effects at play, especially with the camera. Cameras can bend at the edges, at the corners, especially.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
have
that's
that,
right.
and some of them are built that way on purpose.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I mean, you've got an uneven terrain, so as you go higher up and higher up and higher up, there are going to be objects further and further in the distance that are going to be eye level and that are going to block things that are even further in the distance from that.
Yeah.
And the closer objects might even be too small to see, but are enough to block even bigger objects well beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I have a question.
Sure.
What are all of these people doing? Like, why no one's talking? Like, we are 30 people.
Well, we run a very good room here. People voluntarily mute themselves and they ask if they can speak.
Okay, so I'm the only one that can.
Dude, this place is unlike anywhere else on Discord. I get it. Like you go other places on Discord all the time, it sounds like a food fight in a cafeteria. It's like everybody's talking over each other. So you have to go into like 12 people's profiles, mute their volume, and then lift up the volume of the guy you want to talk to.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, we don't do that. We don't operate like that at all. We run a very organized channel.
Okay, that's cool, but no one ever wanted to talk so far.
Well, let's open the floor up. Usually T-Dub, Crit, Rayleigh, you guys are usually on.
Yeah, I don't know if they're here.
More of us too, Elbow TV. Come on, guys, don't leave me hanging. Oh yeah, there's Elbow TV.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, hey. Hello, guys.
What's going on? What's going on? Sorry, I'm in the gym.
Yeah, it's okay.
Elbow TV's been around a long time. When I was new, Elbow TV's already been around.
Oh, he's so nice.
Yeah, he's been in this a long time. A lot of these folks in here are way older than me at this.
Okay, so are we free to talk about anything now, or is there anything specific subject you're talking about?
I mean, we talk about flat Earth. We avoid topics that are controversial because we live stream. We have YouTube bots in here that stream to YouTube. We have bots that stream to X, Twitter, Rumble.
Yeah. I can see that. So
Right.
are
So
we
we have to
live?
be careful about terms of service violations.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we are live all over the world.
We're live. Okay. Hello, YouTube.
We do this for many reasons. One of them is to just record what we say so that if people challenge us, we can rewind the tape.
Okay.
Secondly, we are building a massive, massive database of evidence for flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. And all of it is in YouTube?
Yeah, multiple YouTube channels, 10 years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody has been able to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, and I think nobody will ever be able to. But nobody can ever prove anything.
Yeah, we can prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but the arguments are just like you cannot see the Earth by yourselves. Can you
No,
go
but
to
we
the
can
space?
measure it.
Yeah.
We have measurements from all over the place. We have measurements from Eastern Europe to Western Europe to America, Australia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look up.
Yeah, and also we are asking people to provide their measurements. If you have a measurement, present it. Let's see it, and we'll talk about it.
Surely I don't. Not yet. I haven't searched so deep in the topic.
Yeah, I mean most people don't, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's sad that our YouTube bots here haven't even got 1 million views yet. 2,170 videos.
YouTube?
Yeah, so Yoder, what got you into flat Earth? What's your
Good
origin
question.
story?
I got a long origin story, dude. I didn't think about this when I was researching it during the lockdown years, but I was exposed to this much earlier than I thought. I remember being a kid, and I'm not an old guy. I mean, I'm not a young guy. I'm an old guy. I don't feel old, so Freudian slip. I remember sitting in my bedroom when I was a young man, young boy even, and my dad was in the army, and he had all kinds of crazy field manuals and stuff. And I remember picking up one on orienteering, navigation. I forgot what it was called, which one it was, but it basically described getting your position using the stars, like celestial navigation, right? And they showed these diagrams in it, and they would describe on one page using these elevation angles to stars, and on another page a ball, and then you got to do this process to convert from how you actually experience it to what the world should be if it isn't. I just looked at this and I'm like, this is freaking crazy. It doesn't make any sense. This is stupid. And I remember putting it down, and that was it. That's my earliest memory of this. Growing up a bit further, I remember we moved next door to people who were raising their kids as flat earthers. And this was like in the early 90s. I remember this because the kid next door, who was around my age, was special needs. And there was a strange conversation I had with him, and the mom came over and said, well, he he doesn't see the world the same way that you do. He sees the world as we see it, and it's flat, something like that. And I remember like, well, that's freaking weird. And I remember asking my parents about this, and they were like, oh, maybe they're part of the Flat Earth Society. and we talked about it, and they're like, yeah, it's a funny group. I mean, you can join it. Yeah, they're real flat earthers out there. And then fast forward like 20 years, right? 20 years later, and I'm actually working in a career, and there are people that I'm meeting in this career in aerospace. Just a couple of them who made some interesting comments about this, and I won't get into it. So, I mean, this is just as now a flat earther thinking back and reflecting on this, I'm now drawing upon these old memories and things are coming into focus, right? But what ultimately kicked it off, oh yeah, around 2015 or so, I looked into it when the P900 photos are first coming on the internet. I used to be on Reddit. I remember seeing like flat earthers posting their super zooms, and I'm like, that's freaking weird. Around the same time, I think Nathan Oakley was brand new. I remember tuning into Nathan Oakley a few times and thinking, wow, you know what? What he has to say is right, but he has to be wrong for reasons he doesn't understand. So that was like 2014, 2015. It wasn't until the lockdowns happened that I was bored out of my freaking mind and getting paid to work from home. Like, you know what? Let me go look into this flat earth thing, figure this out. And that's what did it. So it was really 2020 to 2021. I started to look into it. I came across, I was a fan of Owen Benjamin. And of course, I saw his conversion experience. But around the time that was actually happening, I was moving on from him, but I was there for it. But yeah, I would say 2020, 21 was when it happened. Owen Benjamin actually mentioned Witsit, Austin Witsit from Witsit Gets It, and said, yeah, he's like a super sharp dude. And I said, okay, I'm going to go check out this guy. And I found his channel. I found his channel on YouTube around the time that he just started his masquerade tour on the US, where he took an RV and went from like coast to coast or something. He went all over the United States with an air horn and a camera and recorded himself talking about flat earth in public like a street preacher during the lockdowns. I thought that was absolutely epic. And when I was watching this, it freaking blew my mind. And I'm like, you know what? There's got to be something to this. He mentioned 24/7 flat earth specifically on Discord. I didn't even know what Discord was. I looked it up and I downloaded it and I logged into Discord and I came to 24/7 flat earth on Discord. And that's how I got into this. That's my origin story.
Oh, so you're from the US?
Yeah, I live on the East Coast.
Okay, nice to meet you. So, what you're doing on the English Hub? You,
Yeah, I'll tell you. So 24/7 Flat Earth, we're a community on Discord. I think we're the biggest Flat Earth community, 30,000 members. The owner of the English Hub, the owner of this place, Vivek, he's a Flat Earther. He asked us to come here and he set up a room for us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, shout out to Vivek.
The owner of the server himself.
Yeah, his wife too. His wife's a Flat Earther as well.
Oh, I never knew this. So, okay, so there's a good amount of people who live in it.
Yep. So we're I think the #1 channel in this server. We also have a place in the politics server, the biggest politics Discord server on earth. We're over there too,
Okay,
and
so
I
what you
think we
talk
are
like
we're the
about?
#1 over there as well.
What politics exactly do you talk most about?
We don't talk politics. So we are in discord.gg/politics, and we're the #1 channel. And we just talk about flat earth. Like, we don't talk about politics. We don't talk about religion, but we're the #1 channel.
Okay, so the channel politically just talk about flat earth as well.
Yeah, like everywhere we go, we're the #1 topic, which is amazing and interesting because we're also the most censored topic.
Okay, so does the flat Earth topic has a relation with politics?
We just moved in there, and I think we initiated that conversation with them. And the server owner of politics, he's all about free speech. He thinks everybody should have a voice. It's his ethos, right? So he's like, great, yeah, you want to talk about flat Earth? That's awesome. Free speech, maximalism, go ahead. So he gave us a spot.
Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay, so you just okay. I came here just to practice some more English.
Surprise. Yeah,
Yeah.
now you get to change your worldview.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this theory recently. Like I said before, it's like 2 days ago or something.
Oh
I've
yeah,
been looking
got you
searching
into
for
it.
some online. Yeah.
Yeah, what did you see?
First it was no. The first it was about the North Pole and the South Pole. That's why I started looking things up.
Yeah, like what's in the South Pole?
Um, well, there's a lot of theories. The only thing that is like absolute truth is there is something there. What is exactly? We don't know. I don't know if it's a small part of land like a continent-sized uh, land, or if it is like much larger world than the one that we are in right now. And there's a lot of theories, like some. Have you heard about the one that said the moon is actually a reflection of the Earth,
Yeah.
and on the moon we can see like the whole 5 continents on the surface, and there's also more land you can see on the moon, but we cannot see in real life, and that's one theory. I don't know what we call it. And there's other things people say, like what, if you go to a famous website that can track the ships that are on the water surface in the whole globe, you see that some ships are in the middle of Antarctica. What they're doing there, how they got through all of that ice, we don't know. And the fact that the world is in a constant war, in every single aspect of anything, they're all at war. But when it came to Antarctica, I don't know, around the Second World War, everyone just agrees that it's like a neutral territory, and no country can colonize it or claim anything. So that's not logic. Like how they agreed, they never meant to agree.
Yeah, and
And
what's also weird, we don't like to talk about speculation in here, just so you know, but we are aware of this speculation completely. What's interesting
what's the
about
speculation?
The Antarctic Treaty coincides with the founding of NASA.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't believe as well. Don't even believe whatever NASA says.
Yeah, they're a bunch of, yeah, who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
We know what they're doing based off of what they say they're doing. And most people don't know this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
NASA was
but
founded as a propaganda program.
yeah. Just to say that we are ahead of Russia, and we got to the moon first, and the whole thing about
Yeah.
the moon landing.
So there's something
Yeah.
called the International Geophysical Year.
Where in this
International Geophysical Year, IGY. Have you heard of this?
No, where is it?
The International Geophysical Year is a worldwide scientific exploration program.
Mm-hmm.
It started in 1958, the IGY did, but this was the third iteration of it. The second iteration was called the IPY, International Polar Year, which started in 1932 to 1933. The first International Polar Year, IPY, started in the late 1800s, around the 1890s.
Yeah, but what is that?
Yeah, this is so the first IPY. This all began because the Habsburg Empire. Like, what the hell's the Habsburg Empire? Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. The Habsburg Empire started this. The Habsburgs said, we need to get all the greatest countries of the world together to figure out what the hell we're living on.
Okay.
So the Habsburg Empire partly funded this, the first International Polar Year in the 1890s.
Empire, is that an empire somewhere in North?
This is the empire that ruled Europe for over 1,000 years. And this empire ended in World War One.
Habsburg.
HAP, HAPS, HAPS, BURG. Habsburg.
Habsburg Empire, okay. Okay, that's my first time hearing of this.
The Holy Roman Emperor is the House of Habsburg.
Okay, I can see now. Okay.
Okay, so now with that in mind, okay, so he got the British, he got the Russians, and the Americans to come together and combine their scientific resources to go explore the North Pole and the South.
Explore them, okay. And then?
Well, I mean, they made some discoveries, and it was so successful that they planned a second one in the 1930s. By then, of course, the Habsburg Empire was over, and Nazi Germany was rising to power.
Okay.
And all the data from the second International Polar Year of this time was lost in World War II.
Okay, how about the first one?
Well, the first one we still have. The second one nobody knows. But here's what's interesting. In the second IPY, they started the internet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were called World Data Centers, and they used electronic telegraph lines to transmit information from one data center to another to share and store information about the world.
They use the internet to what?
Yeah, well, this was the beginning of setting up worldwide databases about discoveries around the world.
Yeah, I got you. So
Fast forward, right? Another 30 years or so later was the third International Polar Year that they called the International Geophysical Year, which is called the Space Race.
Yeah, the space race.
And then there's a fourth International Geophysical Year that happened in 2008.
What happened there? What
I don't know. I don't know.
So nobody knows?
It's kind of recent, but I have no freaking clue what they did.
Yeah, recent 2008. It's not that recent, but
no, it is to me because I'm not a young guy. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, this is kind of the history of this, and this is how, through these expeditions to Antarctica and to the polar north and to space, the International Geophysical Year, International Polar Year groups is what gave us NASA. It's what gave us the Antarctic Treaty and gave us the European Space Agency and JAXA and all the others.
Okay. But so yeah, okay. But have you heard about I don't know if it's a theory or not that okay, first I want to ask if you know what relation has Hitler to do with Argentina?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he escaped in a U-boat to Argentina.
Yeah, but some people said he wasn't really aiming to go to Argentina.
to Antarctica. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's an
So
interesting relationship between Argentina, Germany, the UK with the Falkland Islands, and Antarctica. Absolutely. There's a very curious thing going on there. I don't know what it is.
okay. Okay, so some people says that there is land on Antarctica, and that land we don't know its size. It might be so big, so just like whatever the reflection of Earth is on the moon, and some say it's another like a second half of the moon, like Agartha or something. You know Agartha?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't know much about this, but I think it's kind of it's if we apply logic to it, it applies perfectly. So there's nothing that says it's wrong. Like
Yeah,
it could
I think
be.
there's good evidence for something very weird happening. But yeah, in this room with 24/7 flat Earth, we do not spend much time speculating on these matters. We do behind the
Yeah,
scenes. Like
yeah,
if
but
you want to talk, if you want to DM with us privately, we'll tell you what we think. But when we're streaming live 24/7, we maintain very rigid academic standards.
yeah, okay, so got you.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry to burst your bubble, man. I know it's not as fun, but listen, our goal is to attract some of the most brilliant minds out there. We want to talk to scientists. We want academics. We want politicians and billionaires. We want to get their attention and we want to tell them what we know and what we found out.
I think they know already whatever the truth is.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think most of them do.
I think they do, but and there's someone or something that they know more than we do, and that's why they are rich.
Well, I don't think they have to know about this. Like, so with SpaceX, Elon Musk, he is not the most highly cleared person in SpaceX.
Yeah, yeah, and
There's somebody, there are two people at SpaceX who have a higher security clearance than Elon Musk, which means they have to lie to Elon Musk.
Okay, that's that's something I was expecting.
Yeah, we know their names.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen Shotwell, and at least her husband. Yeah.
Okay, and what's with them?
So Gwen Shotwell is, for all intents and purposes, the actual CEO of SpaceX. She's allowed to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. Why? Because she holds the clearance. Elon Musk was not able to get the same clearance as Gwen Shotwell. Why? Because he's a foreign-born U.S. citizen, and he's got a questionable history. He's done drugs on freaking podcasts before.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So his clearance is not as high as Gwen Shotwell. Gwen Shotwell is free to make decisions independent of Elon Musk. The guy who manages the security for SpaceX, I believe, is Gwen Shotwell's husband, named Robert Shotwell. Both of these people come from Jet Propulsion Laboratory and NASA. They're both career long space people.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I got your point.
Yeah.
Okay. So you mean that they know something for sure? Those
They
two
know more
people.
than Elon Musk does, for sure.
Yeah. Coming to think about this, Elon Musk. Okay. It's not our subject here, but But what I'm
Well,
saying
they might know
is,
the Earth is flat. Listen, if anybody there at SpaceX would know the Earth is flat, it's probably them, but not Elon
okay,
Musk.
okay, but if they know the Earth is flat and it is indeed flat, then why they don't just say this to public? What's the danger there, or what's the
Well, there's a significant advantage to knowing what the true layout of the world is.
Mhm.
So you might not remember this, but when Saddam Hussein, who was
Yeah,
the dictator of Iraq, when he invaded Kuwait,
yeah,
he was shooting Scud missiles, SCUD, Scud missiles.
Scud. Okay.
Yeah, these missiles, for some reason, were wildly off course.
What?
I'm giving this to you as an example. This isn't. I'm not claiming this is true, but what if what if these missiles, their guidance systems, had a globe in it, and that's why they were off course?
Okay, I got your point.
Right.
Like,
So there's
but
significant power in knowing what the true relationship of the land masses and countries are on Earth might be.
So, what about other governments? Do they know?
I think
Like,
some of them do, right? Because it seems like anybody that figures out intercontinental ballistic missiles gets to join the space program with NASA.
oh, okay.
It's like, oh, okay, now you guys know. Now you can join this program, and we are all going to blackmail each other to make sure nobody talks. And we will call this national security. No, we'll call this international security for a peaceful world.
Okay, so everyone agrees on this, even if they have their own differences, like even
Yeah, yeah.
China or even North Korea.
It's possible, man. This is a working theory. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, it's possible, and we don't even know who to believe anymore. But
Right, this is pure speculation, but I mean, this is people ask for reasons. This is just one. I can come up with 10 other reasons.
yeah, okay. The most like okay impactful one. Is there any?
Well, I mean, it can get pretty. I mean, this can get theological,
Mm-hmm.
metaphysical, even. It's like if God exists, I believe he does. And if Satan exists, I believe he does. What if Satan convinced human beings that the earth is a globe in order to pervert the beautiful creation of a flat earth that God made?
Okay, but some people know that the Earth is. So there must be some people that are helping Satan for sure.
Yeah. What if
Okay.
aliens are actually demons?
Yeah, that's a very solid evidence. I think about it a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like selling their souls and such things. Like even the influencers thing.
Yeah, I mean, this topic can get very dark very fast
Yeah,
and
very dark,
very
very
speculative.
yeah, and there's plenty of possibilities, and none is deniable for sure.
Right. So what we do, we bring it back to the basics, right? We can see too far for Earth to be a globe. We can measure the Earth flat with lasers. And let's just start with that. And let's tell
Okay.
everybody we know about it and see what happens.
Okay, what if someone just okay, never mind. I just thought that if you believe the Earth is flat, then you have surely must uh, add some information about what could be beyond the surface we live in? That's what I wanted to ask in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and nobody here can say that they know either. It's
Someone
it's good to think
has
about.
tried to. I just like the idea of there's a hole on the poles and they take to the inner side of the earth.
Yeah, I mean there could be that on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a lot of people on social media are talking about the logo of the UN and other UN. um, Have you seen the logo of the UN?
Yeah, I do, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't think that flat Earth looks like that at all.
Yeah, okay, but it could look like that because the lines of the airplanes explain it.
To an extent, but not completely.
Okay, let me ask you
I
something.
understand how the UN map was created and the mathematics and the geometry behind it, and it's a globe.
Okay.
I could get into it. It's if you want.
You mean how it's created, how it was created?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me how. I know that it's a matter of perspectives, but
Well, yeah, it does involve perspective for sure, but I mean the story of this map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, right? This map is a globe.
and
So if you go to okay, let's say you're looking at a globe, okay? Erase flat Earth from your brain. Now bring up a globe. Boop, you got a globe, and it's got latitude and longitude lines on it. The wire mesh ball, okay?
yeah,
Now take your pin man, take your little guy, and drop him down at 89 degrees north latitude on the globe.
89 degrees. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1 degree away from being at the perfect top of that globe.
Yeah.
He's going to, if he wants to, he can face east and walk along the 89-degree north latitude line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And 433 miles later, if he stays on that line, he'll end up back where he started.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So now look at the UN map. If you drop your pin man, boop, at 89 degrees latitude and have him do the same thing, he will trace 433 miles until he comes back to where he started.
Can he though?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now with the same map, move the guy to 89 degrees south latitude. This isn't at the very edge of the map, but 1 degree away from the edge of the map. And on that same map, if he walks along 89 degrees south latitude, he will walk 433 miles on that map and end up back to where he started again.
133 exactly.
433 around there. So this is because on the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, the UN map, that map has what's called a non-uniform scale.
Yeah.
This is something that many flat earthers and globe earthers don't understand.
Yeah, it's something about the lines and the circles of the latitude and longitude.
That's right.
And,
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's a map distance.
Okay. So okay.
In reality,
but if Earth is flat, then how do you imagine it like exactly?
I don't know, dude. I really don't know. I think it's
Okay, so,
yeah. I'm at a loss.
How do you explain then the time differences? like when it's morning in the Europe and it's night on Japan or something? How does it work?
Well, I mean, I know that the sun is over different parts of the earth at different times throughout the day and night. I don't know
Okay.
exactly how the sun behaves, but I can watch it in the sky and I can measure how it moves in the sky.
Yeah, but if
And it doesn't make a globe.
the sun?
Yeah, like when I measure the sun through the sky over the course of days and months and years, it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, obviously that way. I never tried to, but
Yeah. If you study the data, you'll come to the same conclusion if you're honest with yourself. I can give you one reason why this is the case. You probably haven't heard this before.
yeah, probably. I mean, surely. What is it?
Okay, so here you go. Um, let's say you are underneath the celestial equator. Let's say you are in the country of Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And it's the equinox.
What's
So
equinox?
this means the sun is rising 90 degrees to the east in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a big stake, a big pole. I'm going to use a hammer. I'm going to smash the pole into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as the sun comes up and starts to cast a shadow on the pole,
We mark
on the ground from the pole, I'm gonna measure exactly where that shadow is on the ground. I'm gonna put something there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
Yeah.
now I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna count the sunrises. 365 365 sunrises later,
Yeah.
the sun rises in the same place and casts a shadow on the same place.
Yeah, same place and the same day after we hear.
Yep. The next year, okay, I'm going to count the sun ups and sun downs. I
Yeah.
count them 365, and it ends up in the same place.
All of them? Or just
Yep.
once a year?
Yep, I will count 365 sunrises, and the shadow ends up in the same place that I did 2 years ago. I can do it again on the third year, and I'm going to count 365 sunrises, and the sun will rise and cast the shadow exactly at the same point that it did for the past 3 years.
Yeah, but
Yep, on the fourth year, I'm going to count 365 days, and the sun rises, and it doesn't cast a shadow on the same point on the ground at that time of year.
Why the fourth
Right.
year?
On the fourth year, I have to wait another day.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah,
How does that work? How does that work with the solar system?
Well, I don't know, maybe the distance between Earth and Sun.
They call that a leap year, right? They call that a leap year, and they say, well, because of the way the Earth turns against the sun versus the stars, you have like 1/4 of a day that needs to be accounted for every 4 years. But that's not what actually happens. What
No,
actually
but
happens?
Mhm.
What actually happens is you don't actually measure 1/4 of a day. You actually measure an extra day, a whole extra day every 4 years, not 1/4 of a day every year. You actually measure and witness
Okay, got
an
you.
extra day every 4 years. And that day is not on the same day as a leap year. That day actually happened in the year 2022.
And it happens every 4 years.
Yeah, and it happens every 4 years.
What was the last leap year?
It was, well, the last leap year I think was 2024.
Okay, so it's
I don't know. It was one of those years. But the day that the year that this actually happens is not the leap year that we actually use, and the manner that it happens is not the way that you're taught. The way that you can experience this yourself is not the way that you're taught. The way to experience a leap year is to measure the sunrises.
Yeah.
And when you do this, you don't get 1/4 of an extra day every year. You get actually a whole extra day every 4 years.
Yeah, but how do you explain that if the Earth is flat? So you
I mean,
mean
how
that
you
there is
explain it
something?
is you say, look, dude, the sun is a freaking mystery,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, so that's it. So you know that the Earth is not round, but we don't know
Yeah,
the
because
truth.
we measure the Earth flat, and we know that every 4 years there's an actual extra day.
So
It,
where did they come from and how the sun actually works is a
yeah,
mystery.
it's
And
freaking weird, dude.
whatever. Okay, so whatever we heard about and we studied is not right, but the right thing we don't
You
know.
can't study the sun.
Okay. I
Yeah.
mean,
Listen, Ren, it gets weirder and weirder. I can go on for days, potentially weeks, giving you all the problems I found with the globe and with the heliocentric solar system.
so what if
We have
Earth
just
is
scratched the
flat?
surface. I can talk for hours and hours and hours and give you more mind blowing problems.
Okay, so what if Earth is not a globe, but is kinda, it is just a little bit, how is it called? Curved a bit.
Yeah, well, then NASA's still lying, and all of the institutions of the world are wrong, and all of humanity has gotten it wrong, and we are right.
Yeah, who's right? Like
When we measure the Earth flat, we know we're right. So,
no, but what if it's not flat and not globe, both?
oh, I mean, then well, it still measures flat, whatever this place is. If we are in some kind of crazy computer matrix, it still measures flat.
Because
And the
this is not
sun
like
still actually rises 366 days every 4 years.
yeah, so it's okay. I'm gonna lose my mind.
It gets worse from here, dude. So maybe you need to take a break.
Yeah, because even if whatever shape the Earth is, we're still doing the same thing, same all
Yeah.
again and
Yeah,
again.
history repeats itself. Mankind is freaking stupid.
That's
And
not
we kill
true.
each
Because
other.
the Earth is flat. Yeah, since I became a flat earther, I'm not doing the same thing I used to do.
What
Well, I
changed
mean,
in your life?
humanity still does what it does, Radwin. I mean, we
Do you
changed
pay
a little
taxes?
bit, maybe.
Do you pay taxes?
Well, I'm not going to stop paying taxes because the earth is flat. I've got
What the
better
fuck?
reasons to not pay taxes.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
we agree the
asteroids
same
aren't going to
thing.
hit your house, dude. Unless you want to buy asteroid insurance from me, I'll pay you $10 million if one hits your house. How's that?
I wish I can.
$39.95 a month. $39.95 a month. You pay me directly, and when an asteroid hits your house, I give you $10 million in cash, no taxes.
Listen, man, some people do change their lives as a consequence of this, okay? We got a guy who comes in here all the time. His name is Josh Ingersoll. That's his
Yeah.
name. He tells us his name. He's public. He is a satellite engineer. He works for Amazon Kuiper Systems. They are developing a competitor to Starlink.
Oh, okay. Cool.
His license plate says Flat Earth on it for his car.
Have he got arrested or had he received death threats from Satan?
I don't know, but you know what? He seems to be very interested in this topic.
Also, yeah, they canceled Kuiper at Amazon.
They canceled what?
No way. What? Is this new? What happened?
Oh, but yeah, about 2 weeks ago he told us. It's getting rebranded now.
Holy shit. He got shit canned.
I told you he was a liar. I told you he was a liar. He didn't work on shit. I told you guys.
Yeah, well, we knew that too. Yeah. That's funny. I mean, listen, dude, some of us have been in that world too. I mean, 24/7 flat earth is a mix of people who were pizza delivery drivers, construction workers, former satellite engineers, snipers for the army. We got all kinds of crazy people from all walks of life. And we all know one thing is true, and that's that the Earth is flat, and we measure it that way.
And what do you do in life? I mean,
personally,
yeah, if it's okay to ask.
Yeah, I used to do security and logistics in the aerospace industry.
In the aerospace industry, that's cool.
Yeah, and now I do finance. Now I basically trade stocks for a living, and it's great.
Oh, okay, cool. I'd love to start that too. I do computer science, so it has nothing to do with the flat and the global Earth.
Well, if Earth wasn't a globe, you wouldn't have computers. You know that?
If it wasn't a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how about computer
What do you mean, yeah?
Well, the only thing I can say the difference, all I know is that there's something wrong with NASA. That's all I can know, based on the computer science I know until now. I'm a PhD student.
Right. Okay.
And there's a lot of wrong things. Like I still cannot know how they are able to send images from space and from
They don't. Space is fake. Yeah, it's something you don't have to worry about anymore. It's fake.
Yeah,
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, space is actually Greenland.
We were just talking about that earlier. About
Why
the
would
image
space
processing.
be Greenland?
It is Greenland, I guess.
Why would space
that's
be
where
Greenland?
Mars is.
Yeah,
I think he's saying that's where Mars is.
Yeah, Mars is in Greenland. The moon is somewhere on Hollywood, for sure.
Hey, Radwin, I think he's like about 60% there. Okay, so let's bring him across the finish line.
I hear him.
Okay.
And also, what I was going to say. So if we think like that, that implies that NASA is just a bunch of people are getting paid to show up at an office called NASA and sit down all the whole day, and they
get paid
do nothing.
About three-quarters of them get paid just above the minimum you can pay an engineer, and they are just happy that they're working at NASA, and they'll happy if they can retire from it, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. So,
I almost got a job at NASA when I was a young boy, because I was messing with the first 3D modeling programs that came out, and a guy that I knew through my parents wanted to hire me to go do 3D models for NASA.
You almost worked with.
This was like in freaking 1990, 1980, somewhere around there.
Why you didn't go? You almost.
My dad retired from NASA, dude. My dad retired from there.
And does he know some truth?
No, he's 6 feet under.
They don't have enough time to figure it out.
So like he's busy with paperwork.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's 6 feet under.
6 feet under dirt, not paper.
He made Hubble parts for the bracket that holds Hubble in the airplane.
What the hell's this guy in chat saying? See that guy, Edward?
Edward.
What kind of language has numbers in it?
I know this. It's the same language I speak. It's a form of Arabic, but it's not.
With numbers?
No, there's some characters that cannot be written on with normal English.
Oh, you guys are like spies then.
Ha ha ha! I work with
cryptography.
No, it's just some characters that have no representation in English.
So when you say computer science, you mean you're like a cryptologist?
No, I'm just computer scientist for real. But
You're a
this
cryptologist,
guy,
right?
no,
You probably work for the Saudi Arabian government, right? Like in cryptology. Yeah,
No,
you're
I don't.
laughing. I got you figured out, dude. It's okay.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, guess what I used to do for a living?
Our cover has been blown. Retreat.
I worked for a company that sold some software to the Saudi Arabian government.
I'm not from Saudi Arabia.
To their security service.
I'm from Algeria, not Saudi Arabia. And this guy is probably from Morocco, the one who wrote this. Okay. So you see the 9 he wrote?
Yeah.
It's actually pronounced Qa. So there's no representation in English. That's what they represented with 9.
Interesting. Yeah. The more you know.
Up.
No, it's Qa.
Yeah, 9 means up, like in the sky.
No, it's just a Arabic character that the closest shape is 9.
Yeah, just joking, dude. We know.
I don't know.
Trying to pass your special characters and your secret codes through Discord, I see.
Yeah, and he wants us to believe he's from Algeria.
Yes, I work with Satan, and he sent me to know if you know really truth or not.
How many Germans visit Algeria for vacation every year?
To be honestly, not a single guy outside Algeria visit Algeria. Because the Algerian visa is very hard to get. So
what about just vacationing?
Yeah, you cannot even.
That sucks.
So hard to get.
Well, you're not allowed here then, so don't come to the United States.
No, we're not allowed anywhere.
I'll turn you away.
We're not allowed anywhere, bro, in Earth.
I wonder
Open
why.
borders for Algeria.
Well, Morocco, Tunisia, and Libya.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think you're not allowed to go anywhere and people aren't allowed to go there?
Because no one else is allowed to get in, so they just do whatever you do to them.
Fuck is no.
What are they
That's
hiding?
Oh, okay, if
You
you look
already
up,
measured the
there's
curvature of the Earth.
some mysterious city in Algeria. It's like another Bermuda Triangle.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it is very mysterious, and nobody ever had
Alright,
to
so 1,
make
2,
a
3,
single
12,
step
14
inside
people
that
is
city.
fucking
It's
quite
a city
irregular.
of
Decent.
demons.
Oh, I want to go there. How can I get there?
Yeah, you can look that up. It's called Sifar.
Is that in Sicily?
What?
Just joking.
Well, it's for real. It's in the middle of the desert, and not a single human being has got inside. And it's like supernatural thing in real life, and I don't know why people are not talking about this.
Algeria is where the military in the U.S. developed their
No.
mind control program.
No, it's not. Maybe you're wrong with something else.
No, I'm definitely not wrong about this.
No.
During the Tunisian Algerian wars.
War between who?
This was in the 19. What decade was this? It was in the 20th century.
Yeah, in the 20th century, everything happened there. What part of it exactly? France. We got the liberty in 62. So was it before 62?
Yeah, before. Wait, yeah, it was before then.
Yeah. Okay. So even before, there's some non-famous magician was here and went inside the city and said some things. You can look it up.
Yeah, you should Google MK Ultra Algeria.
What is MK?
MK Ultra.
M or N?
MKU.
Ultra.
Like ULTRA. Ultra. MKU.
MKU Ultra?
Yeah, MKULTRA. MK Ultra.
Okay. Algeria.
And then put Algeria after that.
MK Ultra. Can't find anything. NK. No, there's nothing.
M like mouse.
Yeah, both I tried M and N. MK Ultra. Oh, no. Why can I get? Can you send the link of Google's results? Oh, okay, CIA and control birth of MK Ultra. Let me read this. There's no publicly available evidence or declassified documents to suggest that the CIA MK-Ultra mind control program was specifically conducted in Algeria. The experiments are documented to have primarily taken place in the US and Canada. Okay, CIA activities in Algeria. While there is no link to MK-Ultra, the CIA was involved in other covert activities in Algeria during the Cold War. The agency reportedly encouraged a failed 61 coup by French generals who opposed President Charles de Gaulle's plan for Algerian independence, as the US concerned about a political or communist government in independent Algeria. Okay. Okay, Ultra. Okay, wait. Let me switch this to English. A legal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by the US CIA to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used in altering human behavior. MK Ultra is MK is an arbitrary prefix standing for Office Technical Services. Okay, and Ultra is arbitrary both. The program has been widely.
Have you heard of sodium pentothal, the truth drug, true serum?
No, I haven't even heard what you said. Again?
There's a drug called sodium pentothal.
And what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it is when you inject it into people, they lose their inhibitions and they tell the truth when they're asked.
Oh.
This drug was refined during the Algerian War.
Yeah, those French bastards did a lot.
Yes.
Okay, haven't heard of this before.
Yeah, if you wanna go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'll surely go because I'm that guy that goes into rabbit holes all the time.
So the French, they used this.
Yeah, all I
like
know is
on
that,
everybody.
I know that the French used a lot of nuclear things, and there's a place known in Algeria that have a lot of people with disabilities in their genes and in their DNA because of some activities, but that's all we know about this. And there's nothing about this MK Ultra.
Oh, look at that blue jumper in the text chat. I'm gonna add some levity to this. Thank you, blue jumper. Freaking anthrax. There you go.
Is that a song?
Yeah, just check it out. Google it.
The song or what?
Anthrax was a band, like a hard rock quasi metal band in America.
What does T11H17 into O2SNA? Is that the formula of the thing?
Yeah, type it into Google and then see if you get arrested.
Okay, let me try. Okay, we'll see when the police gonna come. MK Ultra is a CIA secret program that tried to study mind control, interrogation, behavior manipulation. They use drugs like LSD, hypnosis, sensory deprivation. Most of it was unethical and illegal, and it was exposed in 1970s in the US. So CIA plus Cold War plus experiments on people. That's MK Ultra. What does it have to do with Algeria? Almost nothing directly, but there are small and direct links.
Listen. Mind-controlled drugs were developed preceding the Algerian War. I didn't realize it was so late in history, but you're right. And was used in order to succeed.
Succeed against who?
Well, both sides, I guess, used it.
Even the Algerian side used it?
Yeah, like, and it's not unusual, right? Like, because the assassins, like Islamic hitmen used hashish.
Yeah.
So
hashish is some kind of LSD or
I mean, it was used. Yeah, that's why the word assassin exists in English, because we're like, oh, those guys are on hashish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the CIA was heavily watching global conflicts. During the Algerian War, the French military used interrogation and psychological torture. Some historians note similarities with CIA psychological methods, but there are no official link to MKUltra. CIA interest in Algeria after independence. The US, including CIA, mentioned Algeria's political direction, but again, no MKUltra specific.
Yeah, okay. You, as an astute researcher, knows exactly what that means. It means you need to dig further. When like Wikipedia says there's absolutely no relationship whatsoever.
The only thing I can truly do is to cry because there's no internet anymore. Like, do you know that Google has removed like 90% of the results that you can find ever on the internet? The only thing.
Yeah, they do that to Flat Earth, man. We have a video from within Congress. Okay, so let me backtrack a bit. In America, there's a TV station called C-SPAN.
C-SPAN, okay.
Yeah, C-SPAN, all they do, they've been doing this for like 50 years. All they do is they set up a camera and record what Congress is doing.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a recording from C-SPAN where Congress had subpoenaed so Congress told the executives from social media companies to come testify. That is to say, Congress told social media executives to come here and answer some questions. And in this video, Congress is asking the head of Google and YouTube, what are you doing to censor Flat Earth?
And what they said?
They said, well, we are initiating all these. The person described how they bury search results and put up a notification to educate the public that Flat Earth is stupid and crazy, and so on and so forth. That basically, she described the active measures that they were taking to suppress the Flat Earth information from getting out.
And what
I'm pretty sure if I'm talking, somebody in the audience is going to be digging up that link and posting it. It's been a few years since I've seen it, so if somebody could please post that in the text chat, that would be awesome. The C-SPAN clip where they're asking I think it was the YouTube or Facebook executives what they're doing to censor flat Earth. And here's what happened. Like, if you go look at Google Trends will let you search what people are searching for and how popular it is. And you can see on Google Trends, flat Earth is becoming more popular than Donald Trump, more popular than Justin Bieber, more popular than everything. And right after that moment, flat Earth does a nosedive. The trend goes straight down to zero. After it's climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing on the graph, boom, it drops to nothing. And it stays there. What's up, Indio? He's asking if there's free eggs. Yeah, there's free eggs. You see that, Indio? Free eggs? You got your free eggs right here.
So the tape run out or what?
Hello, bro. Anyone here? Hey, Rada. Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? What's the topic about? Flat Earth?
Yeah, man, the Earth is flat. There's no
That is
curvature.
true. Yes,
Do you
the Earth
think the
is
Earth is
flat.
flat? Man, you think the Earth is flat or round?
Flat. It is flat.
I know
How,
it's
Only
flat.
man?
All the holy books say that the Earth is flat.
But that doesn't
Not
make
round.
it flat, though. What makes it flat is that it measures flat.
When science
But
prove it.
man, what's about the astronauts? What's about the astronauts?
What about them?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so when they go to the ISS, they see flat also.
Bro, you are proving the scientists are wrong, but they gave us the proof that the Earth is round.
Which scientist am I proving wrong about the Earth being flat?
Bro, I see the photos of the Earth from the space. It's round.
No, don't trust the pictures shared by NASA,
That's not science though. Those are just pictures.
The pictures, people can make them, and they can make them true, Prove it
It doesn't matter about that. A picture is
Yeah.
not science, right?
That is true. Do you know the Earth speed?
No, man.
You have to check the speed of Earth. Is crazy, man. We should.
Yeah, man, it's very, very crazy.
We
I
should
know. It's
fly
very,
in
very
the
fast.
sky according to speed of Earth, man. All the makeup did by NASA is fake, man.
Bro, so you think the other planets are there, or it's just a science-based theory?
The Earth is not a planet. We're not a planet floating around in outer space. This is home, man. There's no outer space to go to. There's no other planets to go to. The planets are in the sky, but the Earth is not a planet.
And the sun.
So what's about the opinion on the sun and the moon, bro?
They are smaller than Earth. They are smaller than Earth, and they are.
Well, no, that's not the Earth. You're looking in the wrong direction. Why are you looking away from Earth?
Bro, because we can see the sun and moon from the Earth.
Yeah, if I told you that your floor in your house was flat, would you look at the ceiling?
Bro, you are changing the direction, man.
Yeah, you're looking in the wrong direction. You got to look at the Earth, not the sky.
So you think the sun and moon is the biggest wallpaper?
I don't know what the sun and moon are. I can see them in the sky like you, but I don't know what they are. I just know that the Earth measures flat because when we shoot lasers over the surface of water, there's no curvature.
Bro, there is a curvature when the water is falling down.
How do you know that?
Because I saw online.
Yeah, just because you see one laser bending down doesn't mean the laser's always bending down. If you see a laser bending down in sugar water, and then you go and you look through the air and you say, "Oh, the air must be like the sugar water." That's not a fair comparison.
Do you know the satellite speed?
Yeah, man.
The satellite speed in the sky. If the Earth is not flat and it
Guys,
is
your
round.
network is not that good, man. Your voice is not clear.
Oh, my voice is not clear.
I can hear him fine.
So
I don't know. I think my network is not good.
Listen. If the satellite to keep up with the Earth speed, it should move with 7.5 kilometers per second. Is it logic for you to reach such speed in the sky with no fuel? With sun power?
I think that's a bad comparison. I think you just need to focus on the surface of water and why it's not curving. Why it doesn't
Yes,
dip away from the tangent when you shoot a tangent over the surface of water.
there is a documentary about the Earth done by Brazilian guys. They are scientists and they say that the Earth is convex. And they performed a laser to check the curvature and they found that the Earth is flat, man. There are a lot of proof that show that Earth flat. For me, it's flat. It's over.
Hello, everyone. Hope everybody's having a great day. Anybody on here think they live on a spinning globe, in the middle of nothing? Anybody? If we got any new people? I'm a Yori. Don't know you. If you want to talk, you can say hello. Rachel, maybe, or not.
The first time I had way too much to drink, I felt the earth spin.
There you go, Riley Criterion. Thanks for piping up. My younger days, I do remember sensations after abundances of alcohol.
They call them bed spins for a reason.
Yep. Other than that, any normal human being, if that's a thing, when they're stone cold sober, they feel no motion of the earth below their feet, as far as I know. Unless they're in an earthquake, and that's a totally different subject.
Slept through the only earthquake near me ever.
You said there is an earthquake near you, or there's not?
No, there was. It was years and years ago, like 12 years ago. There was a almost 4 on the Richter scale earthquake in the town that I lived in at the time, and I slept through it because I was working third shift. It was the middle of the day. I slept right through it. Sad.
So is Carol King saying you didn't feel the earth move beneath your feet? If anybody remembers that song. I've never felt an earthquake. We've got evidently a massive fault, like kind of running along the side of the Mississippi River, which I'm just a couple hundred miles from. So at any time, it could be a major earthquake in this area, I guess. That's kind of up to God, Creator, whatever you think it is, whatever. Whatever we're standing on, sometimes it shifts around. It is kind of scary, but it's mostly stable, it seems. As far as I'm doing. Looks like globe deniers, except the two people I don't know don't want to talk, looks like. So this has been Dead Air Dave. Everybody thinks it's a globe, nobody has any proof of it. So there it is.
Yeah, there were a lot of arguments last night, but it's just all nonsense and logic and pre-assumptions and affirming the consequence and just terrible. Last night was pretty bad as far as logic goes.
Almost always talking about sky stuff and why it wouldn't work on a flat earth, never any measurements of actual curvature of a physical ball that we're supposed to be standing on. That's weird. There's a few viewers on YouTube, so shout out to you if you're listening. You want to click the link, come in here and ask some questions, discuss the surface nature of the earth, and does it match up to what we were taught as kids with the globe in the corner of the classroom? Is it moving? Is it a ball? These and other questions may be answered. All you gotta do is click the link and join. I think I heard somebody join, and it looks like it was anti-globalist. He's one of those crazy globe deniers. Damn it. Welcome to the server, Instar. You opened your mic. Can you say hello?
Yeah, bro. What's up?
What's going on? Welcome to the Flat Earth Room.
Thank you, man. Do you really believe in flat Earth?
I wouldn't use the word believe, but I know the Earth is a level plane with topography. You want to hear more about it?
No, but I think the flat Earth believers are a bunch of pseudo intellectual people.
Your mic really sucks. Can anybody hear him better than me?
Sir, I was trying to say that flat earthers are conspiracy theorists.
You said flat earthers are constantly curious?
Yeah.
No, no,
Conspiracy theory.
conspiracy theorists.
theorists.
Except
Okay.
flat Earth is not a conspiracy. The globe is the conspiracy.
If you can hear him better, Riley, go ahead and take the lead. I can barely hear you.
So, do you really believe you are smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson? Huh?
Anybody's smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So, Mr. Genius, what research you have published? What books you have written?
Being published doesn't mean you're smart. It just means you got published.
So you are more intelligent than NASA scientists, all physicists combined, huh?
Well, they're paid to believe in the globe, so they're doing exactly what their job requires them to do.
Okay, they are sellouts, but what about Newton? Was he also sell out in 1600th century?
Yeah, well, Newton had his own problems. He believed in many crazy things and even drank mercury. So
So he was smart as hell for his time.
And if he was today, he would have reached the other galaxies. Just be humble. You guys don't know anything about that. Just just go to college, read about physics, then come back and discuss these things.
Oh, well, Newton lived in the 17th century, and we didn't have a good grasp of physics until the 19th century, so he had an excuse as to why he believed what he believed.
Newton, then Tesla, then Einstein. These all guys believed in these.
Yeah. Nikola Tesla never thought the Earth was a globe.
He believed in it.
No, he didn't. He said it was a realm. He called the Earth a realm.
Realm in other sense, but not in your sense. He would have been ashamed of you guys. Do you really believe you are smarter than people in the NASA, man?
Yes, because they're paid to
Yeah.
believe in the globe. That's all they do.
You,
They want a paycheck and a pension,
so
and
you
they're
must
taking the
also
money
be.
from taxpayers, so they're actually traitors.
So you must also be COVID deniers, right?
Yeah, well, that was a hoax as well.
You also don't respect Dr. Fauci, right?
Yeah, Dr.
You,
Fauci's guilty of crimes against humanity.
yeah. You think RFK Jr. is more qualified than him, right?
Yes.
My blood boils talking to you, man. If you would have been closer to me, I would have knocked the hell out of you, man.
Well, that will get you banned from this server. So
No. It's really, but do you really believe the guy, Dr. Fauci, who worked 54 years for public service, he is not a genius?
he's an idiot. Fauci's an idiot.
Fauci is idiot. He became, he,
Because he
first of all,
stopped people from using viable treatments for COVID. So
okay,
that makes him guilty
okay,
of crimes.
okay, sir, he was, Pfizer gave him a job of maybe $100 million to work for them. In 2010, he rejected that. He wanted to serve newer type of people, mega type of people. I want to serve my country. He declined the money. They are your heroes, not Trump's. My
Real
blood
quick,
boils.
Riley, I want
Why
to throw
US
in. He needs to
American
get
man
back to the
instead of live in
subject, not
Himalaya?
talk about hell. Shut
Yeah.
up for a second, man.
Yeah,
The
the health
subject
is a little off
of this
topic
room
here
is
in this
flat
server.
Earth. You need to get back on it. Go ahead, Riley.
There are some experts who genuinely deserve respect.
Here are many experts, let me show you, who tried to calculate the distance to the sun and failed miserably.
When my son
Copernicus
will be
couldn't
born,
figure it
I will
out.
send him to school.
Tycho Brahe
No,
couldn't figure it out. Kepler couldn't figure it out. Newton didn't figure it out.
Newton didn't figure it out. Who mother? Did you miss any? Yeah. You know, America is as divided, as broken today, is because of Republicans like you, man. COVID deniers, conspiracy theorists, Reagan supporters.
Except I'm a libertarian, so I think they should all go to prison.
Libertarians. You are not a genius. You try to pretend. You supported Ron Paul. Huh? We wanted to let people die, young kids, 25 years old, if they don't have health care, they should the rest of their life die in the street. So when will you support people who love your country?
It's Star, your microphone is a train wreck. You need to fix that.
I'm trying to fix it, but
Yeah,
sir, my
that's horrible audio, man. Is there anything you can do to fix your mic, please?
Yeah, because you're coming in very muffled half the time.
sir, can you please answer me simple question? My simplest, humblest question. Yeah,
Go
can
ahead.
I have
What's
a
your question?
my question is why people who means, work for half a century for
Your
a specific
microphone's
department,
gone terrible again.
Your
people
mic
who work
sucks, man. You got to do reset or something. Just try leaving and joining or something. Your mic sucks. Sorry.
what about NASA scientists who work the ages?
Like I said, they're paid to believe it. And if you pay me to believe the Earth's a globe, I will do the exact same thing.
So, what difference? Let's give you benefit of a doubt that you believe Earth is flat. Just for a second, I believe Earth is flat. What benefit it gave added in your life?
Some of us strive for knowledge and strive for truth. We don't believe in
Right.
fantasy worlds.
If I could answer that real quick, sir, that knowing the actual true nature of the Earth has very much helped me these last 10 years to detect bullshit when I hear it. Go ahead, Ro.
Difference between you guys and our side of argument is we believe in science.
No, we believe in science. We just don't believe in speculative cosmology.
Which science do you believe, man? You don't respect people like
Physics,
Dr. Fauci.
physics, because it's been well known since the 19th century that that ships do not disappear over the horizon. That was discovered by physics.
Said Dr. Fauci for 50 years he worked for public service, and you, Mr. Genius, is saying that he was a bad person. What right do you have to use for that guy, man?
He'd have been fired a long time ago.
Hmm?
Fauci should have been fired a long time ago because he's not very smart.
So RFK Jr., do you think he is smarter than him?
Yeah, see, RFK is searching for the truth, so yeah, he is smarter.
He's as dumb as you, man.
People who believe in consensus science, not smart.
Man, Dr. Fauci is a national treasure, man.
Oh my god, dude! Stop talking about Fauci. Like, don't bring him up again.
You are being hateful for your heroes, man. Dr.
Heroes. They're
Fauci,
just a bunch of. They're just a bunch of fucking liars. I got two heroes in my life, and that's it. Period.
who are they?
This is my family.
Your mom and dad, right?
Save the cheerleaders, save the world.
Our heroes are FDR. Our hero are Dr. Fauci. Our heroes are scientists at NASA. Our heroes are doctors. We love them. We respect them. Don't live in crazy fantasy land that
You
you
need
want
you need
America
some
to be.
you need some better heroes, bro. And I'm
Yeah.
not even gonna tell you why.
So you think that Ronald Reagan is better than FDR, right?
FDR, the traitor.
He's greater. That's your knowledge, man. You are talking to me. That's your knowledge. FDR saved you from Great Depression. He beat Hitler, man. He
He
was in
created the
wheelchair.
Great Depression. Him and his
Your father Herbert Hoover created that. Your dad, Republican dad, Calvin Coolidge created that.
no, they're all in on it. America was
He
coming
saved
out
you.
of the
Be respectful
Depression,
to
and
him.
then FDR put
Teach
them
your
right
kids to
back
be like
into it
him.
with his Great Society and all that stuff.
So he saved you, man. He saved you. You should worship him.
And then he killed 400,000 Americans, saving the Bolsheviks. He was a
That is
traitor.
a very good calculator. Bro, I don't get it. He saved you. He saved the Western Europe from the Nazis.
Without FDR, there would have been no China would have not gone communist. Korea would have not gone communist, and Vietnam would have not gone communist. Would have saved millions of lives.
So you are more genius than him. What was your plan? Huh? How would you have saved from communism, China from communism? Just hear your plan.
By eliminating Stalin and the
Eliminating.
Soviet Union. Nobody's going to go, well,
Son of
let's
a
try
bitch,
communism here.
how would have you eliminated Stalin? He was the head of the state, and you would have killed him, huh?
Well, George Patton, the general, the guy who was one of the best generals in the U.S.
I have
Army.
heard about your George Patton,
Do you
the
know what
hero.
he said?
I read his movie. He was as dumb as you.
Yeah, George Patton said we fought the wrong enemy. He wanted to arm the German soldiers and get rid of the Soviet Union.
He was too much a hawk. FDR was about to fire him. He wanted to have a
because he wanted to get rid of the communists that FDR loved.
Just to get out of a right-wing bubble, man. I have listened to you. I think you are full of right-wing bubble. I'm proud to be liberal, man. I'm proud to be Democrat. My heroes are not frauds like yours.
So your biggest problem is your heroes are people. Sad.
Your heroes are who are your heroes then? Yeah. Let me hear from you, bro. Who are your heroes?
I said it before and you don't remember it because your mind is at rest and it's a waste of my time and energy that's pretty valuable to have any longer discussion with you. So go talk to somebody else.
Hello.
So you are
Hello.
yeah, bro.
Are you a flat earther?
Bro, do you support Democrats or Republicans?
I support NASA.
Do you support? I also support NASA. But are you Democrat or Republican?
Insor, maybe you should go back to politics.
No, it's about all of dumb people are
Bro,
conspiracy
it
like
is a
you.
wrong channel. It is a wrong channel, bro.
It's the right
I
channel,
am
but
here
you
to
have a, but
I am
you
here
are.
to discuss about the flat earth.
I also want to discuss, but there is set of pattern. All of flat earthers are COVID deniers, anti-vax people, man.
Wrong channel, man.
What?
Go back to politics.
No, it's not about politics. Your all views are aligned, man. You all of you people are one size fits all. Seriously, our heroes were never frauds like your Ronald Reagan, your flat earther, means right wing nut jobs that you see and read about in the internet. Our heroes are real heroes, educated people, nice people, decent people. सेल्फ म्यूट करे सर्वर नहीं करे
I don't know what that person was smoking. But isn't it funny how they stab their own in the back when they don't agree with them? And you notice they also have to bring politics into the arguments.
I mean, I thought it was hilarious that he was like, "My heroes are real," and then mentions politicians, pseudoscientists, and presidents. I'm like, really, real heroes, yo, real.
I don't know what universe he was living in, but FDR did not help
Hello.
America get out of the
Hello.
depression. Hello.
What is your evidence for a flat Earth?
Every measurement of curvature done.
But that points to a globe Earth.
No, it does not.
Yes, even the telescopes, like from away from Earth, they point towards a globe Earth.
They don't. You have no way
Yes,
to
they do.
verify those pictures are correct.
Why would they fake the pictures? Why would they do that?
I can give you 2 trillion reasons why they would do it. For money.
For money. Why would they give money to like just for the shape of the earth? Why would they give money to hide the shape of the earth?
So that people keep spending money on space travel.
There are other ways to like spend money on space travel, like landing on the moon. Do you believe that we land on the moon?
Did we land machines on the moon? Yes. Did we land men on the moon? No.
Okay, but like even if you grant me machines, then yeah, it's that way we could get people to spend money on NASA and on the space missions.
Yeah, see, the Apollo program was to divert Americans' attention away from the Vietnam War, a very unpopular war.
So, do you believe in anything scientific that is widely agreed upon that scientists found out, researched?
Yeah, consensus science is not science.
Yeah, but like a wide majority of people believe in it, and you believe in it. Is there anything like that?
There's been a lot of things that people widely believed in that turned out to be untrue.
Based on the evidence, that is likely to be true, but you also believe in it. Is there?
You'd have to give me an example. Do I believe water is wet? Yes, I believe that. That's a consensus. But that anybody could prove that. You don't need to be a rocket surgeon to prove water's wet.
So you also don't believe in COVID, right?
Yeah, medical talk is outside the purview of this channel.
Yes. But like, why would scientists lie about it? Why would scientists lie about Earth being globe?
Because they're paid to. They get paychecks and
Wha-
pensions. As long as they keep getting paychecks and pensions, they will say whatever they're told to say.
What's your evidence that they are getting paid?
Well, the people who work for NASA don't work for free.
They get paid. Well, they get paid for doing science. So even a teacher gets paid. So what's your point?
Yeah, but teachers teach what they're told to teach. They're not scientists. They don't discover anything.
Yeah, but like everyone who has a job gets paid. So I don't see your point.
Well, they get paid well, see? Because if they didn't get paid well, they wouldn't work for that company, would they?
Well, so you're saying NASA is corrupt.
Of course they are.
Can you show me? Can you prove it?
Yeah, here's one. They had the Saturn V rocket from Apollo. They completely destroyed that program so they could build the space shuttle program.
That doesn't prove that they are corrupt and paying for a flat Earth, for not public viewing of flat Earth.
It looks like they're just interested in spending other people's money.
No, that doesn't prove it. You haven't proven it.
So they did, spending $25 billion on the Apollo program, developing all those rockets, only to say, well, we don't want them anymore. Let's get some new rockets.
Well, I'm sure there are other reasons to why they abandoned that program.
Yeah, because it didn't work. That's why. When something
But
doesn't work, you replace it.
that wouldn't prove that they're corrupt.
Shows that they are corrupt. Because if it worked, they would have kept the technology.
Well, can you prove that they are paying the scientists to hide the fact that the Earth is flat? Can you prove that, or are you talking just nonsense?
The fact that they never talk about flat Earth is all the proof you need. They won't just debate people because they don't want to.
It's not evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can also be dismissed without evidence. And they talk about flat Earth. Scientists talk about flat Earth all the time. They
Only
even have
only
debates.
on a
They
very
even have
superficial level. They will not
they
get
even have
into the
debates
details.
about flat Earth.
They avoid the details as much as possible, and they like to bring up straw men all the time.
No, you haven't watched like Bill Nye debates about flat Earth.
Bill Nye, the
Yeah,
pseudoscientist.
it's he was a scientist, but now he's a science communicator.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren, the actor, has more degrees than Bill Nye does.
Who?
Dolph Lundgren, the actor, played Masters of the Universe, the old version. He was in the
That's
Rocky movies
argument
as
from
well.
authority. That's argument from authority.
It's Ivan Drago.
I will break you.
That's argument from
He
authority.
dies.
That's like saying just because he has more degrees, then he knows more stuff than Bill Nye.
Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. It is Photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
So you have to scroll down a little bit and find it.
All right.
But that was
nice, man.
I know, isn't that good? It's good stuff, man. I do like to share the best of the best, but Did you get the link? You got the link to English Hub, and that's where Matthew learned this.
Math
I
is the
gotta take a
foundation of
call.
math.
Be back.
Of measurement.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yo,
math is the
Indio.
foundation of measurement.
Yo.
So
I
calculation,
was
yes.
asking about eclipses. Have you heard about the
That's just impossible
Oh, okay.
because the horizon is supposed to dip down, right? So now you're looking at the horizon and you got a line of sight to both of the objects, and one is 400 miles away, farther away than the other. They can't be on the same line of sight.
Right.
Because you're not looking like straight at them, right? You're looking dip down angle, right? So the tangent. So if you draw yourself on top of a ball and draw that tangent line, and that line goes through the moon and the sun, that means that the sun and the moon and the earth aren't lined up.
So what is causing the blockage then? Like, what is causing the darkness?
I mean,
like
the darkness could be just less light. Doesn't have to be a blockage.
Really?
So yeah, so think about this. When you watch a movie projected on a screen, does the projector project black light? Like the black parts of the movie, is the projector projecting black light onto the screen? No. Does it make sense, right? Projecting black light. That's really
good. No. Yeah.
Yeah. So that part of the screen is just darker. It's actually being illuminated by the light. It's just darker than the other parts. So to you, it appears black.
Interesting.
There's actually a video on this. I'll post it in the chat. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, send me videos, send me a bunch of stuff because I'm trying to like get hip to everything. You know, I'm trying to learn everything.
But the fact of the matter is, not only is the cause of the eclipse not known, it's indeterminable because you can't do the scientific experiment required to ascertain its true cause. Because we can't manipulate the moon, can't manipulate the earth, we can't manipulate any of these things.
Yeah, that's where God does those things.
Well,
it says in
we
the Bible
know,
that,
well, I'm talking about from the viewpoint of science, right? We know how to establish cause and effect relationships using the scientific method, and you can't use these methods on the sun, moon, or anything, right? Stars.
Yeah.
So you'll never know with any reasonable scientific certainty what the cause is. Now you can come up with models that predict when they happen, and those exist. The ones that are used now don't use a globe to predict when they happen. In fact, if they do use a heliocentric model for prediction, it doesn't work.
So they use like a geocentric model?
They use an observer-centric model.
Oh, okay.
In timing, right? So we know the timings when eclipses occur, how far apart they are, based upon the coincidence of three values: something called an eclipse year, a draconic year, and what's called an animistic year, something like that. And both of them have different lengths, but when their lengths, the cycles end at the same time, there'll be an eclipse.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But there's also, that's the Saros cycle, but there's also cycles within that cycle called the metonic cycle, the draconic cycle, the exogenous cycle. So eclipses also happen on like some 400-year cycle, like 1,000-year cycle, like, there's cycles within the cycles.
Right, that makes sense. And yeah, because we have there's a lunar eclipse happening in September 7th this year, and it's going to be visible across Europe, Russia, I think Australia,
Africa.
and Africa, yeah.
Just a little tip of Alaska.
Yeah.
We're not gonna see it here. I'm not gonna see it.
Right, and yeah, I mean, there's like I really want to study this stuff because I really want to find out what it is. Like I really want to study and like figure out what causes these things, right? And I'm an amateur, like I'm an novice. I don't really know that much. Like I'm still learning, so like that's why I'm here to like ask questions and just figure out things and watch videos and like listen to debates and stuff.
You're in the right place. You know that there's information channels at the bottom.
Yeah. I look at those and
they're pretty extensive. Like there's an extensive amount that's like 8 years of curated information from hundreds of people.
Yeah, the only thing is like it's very helpful. It's just like some people have different opinions in those channels, so it's like trying to find out like which one is like the best one. Because like sometimes I read things and it's like one person says one thing and the other person says another thing.
Well, I try to focus on we in general try to focus on what can be like empirically demonstrated to be true. Right, something you can know to be true, as opposed to you got to believe someone's opinion about something.
Yeah.
And we obviously can't always adhere to that, but we try to.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Science is definitely something that's like a tool of ensuring the accuracy of what you're doing, not just like kind of making up stuff to like justify. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like you heard me talking to the other guy, empiricism is not the highest form of knowledge, and like the scientific materialist atheists pretend that it is, or they believe that it is, but it's actually not. The only things we can know things to be true purely through logic.
Fire's hot. I checked it out.
Well, yeah, that's empirical, right?
That's empirical, baby. 100%. If it's not, man, there's something wrong with me. Dang it.
And empiricism is good, but it can't do everything. It can do a lot of things, but not everything.
Right.
So I did post that video in the chat.
I hit the dark light.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, the dark light.
Well, dude.
So there's eclipses that are geometrically impossible that happen. The two I mentioned, right? The sunrise. So this is the thing you need to remember. All solar eclipses happen on a new moon. All lunar eclipses happen on a full moon.
Right.
Right? So once you know this, then you can say, okay, what's actually possible?
Right.
What's actually possible within the model? So solar eclipses with the sunrise, and the sun is supposedly blocked by the moon at the horizon. That's not possible because the line of sight is not straight. The line of sight, like you're not in the center of the earth. Like, so they can't be. It's called syzygy. When the sun, moon, and earth are lined up, they can't be in syzygy. And for you to observe this.
Video. Playing your video.
Interesting.
Are you aware of the Solomon eclipse? Have you heard of that?
Say it again.
The Solomon eclipse. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I was reading that a little bit. It was interesting. It's like the way the shadow looks is not what you would expect during like on Earth model, or I'm sorry, globe model.
Well, the sun and the moon are higher than your head, and the Earth is under your feet, and the thing that's supposed to be casting the shadow is not between the sun and the moon, because those two things are over your head.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of a. I've loved the Salinilian eclipse for a long time, and
they would claim it's refraction, right? That's happening, and that would be a plausible excuse if it was coming from the bottom, right? So if the sun was setting into the Earth's shadow, but they're observed where the sun is setting, the moon is setting, but the shadow is coming from the top of the moon, not from underneath, but from up top.
Yeah, that's kind of the dead giveaway. Like, okay.
And there's other things, right? So it's supposed to be the circle of the Earth is a sphere, it's casting a shadow on the moon, but if the moon had a curved surface, it wouldn't actually be observed this way, because when you project a shadow onto a surface, it takes the form of that surface. So if I have a railing and a set of stairs, the railing is straight, but the shadow cast on the stairs is jagged because the stairs are jagged. Right. So if I have a circle and it's cast on a curved surface, it's going to make an S shape when it crosses the middle of the moon because the curve is in one direction on one side and it's in the other direction on the other side. So the edge of the shadow would make an S shape. You can actually demonstrate this with, two balls and a light source. And this isn't what we observed. It stays circular.
You can do this at home.
Yeah.
So like,
if you combine that with if you just combine that, right, with the fact that if they use the heliocentric model, they can't actually predict an eclipse time. Okay, well, they can predict an eclipse time, but it won't match reality, right? That fact alone, just like, what is the basis for the idea, right? We don't have a model that can predict when they happen based upon heliocentrism and 3 balls in a row, right? So you don't have a model. You have observations that are geometrically impossible within that model. So what do you actually have? You just have a fucking story that everybody just parrots and runs around telling each other is true, but there's actually zero evidence for it.
So if it was a globe, the shadow would be like an S shape.
When it crosses, right? So as it moves, as like the round shape moves across the surface of the moon, right? So you're going up one side of the curved surface, but when it crosses over the center part, just like imagine drawing the center line down the center of the moon. When the edge of the shadow starts crossing over to the other side, that shadow will distort because it has to form the shape of the surface it's being projected on.
Yeah. I got you.
And that wouldn't be a perfect circle. It would only be a perfect circle if we were projecting that circle on a sphere onto a flat sheet of paper.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Is there like a video that shows this so I could like show people? Because like that's actually a really good argument.
Probably in the Eclipse channel. Yeah, I'll post a video. So there's one. This video is quite entertaining. Well, it's funny in a way that. So the dude's filming the eclipse, and then he's trying to explain it to his girlfriend how it's happening, and he gets all fucked up. He like can't explain it, bro. It's pretty funny.
I love that video. Dude, that video is just like 10 years old almost. Yep. Anyway, the CERN physicist has gone up against a lot of flat earthers apparently, but I just found a bunch of them. There's like Whitsitt takes him on, Allen takes him on. Yeah, so if you want to listen to a physicist try to explain some physics, man, to flat earthers, New Perspective's got a fucking list of them. Just go to his videos and search Franco, and there's like a whole list, man. Here, I'll put it in.
Oh yeah, he's an ex-CERN physicist and currently a physics teacher at university.
This is like a freaking gold mine of if you like to listen to physicists, man. There you go.
You can also listen to me freaking smacking people around. It's also
That's
pretty
true.
humorous.
Got a few videos over there too.
Quite a lot. He seems to like me, man.
He does like you.
I got a stack of fucking bodies on his channel.
Big gay, but I'll tell him to ease up or something. No, he's been putting out clipping a lot of really good, arguments about where we live. Arguments, discussions, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, there's a whole cache of them over there with Mr. Franco, physicist.
And then there's another thing I actually want to go over is the forget the name of the law. It's like the Coulomb's law. I think is how you say it. Coulomb's law. Yeah,
Coulomb's law.
Yeah, Coulomb's law like describes an electric force between charged particles and stuff.
Yeah.
And like it's like there's like a physicist that says like this force is like what causes objects to go down, not gravity in the Earth.
Right.
There's a lot of hypotheses on what causes things to fall, and none have any validity. and I mean none. And I say that for a reason. I'm not just saying it for no reason. I'm saying it because you can't do the experiment. Like the experiment you have to do, you got your observed natural phenomenon, falling object. Now you want to know the cause of that. Like, okay, so let's do the experiment, how we figure out the cause. But whatever we think the cause is, we have to be able to vary and manipulate it and change the effect. So, say we have a say it's mass. Mass is attracted to the other mass, and that's why it's falling. Okay, let's vary and manipulate the mass. Okay, when you do that, you get the same effect. It doesn't change the rate of fall.
Okay.
And their excuse for this is, well, Newton's second law of motion says that, you know, for reaction, there's the equal and opposite reaction. So you need the same force that the falling object, to move the object in the first place, because it has a larger mass, it takes more force, right? So this exactly cancels out so that all objects fall at the exact same rate. That's cool, but you can't actually show that in any experiment. And it also assumes that there's a gravity and inertial equivalence, right? That inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical. And I hate to show, there's a physicist named Sky Darnos, which is showing that this is actually not true. And so what experiments that he's done, right? So he takes different elements, and there's also another guy that did a Bremen drop tower, which is a vacuum chamber, where he drops a bunch of elements of the same mass with different composition, because they're different elements, and he drops them and they don't fall at the same rate. This dude Sky Darnos has also done these drop experiments, and shown that they don't fall at the same rate, but they have the same inertial mass, right? Right. So if you freaking inertial mass is like, how much force does it take to propel this fucking mass, like 1 mile per hour or something? That's your inertial mass. But the gravitational mass is how fast something falls, right? And based upon, hey, we think the mass of the Earth is this, so when I drop this, it should drop this fast. It's being found out that these are actually not the same value. So the whole endeavor is just about like mass attracts mass. That's the call of gravity. There's actually it's not like literally, there's no scientific basis for that. In fact, the universal law of gravitation doesn't even have a scientific basis, contrary to popular belief, because that law is not an actual physical law derived from experiment. It is a law derived from, hey, if there's Newton noticed that in Kepler's elliptical orbits, the geometric relationship that if you have a body and that force is directed at one of the foci of the ellipse, like the Earth is the body, the sun is the foci of the ellipse, that force would fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That geometric relationship is what Newton noticed. It's not based upon any experiment. And you can verify this. There's a video by Feynman called also 3 Brown 1 Blue, which is a mathematics channel that both go over this. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. So they go over how Newton derived the inverse square law and where it came from. Though, I should say, Feynman talks about it. He says he's not going to derive it that way. Newton derived it from using conic sections, which was an old mathematical tool that they don't use anymore. But you can get the equivalent thing using vectors. Anyway, it's like neither here nor there. The point is that when people think about gravity, it's kind of like, I wouldn't say, it's kind of like, it's kind of like misinformation, or it's kind of wrong. I don't want to characterize it a certain way, because I don't think people propagating the wrong ideas about what it is like, I don't think it's maliciously intended. I just think that it's like a myth. Like people have these ideas about like, okay, what's mass attracts mass? Well, it's the amount of matter in a freaking object. That's not what mass is.
No.
It's that definition of mass in physics. Okay? But people have this idea that that's what mass is. If I have a whole bunch of material, then the gravity will be stronger. Yes, but it's not the. But the mass is not the amount of matter. It's more than that. Like if they try to count up the number of particles in a material and say, "Hey, this is the mass," that will not give the correct value.
How the fuck
So
do you count the particles?
what would it be then? What's the correct value? How do you find that?
They would know it empirically by measuring it, but they couldn't predict it from counting the particles. And what they'll say now is that, well, there's a nuclear binding energy, and because the mass energy equivalence, right, the energy is equivalent to mass, right? Now we're talking about inertial mass, right? And because this energy has like an inertial resistance, that missing mass, as denoted by counting the frickin' atoms, electrons, protons, and neutrons, exists in the form of nuclear binding energy, as in the strong force and weak force. That the strong force and weak force have a mass, but then that was what they claimed for a long time. But then there's like some proton problem where there's actually missing mass, and like that's a whole shit show in and of itself.
Total shit show.
So you would say
the fact is let's say this one thing. The fact of the matter is, they use these models and these physics because they're good enough for all practical purposes. Okay? If I want to know how far to shoot a fucking cannonball, it's good enough. I only have to be accurate, like within 10 feet. You know what I mean? I don't need to be fucking exactly precise. It just has to be accurate enough. And a lot of these models are just accurate enough for practical purposes.
Right. And would you say like these like theories, like theory of gravity, is not really based on?
I wouldn't even call it a theory. Call it a hypothesis.
Yeah, a hypothesis. These are all based on presuppositions. Really, it's not really like a real thing. Like it's more like, hey, I presuppose that we are on a heliocentric model, and I am, on a ball.
It's not based on anything. It's literally not based on anything. Okay, so often you get this. Okay, this is pretty much. If you had a Gober come in here and say the Earth's evolved because of gravity, I'd say, "Oh, gravity, what's that?" And then you can listen to them fucking struggle to try and tell us what it is.
They'll struggle horribly. Yeah.
Okay, they'll say something like "drop something." Oh, so dropping something's gravity.
Right. Drop your pencil.
Yeah, dropping something. Well, then I'll tell. Well, that's the effect of gravity, right? Yes. Right. So it's the cause and the effect. Yes. like seriously, this is what happens every goddamn time. Probably someone right now listening on YouTube about to jump in here, even though they heard it, they'll try it again. It's fucking funny as shit half the time. They'll fucking hear it, dude. I listen. I was in a politics server. 3 people in a row, and they were in the chat when they heard the previous person, and they still did it with warning. This is how brainwashed people are. That they have these ideas in their head and they think that they're true, but then when you question about them, it all falls apart. And they can even hear someone do what they believe to be true themselves, and have it fall apart on them, and they'll still try it themselves. Right? It's like you watch someone, they stick their hand in the fire, and they go, "Ow, that hurt." And then they follow them right up to the fire and stick their hand in the fire to see if it really burns.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. That is very unfortunate for those people that they had to basically repeat, the same mistake.
So you heard it, like we're standing on shoulders of giants. Mm-hmm. There's a version of that. It goes like this: we're standing on shoulders of we're standing on shoulders of giants, and maybe we can see a little bit further. Well, the antithesis of that is we're standing on the shoulders of giants to repeat their mistakes forever and ever.
I like it.
Right. Right. So, but these theories or like these hypotheses and stuff, these people had to believe, like they were trying to justify like a globe, right? Like, because like if something falls down, right? Like if you obviously if it falls down on a globe, it's gonna fall off like the globe, right? If you're on like the sides of the globe, I guess. And so they had to say that, oh, gravity actually is what's keeping it from falling
Yeah,
off the globe.
they even say this. They say what you're saying formally. So if you look in like the very first published book on geodetic surveying, it's called Higher uh, Higher Mathematical Theories of Geodesy. Geodesy is like geodetic surveying. It'll say in the beginning like we can't measure everywhere on the Earth. We can't measure, and they go through the problems of different measurements. So we have to assume that the Earth's a sphere using a theory of formation. And the theory of formation is that there's gravity forming things into balls. Now remember, no one has ever actually observed this to occur. Now you could say, hey, look, I see in the sky planets are balls. Yeah, so what? You didn't watch them form. And even if you did see them form, would you even know that it's gravity that's forming them from here? Right? You look through a telescope, you'd see them forming. Like, how'd that form? Oh, gravity. How do you know that?
Yeah, they have to pretty much just kind of make that assumption. Like they have to like say, oh, it's this. You know, they have to sort of enforce.
The globe, look, the globe is a religion, dude. That's all it is. It really is. Like when you scrape all the fucking sauce away, dude, underneath the sauce is some rotten spaghetti, man. It's just a religion. A lot of the things are just believed on, like you said, assumptions, right? They just believe it to be true. They just presuppose that it's true and go from there. And oftentimes, as I'm sure you've encountered, is that their justification for thinking it's true is everybody else believes it.
Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. And yeah, it's like what makes me wonder, like what did the Greeks think? Like why did they think this way? Like why did they like where's the
It
origin of
wasn't.
it?
Well, that's the thing too. Like it wasn't all the Greeks. It was some of them.
Yeah, some of them exactly. And
So you got Eratosthenes, right? So he's supposed to be calculating the circumference. At the same time, in the same city that Eratosthenes lived, was a guy named Thales of Miletus. He predicted. He's the first person to actually predict known that's written down to predict an eclipse to the day. Okay, he was a flat earther. He came up with Thales' theorem, which was used to measure the height of the pyramid. Okay, so he lived in the same city at the same time. We have all the extant literature that he wrote, and I think some primary sources. We don't have a single primary source for Eratosthenes, and we don't
Not
even have a
one.
secondary. We don't even have a secondary source.
Yeah, it's all
Meaning, we don't have the original person that said, "Hey, there was this guy Eratosthenes. He was alive." We don't have that guy's shit. We have somebody saying there was this guy Cleomenes who said there was this other guy Eratosthenes that did this thing.
It was a guy. I know a guy. I knew a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy, dude. The brother of my cousin's dog's friend.
Yeah, it's like he's a friend. Yeah. Eratosthenes didn't write anything down, man. There's no book. There's no calculator. There's nothing. There's zero, zip, nada. And it was just hearsay. Some guy said that he heard from some guy. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. It's horrible. I hate it. I hate it, but they teach it in school, and everybody brings it up, and it drives me nuts. Indio, like, why are you bringing up
Yeah,
that
I know.
shit show, Mongo? Stop it! Stop it!
Hold on, brother. You went and did it yourself.
Yeah, well, I
with
did it.
Matthew Lawrence.
Yeah, I did it twice with him, bro. But just to our calculations were different than Eratosthenes. They were how far is the distance to the sun? We weren't doing radius. We did distance to the sun. It was like 3,500 miles, roughly both times. 3,487 and 34 like 62 or something. It was close. So it was 3,500 miles. I just call it. I'll give him a few miles, right? Come on. Hey, guess what, man? The sun is 3 million miles farther away right now. It's the middle of summer, and I'm sweating my balls off. Why is if the fire's hot, man? If it's farther away, isn't it supposed to be colder? What happened to that physics, Indio? Help me, please. Goodness gracious. I explain that to people, and they don't even get that sometimes. They don't understand real physics. Like fire's hot. If you get close to it, it's hot. If you get away from it, it's not hot. You know, it's
Yeah.
But that they explain this heliocentric model explains like, this time of year the sun's 3 million miles farther away. It's 90.
Yeah, the sun is thermodynamically backwards because they say that the sun is cooler in the center than at the edges.
Right.
So at the center, it's 6,000 degrees, and then when you back up, it goes up to 1,000,000 degrees. So, like you said, everyone knows that when you get away from a heat source, it's not as hot.
Right.
With the sun, you back away from it, it gets hotter.
Yeah, it's the backwards. It's totally backwards, and I love pointing that out to people. Maybe they don't get it, and I don't know. They don't even get that sometimes, man. I'm like trying to explain it to them, dude.
QE said it was like this: like you're getting warmed by the hot stove, and then you go to walk away from it, and you spontaneously combust.
I love it. Yeah, exactly. It just makes no sense in physics whatsoever. Zero. And I love to bring up that to a physicist all the time. That'd be great.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. And I was gonna ask also, who was that guy that you said that was in the same city as Aristophanes?
Thales is Thales of Miletus. Miletus is spelled Miletus.
Okay, let me see. Let me look him up.
I might be wrong on the Miletus part. I might have spelled that wrong.
Let me see. How do you say it? T8. You said TH.
ALES.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Miletus, got it. He lived from 624 to 546 BCE, and he's considered the first philosopher and one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece, and he pioneered mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy.
That's a lot of fields to,
And he was a flat earther.
Yeah. Sounds like a flat earther looking into all that shit. Come on. I mean, any flat earther with their right mind would want to look into all 3 of those things all the time. We get it all in these discords, dude. Philosophy, physics. Yeah, we're busy over here, man.
He thought the Earth was a flat. It even says in that wiki article that he thought the Earth was a flat disk floating on water.
Holy moly, that's insane.
There you go.
Yeah, that's okay. We got to research this guy then.
Like I said, it's not all the Greeks. In fact, flat Earth has been around, dude, been around forever, dude. It's never gone away.
Since the beginning of time, since the Lord created the earth and the waters and the firmament.
There you go. Genesis 1. Gotta love it, bro. Gotta love it. Yeah.
Do you study Samuel Robotham? I think how you say it.
No.
Nah.
No. I don't. I know like some of the stuff he did. I read portion of his book, but it's like, I guess like, even though like that's like reinventing the wheel pretty much. Like reading his stuff is like the stuff we've come up with now is way more sophisticated than what he did. So it's like, why would I read him? It's like reading a caveman. It's like it makes no sense. Even though like he makes a lot of same arguments we did, but
Right.
he has some historical references like how far south you can see Polaris from. So he said it's been recorded to have been seen from I think 20 degrees south, which is pretty fucking far south.
Yeah, that's That's a bit far.
There should be a freaking, fucking 400-mile hill of water between him and Polaris.
Right. Yeah, a big giant hill. Yeah, of water. Not
So you think that he's archaic and like not as like advanced as like today, like as like your stuff today, basically? Would you say anything that he?
No, because he has observations and experiments. What like the equipment he used is, it's end of the 18th century equipment. They didn't have as good manufacturing processes, right? They didn't have instruments where they had as high levels of precision, right? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with his methodology. It's his equipment that's ass. It's just
Okay.
because of the time, right?
Right. And would you say anything that he said is wrong, or would you say like all of it's right?
I haven't. I don't know. I haven't read enough of his shit to say if he said anything wrong ever. I'm sure there is some shit that's wrong.
Right. Got it.
I'd be quite shocked if he wrote a whole book and there wasn't one wrong thing in it.
Yeah. Even if Indio wrote a book, there's going to be one wrong thing in it. I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd write the end, and it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's not the end. Did anybody ever title the end of the book, "This is not the end"? I don't know. You should do that, India. Damn it.
This is the end. I used to call into this college radio station at like 5 minutes before they'd shut down and be like, play the Doors. Like, it's too long. It's a 12-minute fucking song. We can close in 5 minutes. Play it anyway.
You should write a book, though, honestly.
Yeah.
I got way more than a book. I got tens of thousands of audio hours. I have a whole plan, man. There's a plan. Don't worry.
10,000 hours of audio, man.
More than that.
So on the Flat Earth YouTube channel?
Yeah.
It's on there. It's around. You find it.
All over, man.
All over, bro.
Yeah, he sent me a big one, which is the CERN scientist.
Yeah, I did. You the good ones, bro.
That's not our channel. Our channel is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
All right.
But there's like
what's
two
your
of those
comment?
channels.
But
we
go ahead.
We have some simultaneous. Yeah, we have some we have like two 24/7 Flat Earth Discords because we haven't been back here in a while, but we also hang in what's called the English Hub, which is a server for people trying to learn English, the politics server, and the politics and religion server. We got guest rooms where we're like, okay, we're like the number one channel in your freaking servers.
Yeah,
even more than your regular shit.
We go over there.
All that audio, we have audio going back like freaking probably like 7 years, 24/7, like literally. Like, okay, so someone like copyright struck the channel for a while, and when they copyright, all those videos are right now they're hidden, they're made private. When they copyright struck the channel, we were at like something like over 3,000 videos. We're on episode like 3,000 or something, and that was like 2 years ago now. So if we actually kept the count of episodes, we're probably at like episode fucking 4,300 maybe. So we're talking 24 hours. So 4,300 episodes, 12-hour episodes.
12-hour.
So like 2,000 days worth.
Yeah, easy, bro.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we're talking full days. When I say days, I mean the 24-hour day, not fucking daytime.
That's right.
Right.
Somebody mentioned the other night, what's up with this stupid clock thing that goes from, it has, 2 12 o'clocks and 2 10 o'clocks and 2 1 o'clocks. Who came up with that shit? And I was like, I never thought of it like that, because I have a 24-hour clock right in front of me, and it shows 24 hours. And it's like, why aren't all clocks 24 hours? And I thought it was a good question.
It could be.
It should be, right? I think that's there to confuse people, India.
Military clocks are.
Well, military is, but they're not confused. They just take orders and go. 1,300 hours, be here. Okay. They go. But everybody's clock should be 24-hour clock, man. It should be, what time is it in Australia right now? Hold on. It is, let me see. Gotta get a little closer, man. My eyesight's not what it used to be, bro. All right. Right here, right now in Australia is, it's 18 o'clock. Yeah. The sun is
18
setting.
o'clock?
Yeah, it's 18, man. On a 24-hour clock, man. It's 18.
18 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, I know that sounds stupid, right?
6 p.m.
Yeah, where I'm at, it's 23:45, whatever that is.
23. So you're in California, the
Yeah,
West.
California. So it's 23. 11:45, right? But that's 23:45, man. Right? Isn't that the right time?
That's military time.
Yeah.
It's 2:48 a.m. for me.
So military time uses 24-hour clock.
It's 0-100 there.
So anyway.
So give me some more shit if you want, dude. I'll drop a. So a lot of globalists don't like this fact is that the coordinate system, latitude and longitude, are not actually coordinates on the ground; that they're actually coordinates in the sky.
Good old Polaris.
Yeah, they don't like that. You can't because it like imagine like the whole world is cloudy. You don't know where you are. You're lost. How do you figure out where you are? You can't see the sky now. Think about it. How do you figure out where you are? Using just the ground. Using just the ground.
You have to know where the sun rises and sets, and you
gotta know what time it is.
And you gotta know what time it is. You gotta know what time it is.
You gotta know where the stars are.
Well,
otherwise you have no clue where you are. You're lost. You're completely lost. You can't figure out your latitude. There's no way to figure out your longitude. You need the sun for your longitude, and you need the celestial equator for your latitude. You can't see those two things, you're fucked.
Right.
Now, you could probably see the moon, and if you knew where the moon should be relative to the celestial equator, or where the sun should be relative to the celestial equator, you could probably figure out where your latitude is, but you certainly at least need the time. And that time comes from the sun. So if you can't see the sun, you're pretty much fucked.
But if you can just see when it starts getting daylight, you can guesstimate, about what time it is pretty easily, bro. And that's not difficult at all.
Depends on the time of year.
Yeah, of course. If it's winter or summer. But yeah, if
I find the sun rises and sets. It takes longer in the summer to rise and set. Like,
right. It takes much longer in the summer for sure. I love summer. Damn, good time of year. You guys enjoying your summer? I hope so. But
yeah.
It's 99 degrees today. In 2 days, they said it's gonna be 67.
Get out of here! No way.
Yeah, way.
Dude.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to report back and tell me that happened. I've lived in Vegas for 4 years, and we would get days like that. It'd be like 82, and the next day it'd be like 55, and you're like, "What the hell just happened, man?" Damn. So yeah, it happens. I'm not saying it don't.
I know. I'm gonna go from sweating balls in super humid 99-degree weather to fucking wearing an overcoat.
You got your freaking hoodie on. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah, man.
Hey, 67's not that bad, bro. I mean, I can handle that.
Yeah, I know, but it's a change that makes it feel colder than it really is.
That's true. We get that a lot here in California. The sun goes down and it like temperature drops like 10 degrees an hour sometimes, and you're like,
what you guys are all bitching about? Seriously,
damn, we're bitching.
At the moment, for me, it's 48.
48? Get out! No.
In Fahrenheit.
Celsius.
No, in Celsius, 9.
It's 11.
Oh, dude. Poor baby. You're cold in Australia for once.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been here 20 years, and I still go by American. You know, like, oh yeah, it's summertime. It's really cold during the summer here.
So, like, when it gets super cold, do you like put up your Christmas tree? Like, just keep the tradition?
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like California here, man. It's like, well, not really. It's like California in the summer here. Yeah. I mean, Christmas.
Coldest I've ever been, where I live, it got to -5 Celsius, which is 23 Fahrenheit. That's the coldest it's ever been here.
All right, that's pretty cold, but it's not like.
No. It didn't stay like that. It got that's what it got. It was like about 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. That was it.
It's
All
pretty
the rest
cold.
of the time, it's normally on the positive side of.
It's well below freezing, man. Well below. Yeah. Fahrenheit.
Yo, India.
Summertime, she's normally about 42. And that's about 107 for you guys. That's pretty normal for us.
Yeah. Hey, we got a new cat up here named Cat. Super interesting guy, man. Got some good questions.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions.
You're looking at. He's been looking into it hard, man. And Indio's giving him some background stuff. I've given him some stuff.
Yeah, he's gotten a crash course.
Got a crash course in high level PhD Earth physics, astronomy. Yeah, we're
Crash
covering.
course for most of the guys that come in here, it's their cognitive dissonance crashes head first into a brick wall.
Well, we're at a different level here, Matrix. We're at the PhD level, and he's getting it, man. He's like, okay, let me look at this, let me look at that, let me check it out. I'll get back to you. It's good stuff. Thanks, Kat.
I mean, are we still running the event? Oh yeah. So look at the event title, Matrix.
Globo Challenge, debunk or crash out. I reckon there would have been a few crash outs.
Yeah.
That's cruel. It's like
it's brutal, man. Well, welcome to Earth. We can check it out. Fire's hot. Airplanes fly flat and stationary. I talked to a bunch of pilots myself. Yep.
Really? You spoke to pilots about?
Yeah, I've talked to 15 pilots in the last 10 years. Every one of them say, yeah, man, we just treat the Earth flat and stationary. And that's it.
Yeah, they have to, dude.
They have to.
It'd be impossible to fly.
In fact, the airplane manufacturers are all on the same plane because they, even in their own documents, they admit that all the calculations to construct this flying object, you have to use flat and stationary Earth in order to do it. Period. And there's like 28 documents we've run into, that I've run into over the years, that state that right there in the diagrams of the planes and like of the missiles and anything that flies on Earth. It has to treat the Earth's flat and stationary. Period. Otherwise, your calculations are fucked. You're done. You're toast. It's not going to work.
Did they use the azimuth? How do I say it? Azimuth projection, whatever it's called.
Equidistant map. There is a map that it's programmed into like commercial airline navigation systems that is a azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it.
They have flight charts.
Yeah.
And the flight charts, depending on where they're flying, they're kind of like made for their route. Planes don't really fly point to point. They have these things called flight corridors. So there's domestic and international flight corridors. So when they fly someplace, they fly to the flight corridor and then fly within it to get to their destination. So, map, and they kind of don't use a map. I mean, I'm sure they could, but like, they're pretty much on autopilot.
Really?
Almost,
well,
yeah, almost literally.
You think about the guys that flew in like World War II or Vietnam, or whatever. They didn't have you know,
The World War II map, World War II air route map is an AE map.
That's right.
You've seen it.
Mhm.
Is a what map?
An AE map.
We just shorten azimuthal equidistance to AE.
Oh, okay, got you. I see what you're saying now. Yeah.
AE map.
AE map.
Yeah.
So they used AE maps during World War II.
Correct.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence just keeps stacking.
It keeps stacking. It's called a preponderance of stacking at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder, like, why do they keep just trying to change that? Like, why just maintain this over and over? It's like it's a bit exhausting. It's like,
look in the chat.
Oh, there it is. That's the map. That's it. Is that it? That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeesh.
Yeah, that's what they used World War II. Right there. Boom. That's the world in 1943, 1942. Yep.
Yeah, says polar azimuthal equidistant equidistant. How do you say it? Equidistant.
Equal distances. Equidistant.
Equidistant projection. Yeah,
but you have to remember that this isn't a map of the world. It's a projection of a coordinate system. And the system of coordinates is a celestial sphere. So they correlate the celestial sphere, which is also in motion, and the timings and all that shit. They correlate the positions to positions on the ground. So basically, say I'm at some latitude and longitude. Philadelphia is a good example. Someone brought up the other day. So it'll have a coordinate, and that coordinate says, by looking in the celestial navigation, the nautical almanac, it'll say, on this day, such and such a time, if you look up in the sky, you'll see a star in this position. And if you're somewhere else, you'll see that same star in this position. That's it. That's all it is. It's no more complicated than that.
Okay.
Angles to this star or that star, angle, depending on where you are. You look
at a
up
certain time.
At certain time. You look up, see an angle to a certain star, and that's your position. Right? Is that where we're going? Yep. And then we made the map from all that. From all of that, the map was made from different positions and angles. Is that where we're at, Indio?
Oh yeah, that's exactly where we're at.
Okay, just checking, just double check. I like to.
So what's the map of the Earth then? If that's the like
Depends on the
based on
purpose.
just seeing everything. I want to see everything.
That's a question from where?
From where?
The middle of the Earth.
You're gonna be New York.
I guess the middle of the Earth.
Middle Antarctica.
I don't even know where that is, bro.
Where the fuck's the middle of the Earth, bro?
Antarctica, I guess.
North Pole. Equator. I mean, where do you want to see it?
Oh, that would be the middle of the coordinate system. That wouldn't be the middle of the Earth.
Oh, ain't that something?
We're using the stars as the coordinate system, and if we center that at like what we think, wherever we think Polaris, what's under Polaris, that's our center.
Yeah, exactly.
That might not actually be true. That it is the actual center. The whole thing could be completely asymmetric. How the fuck do we know?
How could you possibly know? Right? I mean, there's no way to know that for sure.
And there's actually no evidence there's any place on Earth with Polaris directly above it.
That's a whole interesting phenomenon that nobody's been to the North Pole to shoot straight up and catch Polaris. Nobody.
Yeah, I told you guys. There's a National Geographic did a video. Like it's called like something like going to the North Pole at night or crossing the Arctic at night. They get to where they think the North Pole is. That's what their GPS says. 89.9 degrees, and they just happen to get there on the equinox, so they can't film any fucking stars. Bummer for them, right? They just get there on the fucking first day of daylight.
No.
Yeah, I'm dead up, bro. I'm dead serious, dude. They got there on the equinox, the first day of daylight at the North Pole.
Right.
How unlucky. Oh.
Yeah, how unlucky.
Those bastards, just horrible. It's horrible luck, man. It's horrible.
And they could have pointed their camera straight up and said, "We're right under the freaking North Star."
It's almost as interesting as NASA lost all the telemetry data for Apollo missions. You know, oops, my bad.
I see. So, show me some maps. Do you have any maps that you can show me? Because
well, I think that one that's in the chat right now.
Think about maps is that they're use specific. All maps are specific for what they're going to be used for. You couldn't navigate the Earth with just a map. Like, say you want to sail New York to Australia, how are you going to get there with a map?
I don't know. How would I?
You can't. It's not possible. You'd use celestial navigation, which we just covered.
Right.
You wouldn't use a map. You use the timing of stars and when they're positioned in the sky. You'd use a sky map, and then you'd sail under some star.
And what about
And
like?
they did this, just for the record, they did this technique before a globe concept ever existed.
Right, and so how did like Christopher Columbus get to like how did he confuse like the Americas?
Well, he was lost. He was lost, and then he hit the Gulf Stream and smashed into Cuba. Well, that's what happened. Tell me that ain't what happened.
Dad.
He got lost, hit the Gulf Stream, and then smashed into Cuba.
Yep.
Well, he didn't smash into Cuba. And he almost died of starvation, and they had to help him out and give him a bunch of food so he could sail back. And he's like, "Oh my God, there's so much shit to steal over there. Let's go back."
There's a bunch of cool stuff, man. They got like gold and silver, all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, they're just hiding all their gold, man. We know it's there.
I thought he sailed first to El Salvador or something like that.
Mr. Columbus was lost. He was using the wrong size globe. He was using Ptolemy's globe, which is 10% smaller than Eratosthenes' globe, and he was lost.
Oh, okay. And isn't it funny? Like the sailors had like fear of falling off the earth and stuff.
No, that's a myth, man. No one ever thought that.
That's a total troll. 100%. I mean,
that's your kindergarten. That's your kindergarten teacher trolling you, man.
Right.
There's no record of anybody ever thinking they were going to sail off the earth, ever.
Nobody ever said that in all of human history, except for some kind of manipulation of people's thought patterns or something. It had to be a psychological thing, man, at this point. It's like, hey, if you sail here, if it was flat, you'd just fall off, man. I've run into in India, Bong. You guys have all run into 100 people, 100 minimum, that have said that. Like, really? Where does that come from? It comes from when you were taught that about the globe in school. If the Earth is flat, you'd fall off. That's it.
It's ridiculous, man, because you'd fall off, and nobody's ever fallen off, so it's got to be ridiculous. They never tell you where you'd fall to. Like, where are you going to fall to, buddy?
Well, you're going to fall into the vacuum of space, Indio. I mean,
yeah, that's right. And then what?
And then
you sit there, like, how far do you fall? You fall to the speed. Oh, you fall into a black hole, probably.
There you go. Fall into, like, the abyss.
You fall into, like, a black hole, and there's a black hole above the Earth, and then you just spit out the other one, and then, like, keep falling forever.
Dude,
like Portal, like the video game Portal.
I wish we knew what we knew now, and we're in 5th grade talking to our astronomy teacher, or science teacher, whatever. All right, what are we falling off into, man? Where are we at?
Dude, I only had one science teacher that knew any science, to be honest.
They
What
don't
did he know?
He actually did experiments and shit. The rest of them were just clowns that read the textbook.
Oh,
You
okay. What?
imagine going back to school, knowing what you know now. I can guarantee you, every single one of you lot will get suspended for being a pain in the bum. Seriously, you
Oh,
get
bro,
out of there.
I'll be expelled.
Be
arrested.
You're out of there. Go and stand in the corridor.
Arrested. Bong's right. Okay, Bong, you're right. Arrested. Okay, we're talking multiple felonies.
Federal charges.
Yeah, federal. Yeah, they're taking it federal,
Like,
man.
how old are you? I'm 17. Not old enough. How old are you? What was the one 18-year-old in this school?
Yeah, it would. Dude, I wish we could just go back to 5th grade or 3rd grade or whatever right now. Damn.
Hey man, well, I'm getting ready to go to jail. You know, I'm about to go talk to some, my peoples, the Samoans. I'm getting ready, for some kind of hostile reaction. Scary,
You think so?
I gotta do it. Yeah, I know.
They're not going to welcome you, man? They're not going to welcome you with open arms?
I'm hoping they are. I'm hoping the old ignorant ones that would be hostile are too old or dead, and I'm hoping it's my peers that are left that'll be open minded, enough to hear me out. Yeah.
Dude, I'll pray for you, man. Seriously.
I know. Thank you. Yeah. The crime.
No, actually, Bong, to be fair, I'm going to pray for them.
Exactly. Exactly. They know not what they do. Or what they believe in. That's how. Yep.
Yeah, dude. No, everything we told you, you just barely scratched the surface. Because we can go on and on and on. William Salt Flats, the Knickerbocker radar, the fucking airplane that flew fucking from Europe to Brazil and the stars didn't change. Like, there's so much shit, dude. We have endless amount of shit. Literally, endless.
Saddaloons, I got that covered. I got Saddaloons covered.
So the difference between flat Earth and the globe at this point is we have empirical evidence and they have TV shows. So really what it is, all they can ever say is, Dan, someone took pictures of the Earth, look at the screen. That's all they can do. And we say, yeah, we'll go outside and go find what's up, whatever is pictured on that screen, go actually find that outside. You can't. Go find that curving water outside, right? Because that's where it's a picture of you outside, right? And they take a picture of the Earth. That's the same Earth that's outside my house, right? So I'm gonna go out there. We'll see if they actually took a picture of what the fuck's out there.
Right, and I'm gonna ask you like one more. I'm generally just asking like for your commentary because like I look at the channels too. Like I'm not just like ignoring that, but like satellites, right? Is it a balloon that they attach and then like it like they like kind of LARP about it and like use something else? Because reading this memes like satellite wreckages always come with the moon attached.
They admit without a doubt 100% that there are satellites on balloons. You can check it out. I've seen the launches. I've seen the crash landings.
There's also I'll post it in the chat, man.
Yeah. But yeah, satellites on balloons is not something that we just made up out of thin air and like all satellites are on balloons. That's, a bit of a stretch. But without a doubt, there's satellites on balloons, man.
Yeah.
And
obviously, we can't prove every freaking satellite is on a balloon, obviously.
Samsung space selfie. Oh my goodness, Indio, tell them all about that one because that's my favorite, bro. That's my favorite.
Well, I got the Planet Veritas video, dude, where he has from the like I think it's the Finnish or no Dutch Space Launch Center, like their spreadsheet. That's all balloons.
Yeah, every one of them was balloons, right? Yeah.
Yeah, every one of them, like 100 at least.
But yeah, the Samsung space selfie satellite balloon crash is in my favorite debunk of are satellites on balloons or not. Yeah. Well, here's direct evidence.
So this guy that what I just posted, this guy, he's not around no more, Robert Bizzano. Hopefully he's still alive. But Planet de Veritas is the name of the channel. And so in this live stream he did, he goes over classified documents out of Chile where they like a satellite supposedly crashed and it was just a fucking balloon. But the US but it was officially a US satellite. Okay? So that's one thing. Then he has like there was a National Reconnaissance Office. People that worked there that were old, right, and they're retiring. They did something called the Living Witness Program, where the people would recount what they did for the National Reconnaissance Office. And this guy caught balloons out of the air. And the terminology they used then and still used was these are satellites. That he was catching satellites out of the air. So they would fly these high altitude balloons. They would be at 120,000 feet. They'd float around, take pictures of the Soviet Union or whatever. And then when they came back around to like America or whatever, they would fly up with an airplane. They'd punch a code into their airplane and the balloon, they'd have an explosive charge that would pop the balloon and the gondola would start falling. They'd catch the gondola out of the air, reel it into the plane, and then land and then process the film and all that shit. Okay? And then the next piece is the spreadsheet of freaking all the balloon launches that they do at this. It was I think it's called Grange Space Launch Center. I think it's in Norway or the Netherlands or something.
Yeah,
part of the it's part of the ESU or something. Or
Egrange?
ESA. Yeah, Grange or Egrange.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's part of ESA. It's that's the European Space Agency, and they have a spreadsheet that he downloaded from their site, and it's all fucking balloons. And then the last part of the video, is them launching a balloon, launching a quote unquote satellite with 3 gigantic weather balloons.
Damn. All right. So
in fact, in that thumbnail right there, that's a balloon. That was Project Echo or something like that. Echo 1.
And
that was supposedly a freaking Mylar balloon that they orbited with a 1,600-mile orbit around the Earth. Now, I don't fucking know how they did that. But whatever, dude. Orbiting balloons, bro. Like, that's crazy shit. And this is the first satellite they ever launched. Well, the first, Explorer was the first satellite, but this one was like the first satellite that was this was supposed to be a telecommunication satellite where they were going to bounce radio waves off of it and communicate. Yeah.
Yep. Bounce the signals off of the balloon and communicate with it. How about that? Echo 1 and Echo 2. Check those out, man. Those are gems in my opinion. But Samsung, man, that's my favorite.
A lot of this shit ties into the military industrial complex. So the first communication satellite that wasn't like this, that was like a repeater satellite with hardware and shit, that got funded by Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was a Texas senator, right? So he forced a lot of crap through, because you gotta think, you have government funding these projects in certain states, right? And this is called pork barrel politics, where they try to get a project funded in their state. So Lyndon Baines Johnson, who became the president of the United States after Kennedy you know, whatever happened to him. Like advanced the space program. Like this was like his thing because all that shit's in Houston, Texas. Right? NASA headquarters, Houston, Texas. All their shit was in Houston, Texas. So it's a big boondoggle, basically what it is. It's a grift. All this shit's a grift. That's all it is. It's a gigantic grift to fleece taxpayers of money.
Right. It's like
really, and to keep really smart people doing useless shit so that they don't fucking kill people. Because you don't want really smart people sitting around going, "Who the fuck do I stab next?"
Right. And they, how much money would they get? Like $20 billion a year or something?
That's like a day. It's more than that a day. It's like 50 billion or 50 million a day or something. Could be 75 million. But
NASA?
That's not the whole story. Yeah, NASA. They spend like 50 million a day, but that's not the whole story because that's just the budget. That's just a allocated budget. They have more streams of revenue than that.
Yeah, I bet. A lot of money.
Yeah, so they sell merchandise, right?
Yeah.
How much do you think they make from that?
In a year,
people running around with NASA T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, right?
Probably make like 10 million a year, maybe. I don't know.
Off of hats and T-shirts, I'm sure it's way more than that. But the point is that they issue a comprehensive annual financial report, and their revenue is way higher than what they get in the budget because they do other things. They license out facilities. They film. They have the world's largest fucking green screen, which they license out to Hollywood. Yeah, NASA owns the world's largest green screen. It's a Michoud. It's a Michoud, which is a heavy vehicle launch center, but they don't make heavy lift vehicles. They have a giant green screen there instead. It's in Michoud, Louisiana. Pictures of it. There's news articles about it. Like, it exists. There's no doubt it exists. They filmed like the Three Ninjas there. They filmed Wolverine there.
Louisiana. So you said?
It's in Louisiana. Michoud. It's Michoud. I'll post a video about that shit too.
Jesus, this shit never ends. All right, so green screens, balloon satellites. So what do they do? Like, what's the actual technology then if it's not satellites that are doing this stuff? Like, what are they actually using?
There's no ball in the, there's no ball in the way, so they don't have to do anything. So so this is the last thing I'm gonna do before I leave. I'm gonna tell you about this. In 1918, there was a guy in Australia, in Sydney, Australia, that was an amateur radio person. Now this is 1918 when radio's brand new. Nobody knows anything about it. It's a brand new thing, right? So we're talking about like Marconi has just started in like he's trying to even convince people that it's a fucking radio is even worth doing anything with. It's this guy. So it was being used by the military. So a guy in Australia, he heard German on radio broadcasts. And he was like, holy shit, I'm hearing Germans talk. Well, how am I hearing Germans talk? In Berlin. There's a big ball earth in the way. I shouldn't be hearing that. Well, lo and behold, they didn't care that there was a big ball earth in the way. And they built a radio tower in Cornwall, England. And they built one in Sydney, Australia. And they talked to each other from 10,000 miles apart. Now, there should be a fucking 2,000-mile hump of fucking earth between them that the radio waves can't get around. So this is in the beginning of radio. There's no repeaters, so that's not an option. It has to be line of sight or nearly line of sight. Now, when I say nearly line of sight, that means the radio wave is probably ducted, like radar. So that when I brought up the Knickerbein, the Germans in World War II invented a radar system of bombing. It was a system for bombing. So they had two stations in Germany, and they shot a radar beam across England. They crossed each other, and when their German bombers were in the intersection of the beam, they would know to drop their bombs. Well, they're both more than 300 miles away from the UK, and the airplane would have to have been flying at an altitude of 12 miles, right, in a World War II propeller bomber, which isn't possible. So there's actually a documentary on this called not on this particular one, but on weapons used in World War II, and they did talk about this. The actual scientists involved in it, right, that they didn't they knew something was happening, but the Earth was a globe, so there's no way they were doing it this way, and they tried to get the military to investigate it, that how they were accurately bombing, and what is this radio system they're finding in downed airplanes, and we have two pilots that are talking about using it, saying how didn't know they were being recorded, and then what ended up happening is one of them renegade scientists was like, "Fuck you guys! I don't care if the Earth's a globe. They're doing this," and went right to Winston Churchill himself. Winston Churchill said, "Okay, you can investigate it." They gave the guy a plane with a bunch of special equipment to detect the rate frequency, which they did, and then they tried to jam it, and et cetera, et cetera. But the fact is that the system shouldn't have worked if the Earth was a ball. The radio communication of 10,000 miles shouldn't have worked if the Earth is a ball. And I mean, and it goes on, dude. It goes on and on and on. It's endless. The evidence for a flat Earth is endless, dude. It's endless. I can just go on forever, dude.
I know. That's what I like to hear, because it helps me build a foundation a little bit. It tells me a lot more. It makes me question more, and that actually leads to more a better worldview for me on this aspect.
This isn't even a matter of questioning, right?
Yeah.
You have your experience of the world, and at some point in your life, someone came along and said to you, "Earth is a ball," and you probably said to yourself, "Well, it sure don't look like a ball." And they said, "Well, it's a ball that's too big to see, but trust us, it's a ball." And then they said, "You're spinning," and you were like, "Well, I don't feel like I'm spinning," and they were like, "Well, that's because the Earth is spinning so slow you can't feel it." And you were like, "Okay, I guess I'll believe that too." And then they told you there's a vacuum, and there's planets, these balls, in outer space whizzing around in the vacuum, and you're on Earth, and that's also whizzing around the vacuum. And you're like, "Okay, well, why doesn't the air fuck off into outer space?" And they were like, "Well, gravity holds the air, and contrary to the fucking gas laws." And you were like, "Okay, I'll believe you." So it's not a matter of even being skeptical. You've accepted, people just accept the idea, right? It's presented to them, and they choose to believe it. It's literally nothing more than that. It's not denying anything. It's like you're presenting with a story with fuck all for evidence other than trust me, bro, and you choose to believe it. You either trust bro or don't trust bro.
Yeah.
I choose not to trust bro, okay? I
don't trust him either.
You're trying to tell me that my experience of the world is some sort of fucking giant illusion, and I refuse to believe that until you actually show me rock solid, and I mean rock solid, evidence that this is the case, meaning measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving, because that's the only way you can have a ball is with a curving Earth surface. Measurements of the Earth being in motion, and a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without a container. Okay? None of these things can be shown. They can talk about it, and they can conceptualize about how it could be shown. Well, what are you waiting for? Right? Go do the test. Go do the experiment. Because when we go do the test and go do the experiment, what's shown us by the Earth is that the Earth is not curving on the surface, that the Earth is not in motion, and that you can't have gas pressure without a container. That's what the evidence actually shows. But the globe Earth is a concept. It's a mental model that people have adopted as some idea as a reality. But that idea doesn't exist out there in the physical natural world. It exists in the minds of men. And that's the only place it's ever been, and that's the only place it ever will be. It'll be a concept shared between men about how the Earth is a globe. But nothing out there, no quality out there in the world where it actually exists.
Right. And yeah. So, okay. So the 1918, there was an Australian, and you heard the German talking.
It was Marconi, right? It was Marconi.
Yeah, Marconi. Okay, and then this was from Brown. This was from England to Sydney, Australia, 10,000 miles away. And then there was they shouldn't have happened because it would be land in the way in the globe, right? And then
yeah, 10,000 miles. That's like going from the North Pole to the South Pole.
right, yeah, that's
Right.
far. That's really
Imagine
fucking
you
far.
got a radio on the South Pole and you're like, hey, you're talking to the North Pole. How's that happen?
Yeah, because it's not.
There's no satellites. This is 1918. There's no satellites. There's no radio repeaters.
Yeah. Okay, and then
So you ask me, like, well, how do they do it? Like without satellites? The whole idea of satellites is that there is a big ball of Earth in the way between 2 points. If there is not a big ball of Earth in the way of 2 points, then you don't need a satellite.
got it. That's exactly right. Yeah. All over. I'm just writing down notes, and I got everything down. And then there were 2 stations, and then the Germans shot a radar beam across England.
It's called a Knickerbein.
Knickerbein?
Yeah, it means crooked leg in German. Hold on, I'll get you something on it.
And then you said the airplane altitude of 12 miles.
Yeah,
something.
World War II bombers flew at like 23,000 feet or something.
Okay. 23,000 feet.
Maximum, but that wasn't actually their bombing altitude. Their bombing altitude was 7,000 feet.
Okay.
Hey guys, if I may interject just quickly, Indio, don't people ever come to you about the radio broadcast stuff and say, oh no, they're just bouncing signals off the atmosphere or some shit?
The ionosphere, yeah. That would be a plausible explanation if they didn't do this during the day.
What's the difference back then versus now? Just their knowledge of the so-called ionosphere or something, or
ionosphere is post hoc. It's ad hoc after the fact. So they did it, and then they're like, "How could you do that?" Well, they must be bouncing off of something in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no evidence for it. It's just they had like, what else are they gonna say, that the Earth is flat? Like that's the other option.
So they didn't actually discover it. They inferred it and then just run with it, as opposed to, oh, there must be something. Go check it out, and then there is something.
Yeah,
they don't do that.
From the fact they can do something that should be impossible.
Okay, so they don't actually go up there and say, oh shit, there is this thing after we discovered that, or we thought it might be here, and oh yeah, it is here.
I think the ionosphere was developed in like the 30s, the idea.
Okay.
But like the radio transmissions were like in the 1918 and shit. So it was like 15, 20 years later. But even if they say it's the ionosphere, that doesn't even work. We can assume there's an ion layer. Fine, that's not a problem. If you use the ionosphere, it has to have all sorts of novel properties, like negative refraction, which they say it has, which is fucking no evidence for. But let's just even say it's true. The ionosphere would cause. So the result of what they say, their theory, their hypothesis is, the ionosphere moves around. So on the day side, the ionosphere is lower than on the night side. So when you do daytime transmissions, they'll bounce off the ionosphere, but only for a max distance of like 800 miles. But at night, they can go some fucking infinite distance. I don't know, bounce around the Earth 1,000 times. Who knows what they say? But the nighttime transmission would say, hey, this is plausible. But the daytime transmission, it's not plausible. Because it can only go 1/10 the distance. And this is when he heard German. Was during the day. All day. Okay? So that excuse, it just don't fly.
So during the day, it's an 800 miles restriction?
Yeah, about that. If you go on the FCC website, which is the Federal Communications Commission, it has articles about skywave propagation.
Got it.
Probably a link in one of these places because, like, pretty much everything I'm telling you, they're in one of the information channels, probably.
Yeah, I'll have to look. I have to like rifle through everything and like look very closely and see if they have it. And if not, I'll just go, just find it online. And at night, it's an infinite distance, so it wouldn't work.
I mean, effectively infinite distance because they'll say it don't. I mean, there's no evidence for the infinite distance, but they'll just say it, right? I'm just saying it. Like this is kind of like devil's advocate, giving like steel manning their argument and saying, "Hey, this is the best argument they can make," and that still fails. So that's typically what I do. It's something I do. I don't straw man people. I steel man them. I steel man their argument and then say, "Okay, with your best possible version of your argument, it still don't work."
Yeah, that's a very solid way of arguing. It's like it's very very honest way. But let me see. So
well, I only care about what the truth is. I don't really have. I'm not like stuck on this flat Earth thing.
Yeah.
I booked it. Look, it pretty much goes like this, and all the time I've been doing this. Some globe earther says something. I ask them what the evidence for it is. They don't know. I go look it up. I find that the evidence is absolute bullshit. Either the claim doesn't match what's actually observed in reality, or the claim matches what observed in reality, but they don't even use a globe to even get that in the first place. For example, they'll say things like PNS waves show that the Earth is a ball because the waves travel and avoid the core, or some bullshit. But then if you look how seismic waves are modeled from the data, they use a hyperbolic geometry. In the model, they use the hyperbolic wave equation, and as such, automatically, just from the fact you're using that type of equation, you're going to get that result. So they're not confirming anything. They've taken data, they've stuck it into the model, and the model spits out some result. But they didn't. That's not an observation. What did they observe? Oh, the ground shook. The ground shook at all these different places at all these different times. We're going to take those variables, we're going to stick them in a model, and then we're going to. So they use what's called a Poincare disk model, which is basically it's a hyperbolic wave equation. I'm just using this as an example of like when you look further into it, people will say this confirms a globe, and then you look and they don't even use a globe geometry in the first place. So how could it ever possibly confirm a globe if they're not using globe geometry?
So okay, so hyperbolic geometry uses like what kind of model does it use? Like what is it based off of then? It's like flat Earth or
No, it's called a point. It's a simplified model. So they're imagining that they took a slice of the Earth, like sideways slice, and that the wave propagated from a point, like so you have a circle, and then you have points within the circle, and the way a ray would travel about that is hyperbolic. So distances go exponential at the edges and are different at the center, and are like so it's almost like a distance formula. So like how you measure distances within the coordinate system changes. It's hard. It's kind of hard to describe, but they have like this Poincare disk model that's been around since Poincare, which was at the end of the 19th century. They basically use this simplified model, but the point isn't that they're using a simplified model. I'm not even bitching about that. It's not even a bitch. I'm just saying is that it can't confirm the globe if there's no globe in the mathematics.
Got it. I see what you're saying. So it slices up like a part of the Earth and
Yeah,
like
a lot of these things, like so eclipse predictions. You probably assumed it too that they use a globe mathematics to predict eclipses, and then people say, "Well, eclipse predictions they can be predicted down to the second. They confirm a globe." They're presupposing that they got that prediction from a globe. Here's another one: sunrise, sunset times. They don't use a globe to get those. They use something called the equation of time. Right? If you look at the formulas, there's no globe in the mathematics. So how can the eclipse or the sunrise eclipse prediction confirm a globe when there's no globe in the math? They're modeling some other shit. This is what I'm talking about. No matter what I look at, no matter what any globe has ever presented to me, upon further investigation, the way they thought it worked was wrong, and the way it actually works has nothing to do with a globe in the first place.
That
They
makes
just
sense.
thought it did. They just thought it did. Like this happens, bro. I'm telling you, this happens all the time. It's not like I haven't had to say it lately because I just stopped saying it because I got sick of saying it. That's not a globe prediction. You just think it is. And then they're like, what do you mean I just think it is? It is a globe prediction. Blah, 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 blah. Then I fucking will get the sources and I'll show them. Okay, there's no globe in this. And then they gish gallop or fucking crash out or something. Right? So they have a fucking psychological breakdown because they're convinced that like every observation aligns with some globe model and that somewhere someone is freaking like has like a globe 3D model in which all these things is being like mathed out from some sort of globe. None of that shit is. They're not using a globe for any of this crap. GPS doesn't use a globe. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It'll display it to you as latitude and longitude after geometric transformation of the coordinate system into latitude and longitude, but it doesn't use a latitude and longitude to find your position. Okay? So that's another one. GPS confirms the globe because they looked on their phone and they saw latitude and longitude, thought latitude and longitude are points on the fucking ground, and then made this whole bunch of leaps of logic to say this proves the globe. They don't know how it works, and if they did know how it works, they would know that the way it works is the geometry of the coordinate system that the GPS uses has 3 coordinates: up, down, and easting. That's not latitude and longitude. Then they take that up, down, and easting, do a geometric transformation, and display it to you as latitude and longitude. Why? It's not like they're useful to you. It just makes you feel good because you're familiar with it.
Okay, so it uses geometry of the coordinate systems, and what's the 3 points you said?
Coordinate systems are arbitrary. They're completely arbitrary. You can use any coordinate system you want for anything.
Yeah, is that why they can spoof like your location? Like if they wanted to, I've heard that like they can mess your
yeah,
location.
like GPS spoofing. That's nothing, dude. Like that's fucking. You can do that for like $300 or something. GPS is a passive system. You know that, right? It's a passive. It's not two-way communication. A GPS quote unquote transmitter. People think it's a satellite. Tell them think that. Fine. You think that? Fine. But the transmitter is just a beacon. Just sends out signals repeatedly. Right? And your receiver picks it up. And the information in there is how far is the satellite away from me? How long did it take? Not even how far. It's how long did it take the signal to get to me from the time it transmitted it to the time I received it. And if you have a bunch of satellites or transmitters that your receiver picks up, then you can use something called trilateration to figure out where your position is within some degree of certainty. But that position is calculated on a tangent plane in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates. Now, from that, they can extrapolate. You're standing on a globe and it's underneath you, and then this globe thing underneath you, they can transform your coordinates into latitude and longitude. But there's no globe required for any of this, and it's not anywhere in the math. So this is another thing. GPS uses a globe. People just think that. But it's not true at the technical level of actually the way a GPS functions.
Okay, so it's a GPS transmitter is a beacon that sends out.
Yeah, it's a passive beacon. It just sends out a repeating signal.
Signals, okay.
Here I am. I sent the signal at frickin' 2:00. That's it. You're like, I picked that up at 2:00 plus, 2 milliseconds. Oh my God, the speed of light's 300,000 meters per second. You're fucking 1,000 miles away from me.
Right.
That's it. That's all it does. But it will take a bunch of these sources, right? I'm 1,500 miles. I'm 3 feet. I'm fucking 30 miles. I'm whatever. And then you can take circles, right? You can take a circle from each point, and the distance is the radius, and draw a bunch of circles, and where they overlap, that's where you are. Called trilateration.
Yeah, tangent to the Earth's fixed and for Earth's center. So we said
Earth center, Earth fixed is on a tangent plane.
Okay.
Okay. So if you type in ECF diagram in a Google or whatever, hit Google Images, you'll see a ball with a little square on it, and on that little square will say XYZ or up, down, easting. That's the actual coordinate the GPS receiver uses in the device. Doesn't use a globe. The globe is it was an addition after the fact.
It's a post-diction.
It's not it's just an addition after the fact. Like, okay, we have a plane. We know where he is on this plane. Okay, let's stick a globe underneath him. Where is he on that?
Yeah, just put a globe under there, and it's like, yeah, we're on the globe right now. That's how we're doing.
Literally what they do, dude. It's literally what they do.
That's funny.
But that's how people think of it. They think like the thing is calculating latitude and longitude, and I don't know what people think. I just know that it doesn't use a globe. People think it does, and this is, look, man, like, you've seen how complex this sophisticated this topic is. There's like points, and points is like an octopus. There's points everywhere. But the thing is, no matter what a globe earther has brought up to me in 8 years, upon further investigation, the way they thought it worked is not the way it actually works.
Yeah. 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 I'm writing down a lot of notes.
Shit in there. They make up I hate to say, they make up a lot of shit in their head. They I call it filling in the blanks. Like, they're told, hey, there's satellites in space, right? And there's this device that tells you where you are. And no one ever told them, hey, it uses a globe to work. They just said, oh, global positioning system. It must use a globe to work because there's satellites and I have a receiver. And they just fill in the blanks that inside that receiver, it's doing mathematical calculations on the surface of a globe. But it's not. They just filled in that blank, dude, because they just imagined it to be that way because it would make sense to them. Well, it would make sense if, like, the global positioning system uses a globe in the mathematics. That makes sense. Sure, it makes sense, but that's not what they're doing.
Yeah, you know what this makes me want to do? It makes me want to get like a sniper and shoot a satellite out of the air and see what it is. Like, that's what I want to do. Just see, like, watch what it is, like see like what it's using and like what it carries. Because that really annoys me when I see those things and I'm like, what is this?
Well, there's nothing. No, man, it's late, man. I should have went to bed. So, no human being has ever observed an orbit of anything ever.
Yeah.
Ever. No one has. Right? So you can look at the moons of Jupiter. They go left to right, and then they disappear. And then they appear back where they started again. They go left or right, and then they disappear. Then they go left or right, and then they disappear. And that's all you ever see. You don't see an orbit. Okay? Look at the moon. You don't see the moon orbit the Earth. Look at the sun. You don't see the sun orbit the Earth. You don't see any of the planets orbit the sun. Right? You don't actually see any of that shit. You don't see satellites orbit the Earth. So you got to think, no one has ever observed the full orbit of anything ever in the history of humanity. But everybody thinks, as sure as shit, that orbits, certainly, they fucking definitely exist. And if you don't believe in orbits, you're obviously a fucking delusional fruitcake. Well, who's the delusional fruitcake? The guy that doesn't believe in orbits because no human being has ever seen one, or the guy that believes in orbits even though no human being has ever seen one?
Right. All right. Well, I'm gonna let you go to bed. I don't want to keep you awake. You know, I know you got to get your rest.
Yeah, well, I got to get up and it's going to be like 2 hours now. I actually have to leave here in 2 hours. Fuck. Okay.
Holy moly! You traveling?
Well, I just got to go to a doctor's appointment. It's fucking super early in the morning. I got to go. I got to go like 7. But it's going to take me an hour to get there, so I have to leave at 6. So if I went to bed now, which is 4, I'd get 2 hours sleep. That would be if I could just jump out of bed and start moving, which I can't. So I probably have to get up 30 minutes earlier than that. So that would give me an hour and a half sleep. I can do it.
You have a strong will. You're very smart. You know, you got a strong will, so you can do it. And I appreciate you helping me and on this. This is very interesting stuff. Like I haven't gotten this deep.
Yeah, dude. I hate to brag, dude, but like on Discord, like the Flat Earthers on Discord, this is like the pro league. Every other platform, I'm on X and I'm on Facebook. Well, I don't really use Facebook that much. Only like the server. We have a server Facebook page. And I use that. But like on X and like TikTok and all the other, those fuckers are amateurs. And I hate to say it, there are some people that are on Discord in that, but like the flat Earth, like I hate to say this word, community or whatever you want to call it on Discord, because we actually like have debated this topic more, just because of the platform, the way it works. So we've been churning people for fucking years now, right? I've probably debated, I don't know, it's got to be at least 10,000 people on this topic easily. But if I was on another platform like X or fucking TikTok, after like 5 or 6 years, I might have debated 500. So it's like, it's just the platform. So we've advanced this idea way farther than they have. Like it's same with like on YouTube. Like those people, like on YouTube, they don't really interact. Yeah, they have debates on YouTube about the topic, but they don't really interact with people on a regular basis, right? Like their chat or whatever, and even that is so limited. So we've debated. We have looked at all this, fucking data, and like I've debated PhDs in cosmology, physics, all that. Everyone, like almost everyone in here has. We've debated professionals, academics, you name it, pilots, surveyors, geologists, fucking botanists. Like you pick the fucking profession. We've talked with them about it. Astrophysicists. And
Yeah,
like,
that's exactly my point.
But here's the funny thing is, doesn't matter. They're in 9th grade, sophomore in college, PhD in physics. They all have the same answer. I don't have that information. Magic Science Guy does.
Right. They always appeal to
What
authority.
I mean by Magic Science Guy is they always think that there's somebody out there that has the evidence, right? Okay, they'll make a claim. You go, what's the evidence? Like, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. And if they are a scientist, they go, I don't know. That's not my field of study. There's some other guy that knows. Okay, so we're looking for the other guy. If you know where he is, the Magic Science Guy that has the information, the evidence that confirms the globe, we want to find him. We're looking for him. Okay? If you find him, send him this way. We're looking for Magic Science Guy.
Yeah. So they appeal to authority all the time, basically.
Yeah. I mean, like, no, it's just like, yeah, well, I mean, you could call it appeal to authority or appeal to credentials or whatever.
Yeah.
But basically, it just boils down to they don't know, somebody else knows, and they believe that somebody else knows, and that's why they believe it. They just believe there's somebody else with the information, and they trust that it's out there somewhere. How many times we debated somebody, and they're like, they say something, and then we ask them how they know that, and then they have to look it up. Like, why did you believe it before you had the information from which to base a belief on? You auto believed it. I believe this thing. Okay, what's the evidence of that thing? I don't know. Let me go find it. So you believed it before you had the evidence. You got it? Like this isn't outlier shit. I'm not talking about like strange, weird fucking people. This is the vast majority of globe earthers. They believe something, and then when pressed, have to go find the evidence for what they believe. And then they find the thing, and then it doesn't even say anything that corresponds to what they believe, or the evidence is contrary, or it's just like some other fucking anti-flat earther saying some other bullshit without evidence, right? So they'll link a page that just makes the same claims they make, but on that page actually has no evidence for those claims. These are normal. This is normal par for the course shit that we deal with. Like this topic isn't close. We get in a debate like it isn't close. Like it's not a close debate. It's not even remotely close. That's the fucked up thing.
How many people laugh at us and then boldly claim and confidently claim that the moon phases are caused by Earth's shadow?
How about gravity being caused by the rotation of the Earth?
Oh my gosh. Crazy.
Yeah, we've heard that many times. Or the sun is a burning ball of fire. Or mass is the amount of matter. Or gravity is something falling. Or any number of things, dude. It's just crazy. Yeah, they think eclipses are moon phases. That's one of them. That's a pretty kooky one.
Jeez. So, have you had a guy that's like your toughest opponent, like on here, or has everyone kind of been? Oh, okay.
The only thing that's tough to deal with is like sophistry and shit. Actually, like just dealing with the facts of the matter, that's no. There's no challenge there because they don't have the facts. So it's like, what's the challenge? The only thing we have to deal with is like that's challenging is like dishonest people, people that lie, people that straw man, people that do all sorts of like debating gimmicks, debating tactics. Right? That can be tough to deal with if they're like a clever debater, because you can be a good debater and have no facts and prevail, right? If you're against a weak debater, right? So you can prevail just on bullshit. So we have those type of people try to do stuff. There's a whole group of people, they're called debate bros, and they have all these debate gimmicks. They'll just try to debate any topic, literally, and their thing is to debate. They don't know. They try to win debates not knowing anything about the topic, just using debate tactics. Like one of them is to do a bait and switch immediately in the discussion. That is to state a position, the other side states a counter position, and then in one or two sentences, somehow co-opt and take their position and get them to argue against their own position that they initially did.
Yeah, they heavily rely on their opponent not having a complete understanding of formal logic and debate. Yeah.
Yeah, but they try to do the bait and switch where they get the person like to argue against their own claim.
Right. So that's like.
So that's the difficult shit. It's not the fucking facts of the matter. That's easy.
So the subterfuge
for other people might be
basically.
I'm a freak.
We get people to do that without even trying.
Yeah, I know. We could do that without even trying, bro. Like, dude, just like a run-of-the-mill Glober, he'll come in here and within 3 seconds they'll be fucking throwing their own authorities under the bus and contradicting themselves. It's actually quite humorous. We actually like have events. Like this is an event, like, but we run events. It's called Under the Bus Show, and the thing is, see how long it takes. Like any Glober that comes into debate, see how long it takes them to throw like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye or somebody like one of their heroes under the bus, because all those people have said stuff that contradict like their idea of what the globe is, right? Oh, I saw a freaking Earth curve from an airplane. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see it even from 128,000 feet. Oh, fuck Neil deGrasse Tyson. He doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Like they'll throw their own dude under the bus in 5 seconds.
That's insane. That's the thing about basing your science or your beliefs off of like a false philosophy, I guess you can call this, or whatever you
That's what it
false.
is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. So
Yeah.
if you think about it just from a logical standpoint, because the globe has no sense evidence, right? No perceptive evidence. You can't go out into the world and deduce it's a globe. I ask these guys sometimes, if nobody told you the Earth is a globe, would you have figured it out yourself? And no one's ever said yes. They all say no. That means there's nothing in that physical natural world that they've ever experienced from which they would ever deduce that the Earth's a globe or infer it. That it's completely based upon word of mouth. Now, so you're starting from a position of you have no actual physical evidence of the claim. So to advance, the only way to advance that is to presuppose it. So the presupposition alone, the very fact that they start the claim with an assumption, means they can't prove it. Right? They can't prove it from the get-go because it's assumed. Okay? So just like Eratosthenes, his experiment to so-called measure the assumption of the Earth, or measure the circumference of the Earth, to do that, he has to assume it is a globe before he does it. He could do the experiment before that, but it's his conclusion can't be reached without assuming he was measuring a sphere in the first place. So all globe claims contain this, where they have to assume there's a globe in the first place. Well, this is affirming consequent form of logical fallacy. No globe claim can be maintained logically because it has no axiom from which to start. And an axiom, in no sense of logic, is something that's self-evident. It's not self-evidently a globe. So you have to start from that assumption.
Right. Makes sense. You have to contrive that. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could start with an assumption and presupposition. That's fine, and you can go on to believe whatever it is you fucking want to believe. But you can't prove it deductively through logic that actually is the case. But we're at the state of being in this society where it's like fucking the Earth is a globe is unquestionable truth, right? So just to tell you what happens is they start with the unquestionable truth that only fucking retards think is wrong. And then within interacting with us after 5 minutes, they're showing that all they have is a fucking belief based upon a presupposition that they can't prove. And they fucking go out of their minds, dude. They fucking crash out. Because they went from a fucking goddamn existential fucking certainty to fucking I don't know in 5 minutes. If you probably polled 100 people and you said, what is the thing you're most certain of in this world? They would probably say Earth's a globe.
Jeez.
Yeah, and they don't know that at all. Like even a little bit. Yeah, that's the state of affairs. I mean, I am going to get off. It was nice talking to you. And
yeah,
I gave you a lot of information. And I realized, like, you probably got, I can't even believe you lasted that long. I gave you more than any freaking human being could probably possibly digest in such a short period of time. So, take it in bite-sized chunks. You know what I mean? Don't choke on it.
Yeah.
Typically, when I go on a roll like this with somebody, they can't last, dude. So kudos to you for fucking even putting up with it for that long. I could keep going for another fucking 4 hours. I can dump so much fucking information on you that your fucking brain will turn it to fucking gelatin. Well, it already is kind of gelatin, but I mean actual gelatin. Like strawberry gelatin.
Yeah, it's all going into my subconscious, man. I'm absorbing everything. It's all coming in.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit. But this is a multifaceted topic. There's history, there's science, there's experiments, there's observation, there's philosophy, there's psychology and sociology, and there's a lot of things all tied into this. There's tentacles everywhere that go into like almost because it's in the modern day, the idea of the Earth's a globe is the foundation of existence because it's where you are, right? So this is like how can you answer any question about life if you don't know where you are?
Right. Yeah. That's exactly what I want to do. Like, I want to figure all this stuff out and be fundamentally solid on everything. Like, I don't want to have any gaps, you know?
Yeah, dude. And like seriously, we're not saying, hey, believe us anything. That is definitely not the case. We're not here to convince anybody to be a flat earther. That is not what we're here for.
Right.
Like I just gave you, I gave you a bunch of information that you did not have before.
Exactly.
Now
Yeah.
you can actually make an informed decision about what to think, right? Or maybe where you should go from here. Maybe what they're telling me the Earth's a globe isn't true. Maybe what can I do to test that? What can I do for myself to actually verify what they say is true? Justify my belief in what they say by going out and doing some test, some experiment, long distance observation, laser test. I mean, I didn't even get to the Bolivian salt flats. The Bolivian salt flats are just, that's the end. Like, the Bolivian salt flats are a 43,000 square mile salt flat that when it rains, it fills up with like 3 inches of water. But when it fills up with 3 inches of water, it makes like a perfect giant fucking mirror. Okay? Now look in the chat. I want to show you something.
Bolivian salt flats. Got it.
There's the Bolivian salt flats. Now, what happens when you see the reflection of a curved mirror? It's distorted, right? The image is distorted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like those it's like when you go in the circus, right?
Watch this video. This is the Bolivian salt flats. This is how undistorted the mirror is.
You just put that in the lobby, India.
Oh shit. Yeah, thanks, dude.
No worries, man.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, it's in there now. Now this video is gonna blow your fucking mind. Blew my mind when I saw it.
So it should be distorting, right?
Yeah. So what should happen is that the reflection. So you got the reflection and the sky, right? So you got the sky and the reflection of the sky. They should not be symmetric. You know what I mean by symmetric, right? So they shouldn't be mirror images of each other. One should look a little different than the other one. Should be distorted. Like the spacing should be different. So what the spacing should be is as you look further and further up in the horizon, the reflection distances relative to the sky should be compressed because the Earth curving down from you is less surface area. So it's projecting on a smaller surface. That means it can't look the same because you're looking at less surface area than the sky.
Wow, that's crazy. And what would a globe earther say when they see this? What would they say?
There's some things globe earthers don't respond to. They don't respond to shit like this.
They just say no. They just say like no. I gotta go.
Just change the subject, man. There's some observations that are so fucking crushing that they just change the subject. This is one of them. So they won't talk about the Bolivian salt flats. There's some tests that were done on a frozen lake they won't talk about. They won't talk about some tests that were done at Salton Sea. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that they just change the subject. And it's like, because it's like, bro, like I told you, there's psychology and sociology involved in this. People's identity is linked to the globe. So like you take that away from them, it's like, what do they have? They have to reevaluate their entire fucking life. And they're not ready for that. So they better to just ignore it and move on and fricking go through a crisis right here on the live stream. Like,
right. They'll appeal to a derivative, right?
Well, we've seen
they'll
the crisis.
Appeal to a derivative. Yeah. Because instantly they'll be like, but then how do eclipses work? Right? It's like
no, that's not the real crisis. The real crisis is, I don't know anything is true. I could be a brain injury.
Absolutely, yeah. Then yeah. Sometimes after they've accused us of doing that, like, you know what I mean? Like, because we'll question like, well, how do you know that that's a real photo? from space, right? How do you authenticate that? Oh, well, how do you know anything's true? How do you know anything's real then? It's like,
Have you seen your brain? You haven't seen your brain, so how do you know you have
right,
one?
right.
Oh my gosh. Is that really what they say? They say stuff like that all the time?
Oh, bro. We call them, we have a nickname for them. We call them the 99 percenters. So check this out. We had a streamer, a guy named Mr. Sensible. He actually flew like a high altitude balloon, take a bunch of photographs, thought he proved the curve of the earth. He came in this chat and debated AB. Okay, he's a dude, one of our members. So he's live streaming while he's debating AB. Okay? And AB asked him, because he's like, he said something like, well, I can never be 100% sure about anything. And AB's like, well, are you talking on Discord right now? He's like, I don't know. I can't be 100% sure of that. And then he goes, well, are you sitting in a chair? Do you know if you're sitting in a chair right now? Now, this dude is live streaming while he's sitting in a chair. And he's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm sitting in a chair. Okay? So this is where their mind has to go. That if the Earth is not a globe, nothing is real.
These are not the droids you are looking for.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Exactly. Rumpus even said he'd sign himself into a mental institution if he had to accept that the Earth is flat.
That's crazy. Like, I guess people's realities really are that tied to this stuff. Like, I'm not even like, design our own tool. Even when I was younger and I was like taught this stuff, I never really like attached myself to that to the point where I would be like imploding because somebody told me that it's not true, like about globes and stuff. Like, I don't know how people are that like attached to this stuff. Maybe it's because like a sci-fi, maybe because like a sci-fi movies or like Star Trek.
I mean, I think that's the difference though. Because I wasn't attached to the globe, even though I knew a lot about like, modern cosmology, science, and all the shit. I wasn't attached to it. So when I saw something like the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away, when I saw that video and them saying it's a mirage, and me going, "Well, that's not a fucking mirage. That's not what a mirage looks like," right? And that's what started me down the road of investigating it. When I investigated, I wasn't on like. I didn't care one way or the other, like which one it was. So, like, it didn't matter to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, I'm like a guy who just like accepts the truth. I don't look for coping mechanisms or try to find like a way to like escape the truth. Like, I just accept what it is. Like, if I see it in front of me, and I just accept it. Like, I don't try to like, make up lies or cope about it, because a lot of people do that for some reason. I guess they're just so like they're scared to be rejected by society, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe they don't like the fact that they're not conforming. I have no idea, but it's not easy though. I will say that much. If you're like someone who's accepting the truth, it's very difficult because you're kind of a pariah, a social pariah sometimes at some points, because you have to, accept certain things that most people won't accept.
I think it's more like a claustrophobic feeling, like existential dread. Like not knowing. You know how?
Yeah, that's exactly what it
fear
is,
of not
man.
knowing, something like that. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Existential dread.
It's existential dread, dude. Yes.
So like not knowing something.
You've never heard that term before?
Yeah.
No. What is it? What do go on a little about it?
It's almost like facing your own mortality. It's like that.
Really?
Instead of you like facing your mortality as you might die, it's more like you're afraid that you might live.
Wow.
Well, we're
afraid of being alive, dude. I might live, and it might not be a globe that I live on.
Yeah, it's actually like your whole life you grew up thinking and believing that we knew what we knew. You know what I mean? So it was like that being taken away in an instant, and then you're just left with this emptiness. This this panic. You know what I mean? Of holy crap, what is it? what am I? What, you know what I mean? It's like it all comes back like you were wrong
Yeah,
about
like
everything.
yeah, a
Like,
perception of you have a perception of your
yeah,
own existence and how you exist and where you exist and all those things.
yeah,
Everybody does this how they operate in the world. But like imagine like the foundation of that is wrong and you have to like you but the thing is that's like the foundation of like your entire everyday life of everything you do. When you get up for work, like you know, where you kiss your wife, like everything is based upon you made all your life's choices based upon that. Then you find out that one of the frickin' pillars of that crumbles. Now what? Right? I made all these choices for the wrong fucking reasons, based upon the wrong things. Now, like how you perceived yourself, like your self-image, that's destroyed because it was based upon a fucking false idea. Right? That you're a fucking human being on an infinite, on a little speck of human being, right? Big Bang, evolution, all that shit. But you're on a ball in a uncaring near infinite fucking vacuum, and you know you expect a dust, in that to some degree you don't matter, and you're not special, and the Earth's not special, and nothing about existing is special, and the sun's gonna blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, so who gives a fuck? Okay, you go from that to oh, fuck, dude. This shit does matter. Am special. The Earth is special. All this shit's important. It's all created. And I just fucking wasted 50 years of my fucking life.
yeah. But it's like you know, if you believe in God, it's like the idea of being separated from love. You know, from yeah, you know what I mean. From you know the thing that gives you that comfort. You know what I mean. When you go to sleep, you can sleep. You know, because you're comforted by security. You know what I mean? Knowing God exists and love. You know, so imagine being separated from that forever. You know, something like that. That kind of dread. You know, when it comes to like an atheist or a person who doesn't know or doesn't believe in a creator or God.
I think I see what you're saying. It's like someone
It's
who's
like
a
finding out you're
nihilist.
adopted or something. Imagine finding
Yeah.
out you're adopted. That's like a soft version of that, right? Even like finding out you're adopted isn't even as bad as like being a hardcore Glober and then finding out the Earth is flat. It's even worse. That sensation is worse than even finding out you're adopted.
It's like I'm assuming it's like a nihilist.
It would be more like you think like all the books that you've ever read, all the TV shows you've ever saw said you weren't adopted, and then they're all wrong, and then you find out you are adopted. It would be more like that.
Yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Because like if you accept this stuff, you're like this globe stuff, you have to be a nihilist in a sense, right? Because you believe in all these theories and oh, we're gonna die in 4.5 billion years or whatever, and everything means nothing. We're on a ball spinning.
Yeah, because I've
All
told
came
both.
about by chance.
I've been telling them this recently that like their whole like they've adopted a philosophical worldview without knowing it, and that's the Copernican principle. The Copernican principle says that the Earth holds no unique place in the universe, and it's just like everything else. Which is why people come in here and go, "Well, there's balls in the sky, and if the Earth is like everything else and not unique, then Earth must be a ball in the sky." Right? Real simple. That the logic is flawless. The problem is the claim that Earth is not unique. Like, where'd you get that from? Right? That's
Because
a
they believe.
philosophical evaluation, right? That's not like there's no evidence
Yeah.
for that. You have no idea if the Earth is unique or not. But actually, your evidence is the Earth is unique because only here is life. And
That's
only
right.
here.
Not even in their own paradigm is that true.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yep.
geometric optics, right? Because the light from the bottom of a distant object hits the ground before reaching your eyes, right? We all heard about those boats, right? And none of you guys ever proved up.
You would have to.
Okay.
You would have. I
Okay.
didn't answer you. I didn't answer you. Why are you answering for me? Okay.
There is a
You
solar
asked me a
system or
question.
no?
Are you going to let me answer? Do you want me to answer the question, or do you just want to talk? Because
Okay,
do you
answer.
want to
There
know
is a
what I'm
solar
claiming, or
system?
do you just want to tell me what I'm claiming?
Answer then.
Okay, so
said that they wouldn't be able to do anything that they do without all of the funding that they get from NASA, billions and billions of dollars. People already don't trust NASA, so it's kind of like SpaceX is kind of the new NASA in a way. But when it comes to the footage, right, they can easily fake that footage. I think that there's a huge fraud going on personally when it comes to satellite launches. People aren't allowed to launch their own satellites without handing it over to one of these giant space companies to hitch a ride on their rocket. And yeah, I don't trust them because they've provably faked a lot of footage in the past.
Yeah.
It would be pretty crazy.
When did you realize, or when did you discover that the Earth was flat? Because I assume that you went to school.
Yeah,
when
of
did
course.
when did you realize?
Well after school. So yeah, I heard about it first in 2017, and then I spent, about a year looking into it, researching more about the globe. I realized how little I actually knew about this technical information about the globe. So I spent a lot of time learning about the globe and trying to debunk flat Earth because I thought it was stupid. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat Earth arguments made sense, and the observations that the flat Earthers were sharing were very intriguing. So I ended up deciding to go out and validate those observations myself by repeating them. And I went and did a whole series of tests myself. And the test that I did confirmed that there's no curvature over the surface of water. And since then, I've done so much research. And the more I look into it, the less evidence I find for the globe, and the more evidence we find for the Earth being a flat plane of some kind. Right? I'm not claiming I know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth, but the measurements, the empirical evidence shows that the surface of water over large distances doesn't curve.
Wait, so the opposite of curve is flat, sir. So you are claiming that the shape of the Earth is flat.
No, flat's not a shape, Robert. What the hell?
I understand. I understand. I'm just telling you that the opposite of curve is flat. So you are determining that the
Curve's
Earth
not a
is
shape.
entirely
Curve's
flat.
not a shape, and flat's not a shape.
That's what I just said to you. You're determining by saying it's flat that there's no curvature because the opposite of curvature is flat. So you're telling us here in this room that the entire Earth is flat. That's what you're telling us.
No, that's not what I said. I said the surface of
So only water is
surface of
flat.
this. Yeah, the surface of water is approximately flat, right? Obviously, we have waves and tides and things like that. But in this context, it would be the surface not dropping over distance as claimed on the globe.
Okay, so again, I'm saying to you that only water is flat on this planet, on this place that we exist. That's what I'm saying to you. So the Earth could
Do
be
you think?
that water is flat, correct?
Well, 72% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water, so you can't have that and have a globe at the same time.
Okay, you cannot eliminate the 30% just willy nilly. You get what I'm saying to you?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so
So
what
can
I'm
you
saying
draw
is,
me a picture? Can you draw me a
okay,
picture of a globe, right? That
okay,
has
okay.
that has 70% water on the surface that's flat. I'd like to see that artwork. That would be freaking hilarious.
Sir, we have a globe in your very room. It's called the globe.
What?
Yes,
There's
sir.
no globe in my room. I
Okay,
don't
you
have a
took it out.
globe in my
In
room.
your library, there's literally a globe. It is a drawing. Hold on, I'm almost finished with him. It's a drawing of water on the globe with
Yeah,
30%
curving.
of Earth.
Yeah, it's a drawing.
Yes,
Drawings
exactly.
aren't
That's what you're
real.
asking for. That's what you're asking for.
No. I want, right? So we want you said that if 70% of the water, right, the surface area of the Earth is flat
Right,
water,
flat.
then the other 30% of the land could somehow make the flat water into a globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you, you have determined that all 72% of the water on Earth is flat. That's what you did. That's what you told us here today. That means
No,
you should
that's
be
not
able.
what I
Hold
said.
on. Okay,
This is what I said. Let me
okay,
correct you really quickly. Right.
okay,
So
go ahead.
this is what I said, right? So every time we test the surface of water in various locations,
Okay.
we don't detect the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I didn't say that I checked every single square inch of water over the entire Earth.
Good. Now, so you are admitting that you do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is entirely flat. You do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is not a globe. Please, just say that.
Right. So if the Earth was a globe and gravity was pulling everything towards the center of mass, that means that every single 10-mile body of water on the entire globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature. So if we measured just and confirmed, right, just one or a few sections, or say a couple of hundred sections, right, didn't have that curvature that must be there, right, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
How? Did you account? Hold on. Did you account for every single phenomena on our globe?
Yes.
Okay, so you accounted for the 1% refraction. You accounted for your height versus the distance of the object that you're looking for. Is that what you did?
Yes. Yes.
And also, okay, so what we want you to do is to show us your numbers where you accounted for refraction, you accounted for your distance, your height, accounted for the distance of the object that you look for, and that's what we want right now in this room. Please provide that, and then tell us. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. How did you determine that all of that, when compiled together, means the Earth is entirely flat? Go ahead.
All right. So here's the test in the side chat. Here's one out of many tests. Okay, so this guy here, he's a PhD in optics, right? He specializes in spectrophotometry. His name's Dr. John D.
That's
right?
an appeal
This test
to
was
credential.
this
That's not a
this
credential appeal.
no
We don't want
no.
credentials.
That's
We want
he's not
everything.
correct.
We want you.
He's not correct. You don't need to interrupt, right? And you need to calm down a little bit. So, okay, so in this, right? So I'm just telling you who did it. I didn't appeal to any credentials. I just told you the guy who did it, right? And what his
we want
credentials
an
are.
average everyday person. An average everyday
Oh,
person.
so it would be you would prefer that someone that isn't an expert does the test.
Absolutely, yes. Because you asked us,
Why?
you guys asked us for that. I can produce to you an amateur rocket launch. I can do that to you right now. I can put it in your side chat. And the camera on that rocket showed the globe when it reached the appropriate altitude. Now, give me
hold on a second, right? So you're trying to run away from this test, right? So your problem with this test. Hold on, right? So you demanded it, the test, right? And then you wanted to go over it, and now you're trying to change the topic. And the reason that you're dismissing this test is because the guy is too qualified.
Yes. because it's a credential fallacy. Yes, I
No,
don't
I
want
didn't. I didn't
that.
say it's correct. I didn't
I
say
don't
it's
want
correct.
because
Hold on. Hold on. No, I didn't. I didn't say he's correct because he has credentials. So it's
no,
not
no,
a
no.
credentials
Okay.
fallacy.
Yes, you led with his doctor. We know what you're doing. That's a psychological move that you did. You led with his credentials. You shouldn't have.
No, I was just telling you who he is.
No. Don't say his name.
It's like an added bonus, right? It's an added bonus that this guy is actually an expert in refraction. So it's actually just an added bonus, right?
Right.
Yeah. Like Robert's never appealed to his own alleged credentials.
No. I'm
His
using your
his
argument
bachelor's
against.
degree.
I'm using your argument against us. You say we do a credential fallacy because
No, I
Dr. Neil
didn't. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. Right.
Oh,
So
you
I
guys
was
have
just
never said
trying.
that.
I was just trying to present a test, right?
Okay.
That you demanded.
Right.
Okay. Now I've presented the test, and you're
Right.
trying to run away from the test.
No. I'm looking at your test. Your test is already debunked.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because he did not provide the fact that he did not raise his height. He needs to provide that.
No, he did. He actually changed the height, and he did. So what? How do you know all about the test when you haven't even studied it yet?
I know because I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
What height?
Right now.
Yeah. What heights did he do the test from?
We don't know.
No, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so why are you saying the height? Something about the height not being correct when you don't know the height?
Not correct in the video. Look at it again, sir.
Okay, so what's the correct height?
The correct height should be in his video for a 10-mile observation, sir. He needs to be at a minimum of 12 feet.
Why?
Oh, yeah, because we can duplicate that on the globe. We can duplicate
No,
it on the globe.
but why is his height? Why is the height that he did it from incorrect?
Because he's seen something 10 miles. If he put something 4 feet off the ground or 2 feet off the ground, he will never see that object.
Oh, okay. Well, he put it 6 inches off the ground.
Oh, 6 inches worse. He will never see that object. He's a liar. He raised the height.
Okay. Well, no. He did it from first. First, he did it from 1 meter. So cool, right? So you just agreed that this debunks the globe.
No. It debunks what he's doing. He's lying to you because you can never.
Oh, okay. So
6 inches.
So he live streamed the entire test.
Okay, you believe
he
it?
live streamed it.
Were you there?
No, he live streamed it. It's on multiple people's YouTube channels that were there, all live streaming it at the same time.
Okay. You remember when the flat earthers and the globers did it on Discovery Channel? Yeah.
Okay, so this is your rebuttal is that this observation would be impossible on a globe.
It's impossible
right?
on
And if it's real, if it's not faked, then it would debunk the globe.
Absolutely, it would. Absolutely.
Well, there we go. Thank you, sir.
So there we go. Thank you, guys. So
globe
the
debunked.
The guy lied. He obviously raised the height of his observation. He did it in the video, and we can see it. I'm watching the video right now.
What height do you think? What height do you think he raised it to?
Oh, he raised it to the appropriate height to see 10 miles. Period. That's all he did.
Okay, where did he do that in the video?
Look at the video again. Watch the video. Watch the video again.
What's the height necessary to view the horizon distance with 10 miles?
Right. You see, the thing is, guys, watch the video. I just watched the video. He literally raised.
Just watch the video.
He's a liar.
What's the height? What's the height, Robert? What's the height? What's the height necessary for him to achieve that sort of distance?
Right. So
that view.
Okay, not a problem. So all we have to do is take 2 times the radius of the Earth times the observer's height. Take the square root of that sum, and you'll get that distance. Right. That is the formula for the curvature.
Tell us what it is. Tell us what the altitude. What height does he need to be to see 10 miles?
Every time I go and do this test, it matches the globe. So
what height? Tell me the height. Tell me the height he needed to achieve to view 10 miles.
Let's do the formula together. Are you ready?
Yeah, go, do it.
2 times radius. 2 times 4,000.
So what's
8,000.
so what's
right?
the height?
Times
What's the height?
times the observer's height. Okay, sorry. You. So what you're going to do now? The distance is 10 miles that he's looking at.
People,
right?
this is
So you do the
stay away
reciprocal.
from crack cocaine.
Oh no, brother, it's okay. I'm doing the math. I know it's complicated. One of the problems with flat earthers is that you didn't study math. That is why you're a flat earther.
All right, so we can see here, right? So we can see here in the side chat, right? We can see the actual transit of the laser that was live streamed, okay? And we can actually see them. We can actually see them measuring the height of the laser, right? This was also live streamed.
Right.
On multiple, not on just one, right? So the person on this side of the body of water was live streaming, and the other person, Roxanne, on the other side was also streaming, and then there was a third guy streaming at the same time. They also shot lasers from both sides back at the other side.
Right.
Okay, so you've admitted that if this is real, it would debunk the globe. So anyone, relax. Hold on, don't finish my sentence. I was going to say something different.
Finish the garbage.
Anyone can watch this video.
I just did.
You'll be able. You'll be able to see that this video is legitimate and obviously isn't faked, and there's not even anywhere to put the laser up to some crazy height that would be required for this to work on a globe.
Oh wait, all you have to do is 6 feet, 6 feet for 3 miles. He cannot raise the laser. He cannot raise the laser 8 feet.
The horizon would be at 3 miles from 6 feet.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an example. He did it 6 inches off the ground. He is lying.
No, he did it 1 meter. First.
1 meter, right? And he's not 10 miles.
Let me go. I'll go over it all, right? So first, this is what he did. He had the target on the other side at 1 meter, and he had his laser measured at 1 meter. Okay, he got a direct hit. Then what he wanted to do was start lowering the laser to see how low he could get the laser and still get a direct hit. So then he put the laser down to 0.7 meters, and then he put the laser down to 0.5 meter, and then he put the laser down to 15 centimeters, which is about 6 inches. And he showed you the measurement. He shows you everything being done live, and he got a direct hit on the far side, right? And the far side camera was at 70 centimeters.
Is anybody riding on top of the laser beam?
No, nobody's riding on top of the laser beam, whatever that means.
So what I'm saying to you, hold on, guys, just what I'm saying to you is that unless you can show us the laser beam traveling to its target, you have nothing.
Yeah, so it's in the side chat just there, right? So it says yes, right? See where it says yes? So the last two screenshots, right? You can see the laser beam going all the way across to the target.
We see a laser beam. We don't know the height of where it is coming from. That is not in the video.
Yeah, it's in the next. It's in the next.
Only thing in the video is a claim of height.
No, it's in the video. It's in the video, and it's live streamed, and you can see them there with the tape measure.
I see them, sir.
Yeah, are
they following the beam and doing the tape measure on the surface of the water, sir? No.
No, it's hitting the target on the other side.
No, sir. The reason why he hit the target is he raised the emitter, sir.
No, he didn't raise the emitter.
Yes,
you can see. You can see, and if you watch the video, you'll see that he didn't do that.
Yes, he did, sir. He did raise the emitter. You cannot hit a target 10 miles away for 15 inches off the ground. Impossible.
Because you're convinced the Earth is a globe, and it's impossible for him to achieve the results he did at that height. Therefore, he's lying.
No. I'm lying because he's not showing you.
Yes. That's your argument,
brother. So you just said you were lying.
Brother, he needs to show us the measurement of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the target. That's what he needs to do.
He did that.
No, sir. You're a liar. He did. No one is out in the middle of the water.
This has to be a comedy act.
No one is out in the middle of the water saying, "Okay, here's a laser beam. Let me measure above the water to that light." No one is doing that.
Dude, all those times I banned you, I could have been getting this great content each time.
Of course, because you're a troll. You're a troll, dude. Listen, brother. Again, give us what we need. This is what we need. We want somebody measuring the laser off the top of the water to hit the target every time. You can't produce it. All you have is somebody. Somebody saying, "Oh, I'm
we
here."
just showed you that. We just showed you that in this video.
No, no, no one is in the middle of the ocean measuring the height of the beam going to its target.
Why
No
is
one.
doing this that you're demanding? Where's these standards formed by Globers?
Yes, we have it. We have it.
No, you do not, liar.
Yes,
We've
we
been
do.
waiting for you. We've been waiting for you for years to produce these constant same
Yes, we do.
results every time.
Yes, we do. We
These
have it.
consistent results. Yeah,
We
go
have
on,
it. We
show
have
us.
it. I'm going to
Show
show
us.
you. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put it in the side chat. Literally, there is an ISS in orbit around the Earth, and I can show you a video of it.
Oh my God, that's not somebody measuring the distance between the surface of the water and the laser over 10 miles?
Sure, you can't.
You're crazy, bro.
The ISS
Talking
wouldn't
about
work
the standards you just placed on us. Now, I'm asking you where the globe sides tests are using those standards.
Sir, I'm just letting you know that the ISS would not work on a flat surface, period. Period.
Right? Yeah, see, deflection. Deflection.
No, that's our measurement. The ISS goes around the Earth every 90 minutes. You can take a photograph of it. I have done that.
Cool story, bro.
So funny,
Right.
bro.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that at different locations. The ISS going around the Earth 17,000 miles per hour. That is your globe.
You also told us that you have extensive photography of being at the ocean and looking out across the ocean and only being able to see 3.5 miles.
You can. I have done that. Yes, I've done.
Yeah, where is it? We're still waiting for it. For you to show us it.
No, I didn't videotape it. But I'm just letting you know. The sun set.
Yeah, and then when we ask you, you show that stupid thing from National Geographic, which shows the horizon beyond the target.
You heard what he said?
Like,
he said stupid. You heard him, DJ. He said it's stupid. That means I can say your observation is stupid.
Wow, this is so funny.
No.
Yeah, I got a new one to show you, Robert. You probably haven't seen this one. Right,
show me.
This is our friend Lanolin, right? Very nice guy. He's got a documentary out, which I can share with you if you like. But here's a side view of a 6-mile laser transit. Not the one that I posted in the side chat, right? So it's coming, right? This one, right? This is a side view of a 6-mile laser transit, and he's using one of the most powerful consumer collimated laser beams that you can get on the like civilian market, right? So this picture here, okay, this is a long exposure, so you could get a really good clean shot of the beam, right? So his tripod goes down to a minimum of 3 feet height. So the laser is 3 feet height, and he's on a frozen lake in Alaska, and he's shooting the laser beam across, and you can see that the laser beam, right, isn't curving at all, and the Earth also isn't curving at all over this entire 6-mile distance. Okay. When the laser beam.
Okay, remember, light is not going to curve like that unless it's in a gravity well, right? So you're going to see that light travel very straight, right? The Earth. This is what you're going to see happen.
Straight.
This is what you're going to see happen.
That was my point.
First picture. I love your first picture. As you can see, the surface of the water is getting closer to the beam. Everybody can see that in the picture. That's your curvature.
No, that's called perspective convergence.
Give me that number. Give me that number for perspective. Go ahead.
Okay, so the beam would be getting, if the Earth's a globe. Listen, Robert. Listen for a second. Right. So if the Earth was a globe, the beam would be getting further away from the surface of the water, not closer to it. Okay. It's meant that if the water was curving away, right, from the beam, that means that the beam should be getting further away from the surface of water before it gets to the other side. So you're arguing for some kind of concave Earth right now.
No.
Curves upward.
The side that it is emitting from, right, is closer to the beam.
Yeah,
Yes.
but the Earth should curve away from you.
Yeah. It's in your picture. The receiving end is closer to us. The Earth, the ground is further away from the beam.
Which end do you think's the receiving end?
The receiving end is the end that's closest to us.
No, that's the laser.
No, sir. Show us that.
Yeah, that's the laser, right? Lasers also diverge, right? This is laser beams aren't that collimated.
We don't see the laser. All we see is a beam, and
that's a laser right there. That's the laser. That is the laser. That's the laser shooting out across to the other side.
That's the laser shooting out to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, on this, in your first picture.
Yeah, the first picture.
Okay,
that's the laser on the tripod there, and it's shooting across to the other side.
On your tripod. Right.
That's a laser, yeah.
Okay, right. So even in that picture, it is showing you the curvature of the Earth, right? Because here's the issue that you're having, right? As objects get further away, we expect them to angularly dissipate, right? That's what we expect. Just like right? Just like a car is further away from you, it's smaller, right? So as it gets closer to you, it's larger. That's simple. That's a simple explanation. This does not tell us anything. Even if the emitter is on this side or the emitter is on the other side, which is what I really think it is. I think your picture is fake because nobody was there. But nonetheless,
someone's obviously taking a photo, right?
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it could be fake. Remember, I can give you the photo of the Japan probe, the Osiris X probe taking a photo of the Earth. What are you going to say? Go ahead.
How would you ever validate that? That's just faith.
No. We can validate that.
He's running away.
No, we can. No, I'm not running away. We can validate that. All the numbers are there. We know when the rocket launched. We know who created it. We have the video of the launch. We have all of those things, just like what you have here.
Right, but as soon as the rocket goes out of view, you don't know what happens.
Okay, so when the rocket goes out of view, an assumption is made by flat earthers that it is gone to Narnia.
No, nobody said that. Right, I'm just saying you can't.
You are
once it goes out,
you're invalidating. You're invalidating.
No, I didn't. Nobody said that. Please don't lie. Nobody said that it's going to Narnia. Okay, what I'm saying is that once it goes out of your view,
right?
Okay, then you have to watch the rest of it on a television screen or a phone screen or a computer screen, that kind of thing. And now you, once again, right, you can never validate, right? It's very easy to fake footage.
Oh, it's very easy to fake that footage right there.
What footage?
The
footage that was live streamed. It was live streamed on 3 different live streams simultaneously.
So you've never heard of them faking live streams?
Yeah, people can fake live streams, but anyone that watches the video can see that this is not faked, right?
Really?
And you already admitted. You already admitted, right? So you already admitted that this observation, if it wasn't faked, it would debunk the globe. And I think that that's pretty funny because
no, solid. That's why I'm saying to you. It's fake. It's false.
So all you would have to do, right, is go out and do your own laser tests, and you can also be someone that knows that the Earth's not a globe as well.
Good. Right. In my country, we have 3 mile buoys. The sun sets at that 3 mile buoy every single time. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you stand there, that sun gets cut off, same diameter every single time. How does that happen on a flat Earth? It's impossible.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence of the 3 mile horizon?
Okay, where's your evidence that this photo is not fake? Please.
Yeah, you don't.
Please. I'm just letting you know. Everything can be fake.
If you think it's fake, you don't have to believe it, right? So this is what we say. Okay, don't trust anything we say. You can go out and replicate these things yourself. Unlike unlike your probe footage, right? Unlike your space footage, you can't go and replicate that. But you can go out and you can buy a laser, right? You claim that you have a P900. You can go out and show us the observations that match a globe.
build a probe and take it and build it and send it up, DJ. Yes, you can.
Who did that? What private civilian built a probe and sent
Okay.
it up?
Okay. I can show you amateur rocket footage, right? That shows you when that rocket is launched. It shows you the Earth is curved. I can show you that.
Okay, all right. So then we would have to start going over how much curvature you would see from that height, what percentage of the surface you would see from that height, and what type of lens is being used. And then we can go over specifics of how the lens was being used, because I already know what you're going to show, and I already can debunk it really easily.
Okay, no problem. Just like so yours is debunked. You're going to debunk mine. So we're at an impasse.
No, you didn't debunk anything. You just said it's fake. It has to be fake because it wouldn't work on a globe.
No, it's debunked. The guy cannot see 6 inches off the ground. The laser is raised off the surface of the ground. It's literally raised off the surface of the ground. That's how he hit the target. Everybody can see that in the video.
6 inches is above the surface of the ground.
Yes, he raised it above 6 inches.
Yeah, he also did it from 1 meter, and he did it from 0.7 meters, and he did it from 0.15 meters.
So what he did was showed you hitting the target at 7 meters. That's all he did. Every time.
7 meters.
Right.
Where do you have any evidence of that?
It's in your video.
Where? What's the timestamp?
You said he hit the target at 7 meters. Didn't you not say that?
No, he hit the target from 0.7 meters.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 7 meters. Okay. So the height that he hit the target, when he hit the target, it was at the appropriate height for the globe.
No.
Yes.
No. Right. So from the highest height.
Okay. I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
Do you want to see the mathematics? Do you want to see? You're not going to pay me $1,000.
I would pay you $1,000 if you and I go out, raise an emitter 0.7
Dude, I'm not going anywhere near you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't want to go anywhere near you either. I'm just letting you know that your video
seem like
is
a psycho.
No, you sound like a psycho, dude. The only reason why you are a flat earther is because you are susceptible to conspiracy.
The guy that's been banned over 50 times and keeps coming back in alt
No.
accounts?
No. It's more than that. It's 70 times. 71 times.
Exactly. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. What the fuck?
Yes. I will keep coming and having this discussion because you guys are wrong.
Right, but you didn't do very well today. I mean, all you said that was if the observation's real, then it would debunk the globe, right? Okay. And then you made a baseless claim that he's having to lift the camera up to some crazy height for it to work on a globe.
Not a crazy height.
Not crazy height. Now you're saying that it would work on a globe if he had the camera at 0.7 meters, which is not true mathematically.
Right, the amateur video of them seeing the globe, a rocket launch, if that's true, is flat Earth debunked?
No, I can debunk the video.
Oh, so I debunk yours.
No, I can debunk the video with an actual rebuttal, not just saying it's fake.
No. I did it with an actual rebuttal. There's nobody measuring the light off the surface of the ground of the water all the way.
You can see them. Okay, so it's hitting the receiver. It's hitting the receiver. Okay, he's measuring it at the transit end, and he's also hitting the target at the target end.
Yeah, but who's measuring it in the middle of the water?
Why would it have to be measured in the middle? We can see it going across the water.
That is how you keep him honest.
Okay, what do you think the height of the laser would be in the middle of the lake?
It would be, remember, your Earth is flat. So if he's hitting a 10-mile target when his emitter is 6 inches off the ground, the height of the laser off top of the water is 6 inches. That's what we want to see. Right.
Yeah, so that's what we can see.
No, you can't see it. Brother, can you see oxygen?
No, but I can see the laser beam right here in the picture.
Yeah, but you cannot see the measurement. Come on now, be honest. Can you see the measurement?
Yeah, we can see.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
you going to
You want
are
me
you
to
going to
show?
lie? Don't lie. Don't
No,
lie.
I'm going to show. I'll show you the measurement. How about that?
Don't lie. Don't lie. Oh, so now, you're in trouble.
You want me to, you want me to show you the measurement?
No, hold on. You're in trouble because I asked you for this earlier. Show me the height of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the receiver. Go ahead. I asked you for this earlier.
He didn't measure it all the way to the receiver, but you can see it traveling straight across the water.
Then it's fake.
This will be good for the gander. So you show us the same.
Then it's fake.
It's fake. It's fake. Yeah, it's fake.
It's fake
because
it's fake.
It's fake.
How many centimeters do we have to measure it each time we measure it?
Fake.
Like, do we have to have 60 billion tape measures all the way across to measure the height the whole way?
No, you don't need that much.
How many?
You just need to be able to see the previous one. That's all you need to be able to do.
Can you see the picture in the side chat of the laser beam going straight across?
Oh no, how high is it above the water?
1 meter.
No. How do you know? Is that written there?
Yes, he measured it. He showed you the measurement of it while he was shooting the laser.
You know what I'm asking for, and you can't produce it. Again, we need somebody who is following the laser and taking iteration measurements across the water.
So here you go. Right.
Okay,
What height do you think the tripods are here?
No. I'm asking for the laser beam.
This is the two laser beams right here. So he's not using one laser beam; he's using two laser beams. This is the same test.
So we need the measurement of the height of the laser beam of the water for both of those laser beams. Yeah, we need that.
So when I show you that, are you going to cope again?
No,
right,
no coping.
I'm going to show you them measuring the laser beams and the targets.
I asked you for this earlier. You refused to give it to me. You're coping because now you understand what I'm asking for, right?
You said you wanted to know the height of the laser beams, and I posted it.
All the way, from the emitter, all the way. I want it all the way to the receiver. That's what I want. That's what we want. We want somebody following the laser beam.
We don't have that.
And then saying, okay, good. Fake.
Fake.
It's debunked.
So how's the beam hitting the target then, if there's earth curvature in between?
Easy. When it hit the target, when he hit the target, he raised the emitter height.
What?
Yes.
So what about you, Robert? Do you have what you're asking for? Do you have an example of what you're asking for?
I have the ISS.
So you're just being a schizo, got it.
No, I have the ISS. I have the ISS.
It's pretty weak.
Right, so hold on.
He doesn't have shit.
Hold on. I've spoken to astronauts that were on the ISS and astronauts who are there right now. And by the way, you can call them right now. There's a radio frequency you can call those astronauts.
If someone tells you something, that's really good evidence.
Okay, the brother told you in this video that his emitter was a constant 6 inches, and he can't show you that in the video.
Yeah, I can show you a video of a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat, so the Earth must be flat.
Oh yeah, it's flat at certain heights. Everybody agrees with that. It has a radius value of 4,000 miles. That means
a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat. An astronaut.
Yeah. There are other astronauts who say the Earth is flat at 20,000 feet.
He says that the Earth is flat.
Right. There's a lot of people.
He didn't say it 20,000 feet. He just said the Earth's flat.
Oh, so he didn't give you all the information then. Uh-oh.
So maybe, all right, you're batshit crazy, dude.
No, dude, he needs to tell you his altitude. He was. That's simply it.
Yeah, he's an astronaut, so he went to space. Yeah. He went into low Earth orbit.
At 30,000 feet, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's not low Earth orbit.
Can I say something?
Please, yeah.
My guy, no offense to you or anything, but you're not doing any global duty here. Dude, you really sound like you're schizophrenic or something, bro.
Okay. So that's your comeback.
You sound like a schizophrenic because you either
It's literally this that
come back.
because they didn't measure the laser and the distance between the water at multiple increments over the transit, right?
Exactly.
That it must be fake, and because it shows results which contradict the globe.
Exactly. And guess what? I have a probe
Yeah.
that took a photo. Hold on. Wait. This is one more thing.
Classic.
I have a probe that took a photo of the Earth from 24,000 miles away, and you're going to say it's fake.
You don't have that picture. That's not your picture. You don't have a picture.
We don't even
Someone
have
else
pictures from
They
24,000
presented
miles
to you
away,
something
bro.
that they claim is that, but you don't have it.
Yo, look at the side chat.
What do you know?
You
Those are
still
some
with us,
good
Robert?
clips.
Yeah,
That you left
that's going to be a hilarious clip for sure.
So you
Robert.
guys know about the guy that supposedly he drowned in space? So this is what
Yeah.
this is their water cooling, bro. That suit right there is the water cooling.
Hilarious. I wonder what he's doing now. What's a psychopath do when they get off a call like that?
Dude, I think he's for sure like hunting down like flat earthers or something, bro.
I think Flat Lloyd Wright got it in the side chat there. Maybe his computer time at the mental institution ran out and he had to go back to his ward.
I think the crazy part about that is that probably actually adds up because he probably is legitimately insane.
He's doing some voodoo. Yaga Bruto. Yeah, I'm gonna start feeling stabbing pains. That was funny. Margin, if you're listening, hopefully you can make a clip of that one. Says who came too late. You just missed. Were you listening by any chance on YouTube, Hisesu?
No, but I can go back and listen. What happened?
Oh, dude,
you
that
gotta
was
check it out, bro.
freaking hilarious, man. We just had a debate with Robert Utah, and it was freaking insanity. But
I'll go check that out.
Instead of
was
him
really
saying
funny.
like, okay, that's fake. Here's what really happens when you do this setup, right? This test. Instead of doing that, his rebuttal was, I've got the ISS. I just appealed to the ISS footage.
So that was funny. He completely admitted that Dr. John's laser test, if it was from the height that he claimed, then it would debunk the globe and it wouldn't work on the globe. And he knows it must be fake because they didn't take a height measurement of the laser all the way along the 10 miles of water. So they know the exact height of the laser the whole way across above the water. That's how we know it was fake. And that was crazy. That was funny.
A laser always stays straight though, so
Yeah, he admitted that as well. He's like admitted that lasers only bend if there's a gravity well.
It's actually funny.
Yeah. Like, I knew that guy was dumb, but I didn't know he was that dumb. Like,
yeah,
he's
that was
devolved.
the equivalent to. Yeah, but we got Brandau, but it has electrolytes.
Yeah.
It's what makes plants grow.
Gotta watch that again sometime. It's a great movie.
Almost as funny as the Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
It's great that their protagonist in that movie isn't that smart either. Like, I mean, he's like, I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure that salt kills plants.
He's literally the most average person ever, bro.
Right?
Yeah, I rewatch that every 6 months.
It's like, stop watering it with Gatorade. What do we use? Water? Oh, this is so crazy, it might just work.
Water? You mean the stuff in the toilets?
take on that guy's phenomenal. Who was it we were talking to before? He popped in. Are they still here? No?
Is that L guy?
No, some other global.
Yeah. You know the name? Indio. Double O. Yeah. Indy dog low 7 trench coat, cold stare. Old king of the server, 24/7 in that chair. They log in, shaking when they see that tag online. Typing like a time bomb, ticking in a straight line. Genius in disguise, plays a fool for a minute. Let him talk, let him spin it, then he walks right in it. Show your work, show your proof. Drop the trick, one question from the king. Whole globe coat glitch. They bring charts, little graphs, classroom tricks. He brings calm, clean words, logic that sticks. Forget your pretty colors, I'm watching what you hide. One phrase, whole thread goes quiet inside. He's the grandfather tree on the big flat hill. Deep roots, wide rings, iron wheels. Seen mods come and go, seen trends all die. Same sun, same sky, same worn out line. Indio 007, real cipher agent. Walk in the room, every glober gets vacant. Old king speak and the noise turns silent. Flat hill giant, brain so defiant. Indio 007, can't shake the fact. Every tight little trap, he just walks right back. No fake space shot, gonna cross that line. Say show me the curve, then they run every time. He remembers long nights, bright screen, one chair, just him and the scroll, bare knuckle, raw air. They laughed at his name, tried to clown his age, till he carved their whole script off the edge of the page. They got brands, big budgets, fancy gear. He got one sharp tongue and a chat full of peers. They spam links, spam memes, same scene. He say, look close, rip the mask off the machine. He ain't here for applause, ain't chasing the throne. Already been the king, now he guarding the stone. If truth is a blade, then his words that steel. Cut soft through the fake, let the real ones heal. He types slow, but the line hit harder than a fist. Metering pace, but your whole world twist. You can ban, you can mute, you can hide that thread, but the thought already planted in the back of the head. Nova 07, real secret agent. Walk in the room, every glober gets vacant. Old king speak and the noise turns silent. Flat hill giant, brain so defiant. Indios 007, can't shake the fact. Every type little trap, he just walks right back. No fake space shot, gonna cross that line. Say show me the curve, then they run every time.
Nobody's talking. Okay.
Right, go ahead, Joshua. Syria cook for us.
Oh, go on, what? I thought I was just listening in.
Surely you know the topic.
Oh, yeah, by now. I'm just curious, what do you guys think of, like, when you look at, like, Starlink, like, live streams and stuff, and they get to, like, a certain altitude, and then you start seeing, like, the curvature of the Earth?
What was the question?
Isn't there some TV
About Starlink? What?
Yeah, like, SpaceX, like, live streams their Starlink missions.
Yeah, they live stream the Loch Ness Monster too. So what? Google Nessie on the net. Yeah, Google Nessie on the net. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fake news, but SpaceX is.
Oh yeah, like SpaceX live streaming their Starlink missions. Yeah, that's some fake news.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, for a bit more information.
Yeah,
Do you think
I think it's fake news.
Okay, so the whole company's just pretending to, like, just launch rockets?
Well, how did you get from fake news to the whole company? Like, that's the logical leap.
Wow, maybe you should just expand on your reasoning then. Then I don't have to assert anything.
I use the reasoning that you used for the Loch Ness Monster being fake news.
Right. So what is SpaceX doing? So, like,
I don't know. I don't work there.
Yeah, but you accused them of lying.
No, I said that allegedly live video is fake news. That's what I said.
Right, and people that spread fake news are lying. Would you agree?
Oh, that's what fake news is. It's lying.
Yeah. There's usually probably not people who spread it, but the people who originate the stories.
No, that's not necessarily true because they might not know how that story is going to be used. So they wouldn't be lying. They say, "Hey, make a freaking video." Okay, I'll make a video, and someone else takes the video and gives it to another person. Another person is another person.
Right.
So
for the case of SpaceX,
I don't have to evaluate the honesty of human beings, okay, to know what the truth is.
Okay.
In fact, that is a foolhardy method.
I'm just asking, like, what do you think? What's the reasoning in your world? Like, why is SpaceX?
How would I know why they do anything?
Well, they're launching, like, satellites up. So and you're saying, like, no, that's
really?
fake news. And I want to understand your justification behind that. That's what I'm trying to ask.
What's your justification for believing it? Are all claims true unless, like, you have a justification for not believing it? You claim you're just asking questions when you come in here, and I don't believe that. Neither does anybody else.
Well, it's like, for example, if I told you I don't trust doctors, I think they're all con artists or something, and then you'll ask me,
well, that's a false
Josh, why are doctors? Why do you think doctors are like fraudsters? I'm like, why are you asking me questions? Does every claim has to be substantiated? Like, you can see how it's like a bit annoying.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you. Since you want to use doctors as an analogy, okay? So you trust doctors?
Yeah.
Based upon what? Based upon what?
Because they're qualified. We can measure their results if they're effective.
Yeah. So here's a result that's been measured. Okay. Deaths from medical malpractice in the United States is nearly the #1 cause of death. Never mind the prescription medication, which is a whole nother fucking can of worms.
I feel like I've just stepped on.
So your belief is not based upon actual data; it's just based upon like your feelings. You have no idea what the efficacy of modern medicine is. You have no fucking clue. Not even the slightest. I don't know why you guys bring up medicine as an example, especially in light of the pandemic, dude. It's like literally the dumbest example of trust to ever bring up.
Because usually it's a concrete example. I wasn't expecting you to.
It's a concrete of what? Of being wrong?
I wasn't expecting you to. I don't know what to call it, like medical denialism. I don't even know what we want to call that. And you mentioned the
Well,
COVID.
it's the stats from the bro. It's the stats from the medical industry themselves, dude. It's not my fucking numbers. Dude, Google
Joshua.
Number of deaths from medical malpractice. Google it right now.
Okay, sure. I'm game. Deaths. Are we looking for the US?
Number of deaths from medical malpractice.
Sure thing.
Joshua, while you're doing that, can you tell me? I just got back here. I don't know what were you guys talking about before that you went into this analogy.
Starlink, and he was trying to make an argument that I need to auto believe what they say.
Oh, okay. Starlink is the argument. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I made the mistake of talking about medical stuff, and I didn't realize I would have to start proving that as well. But in all fairness, I have Googled it. And the first result is McGill's University. The medical error is not the third leading cause of death. I'll have a read.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. One study reported the approximately 400,000 hospitalized patients experience some preventable harm each year. Another estimated greater than 200,000 patients die annually were due to preventable medical errors. That's a bad example to bring up with trust because you blindly trust them and they kill people, and you're more likely to get killed doing that.
Yeah, but even from what I'm just listening to what you're saying, when we talk about like malpractice or misuse, like it's not like they're actually killing the people. It's like they're probably getting
preventable medical error is killing people.
No, like for example, if the patient did not have any medical care whatsoever, it would probably result in their death. What is probably
you have no idea. There's no justification. You have no justification to say that. None. None whatsoever. Post the statistics that that supports any of that. You can't, because those statistics don't exist. Because if they did exist, nobody would go to the doctor ever.
Did you post an argument about Starlink, Joshua? I'm just.
Well, he wanted me to justify why. He's like, well, can you tell me how you know what they're doing is fake? I said, or why I don't trust them. Like, I want to know why I should trust them in the first place. And then he used doctors as an analogy. Fucking worst analogy ever.
I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so you should come up with something better, Joshua. You got anything better? Is this supposed to be your proof of globe or what?
Well, I just wanted to know. Because we know that Starlink works, you can connect to it, and we have GPS, and we have like a live stream of a rocket going up, deploying the satellites, and I just wanted to know what his opinion was. And
yeah, we have a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster, and witnesses, and all sorts of shit. So what?
Yeah, but I would imagine there's more witnesses and probably more substantial evidence to rockets flying up than Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, but you don't see them go to space, dude. You see a rocket take a parabolic arc to the horizon. That's what people on the ground see when they see a rocket launch. You know that, right? So there's what you imagine, like what you're imagining in your head of what actually happens, then what actually happens. Those two things don't touch each other, okay? Because what you see if you film a rocket launch, you'll see the rocket take a parabolic arc and disappear at the horizon. The same way a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, a medium-range ballistic missile does, a short-range ballistic missile does, they would all look identical.
They're doing that to get into an orbit. That's why they take
yeah, that's a cool story. Except for no one's ever observed an orbit. Ever.
I mean, that's not true. Like
Ever.
I'm sure there's an app you can go on where you can see like what satellites are passing over your
Grand Theft
area.
Auto. Yeah, I can go on Grand Theft Auto. There's an app.
Excuse me.
I mean, like
Yeah, go ahead.
you could see with your own eyes. Like for example, like you can see Starlink satellites go overhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they in space?
Yeah, I would say they're in space. But
Why? Why would you say they're in space? Is it from the visual evidence or is it from the story you're told?
the reason why they're in space is because if they were in the atmosphere,
You can't answer a question, dude. This
they'll
is
be
getting old.
drag. Hang on, I was at middle speaking. The reason why they're in
No,
space.
I said, is it from the visual evidence or from the story you're told that you're basing it, your evaluation that they're in space?
Well, you immediately say story being told. Like I reject
Yeah, because
that
if you
premise.
just saw lights in the sky, right, you wouldn't go, oh, those are in space.
Okay, so what's your explanation for why these light dots go across the sky?
You don't need an explanation.
I don't fucking need an explanation, man. Why would I need one?
Well, I'm saying, oh, it's X, and you're saying it's not X.
What?
So I'm like, okay,
No,
well,
what I'm saying is, you're saying it's X. I'm saying you have no evidence it's X other than hearsay.
Hey, you know what's wild, Indio? When he talks about rockets going over the curve to get into orbit, those same rockets, Elon will show a rocket going straight up and falling straight back down. So why does it go over the curve?
Yeah, that's weird.
He has self-landing rockets, so when he goes up, he deploys the satellite, so he's in orbit, and then
But
what
it's
he
not
does
going
is
over a
he
curve, it's just going straight
deorbits the
up.
rocket and then goes back.
Like, listen,
It's
dude,
just
how do
going
you know
straight
any
up.
of that? Let me ask you, how do you know any of that? Would you
I mean-
know any of that unless you were told?
Well, there's more than told. Like,
No, I'm asking you,
there's
would you
literally
know
video
any of that
evidence.
unless somebody... Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again, and you're going to answer this time. Would you know any of that if you weren't told that story?
Oh,
No,
what,
you
like,
wouldn't. That he shoots rockets up and straight up in the air, and they come straight back down. He shoots them up so they go into orbit. Blah blah blah. That whole story you just told. What is that based on? You heard somebody say something and you believed it.
hang on, this is how information works. We share
And then
information. Like,
Yeah,
say
yeah,
when you learn
great.
English
And I'm
language.
sharing information with you. And I'm sharing information with you that you simply believe the fantastic stories of strangers and I don't. Okay? That's where the rub is. I don't have to prove or demonstrate or justify why I don't believe the fantastic claims of strangers. It's up to the strangers to provide evidence for their claims. Not hearsay stories, not a bunch of bullshit. You know what? He could go up and he could film the fucking satellites from the moon, right? So do that.
Yeah, but when you ask for evidence and I show you evidence, you
didn't show me evidence. You showed me claims. You showed me claims, dude.
Hang on. If I get a word in edgeways, just
Yeah, but claims are not evidence. You're mischaracterizing what you've shown. You've shown claims.
Right, I'll link. It's straight from the SpaceX website. Like that's one of the.
Oh boy, that seems credible. Self-serving claims from the people in question. That seems like a good source of information.
I mean, I address your information whenever you send me pictures. I think it's just as fair.
The information. There's a difference between the information I give and you give. I give empirical evidence. You give stories. Right? Shit you seen on the screen and the story behind it, you happen to believe. You know, I'm sure if SpaceX told you the movie Gravity was fucking real and it's a documentary, you'd believe that too.
In order to
yeah, you can't even address that because you know it's true. You think that Star Wars is a documentary.
No, it's very much in the fictional realm. So
how do you know that, dude? What if they claimed it was real?
I would highly doubt it.
Why?
They do say it was in a galaxy far, far away in a time long ago, so it could be history.
Why would you doubt it?
Because you can. I mean, it's completely documentaries of like the making of Star Wars, and even the people themselves. It's like it's part of a movie franchise.
What if that was disinformation? What if that was fake news? That like those documentaries about making Star Wars, they were all fake.
Well, then, if I was going to Well, then I would have to engage with the premise, wouldn't I? I would actually have to understand what the claim is.
Yeah,
and then
the point is, you're deflecting from the point. If you were 5 years old and just saw Star Wars and they claimed it was fucking real, you'd believe it was real. That's a fact of the matter.
The problem
You just believe anything that anybody says on the image if you happen to think that they're in a position of authority. You're a total cock.
This is just insults and.
Yeah, that's right. That's what that was. At least you didn't call it a straw, or you didn't call it an ad hoc.
I didn't call it an ad hoc. I'm just saying that's that's just an insult.
The fact of the matter is this: is that people that you deem as authorities could show you anything and you'd believe it. You have no standard at which you would not believe it, unless you do. Like if SpaceX made some claim, at what point would you not believe it? What if they said they made like a teleporter where you could teleport to the moon? Would you believe that?
The difference between me and you is like.
Why can't you answer the question?
I am answering the question. If they said a teleporter, I would ask for evidence, and then I would see the evidence, and then I would judge for myself.
And then you would see the evidence.
I can see the evidence of the rockets going up.
Okay, here's their evidence.
Down.
They have they have a split screen camera
on my phone or the internet connection, so I can see in real time like what's going on.
You don't know it's real time. The only reason you think it's real time is they said it's real time.
Do you use a GPS on your phone?
So check this out. Here's how the here's how your evidence for the teleporter. They broadcast the video, 10, 9, 8. So you have a container, and there's a person inside of it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the other side of in the split screen on the other side, boom, you see the person over there, and he's not in. And what they actually did was just swap the video sides, right? The left becomes the right of the split screen, and the right becomes the left of the split screen. And they teleported him to the moon. There's your video evidence.
Right.
Now SpaceX invented a teleporter.
Right, and we would evaluate those claims. We would have independent verification.
Oh, what's the independent verification of SpaceX?
Yeah, exactly. There's lots of media outlets that would
media outlets that use SpaceX as the source of their information.
Verify SpaceX.
Dude, SpaceX PR department told the media outlets, dude, this is like what who did this shit during the Gulf War? Cheney. The source was Cheney. He tells the reporter reports it, then he goes on the news and then cites the reporter as confirming what he said when he was the source of what the reporter said.
Sure, this is why we have independent.
These tricks don't work, bro.
And multiple outlets.
Oh yeah, all coming from the same original source, SpaceX.
No, SpaceX.
You realize SpaceX is a private company?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, they're a private company. Inside is a black box. Nobody knows what they're doing.
Okay.
We do know that there's over 400 government agencies coordinating with SpaceX. Do you know how we know this?
They have government contracts with NASA, I am aware.
Okay, do you know how we know this, though? Because Elon Musk went in front of Congress, swore on the Bible, and said, we have 400 government agencies working with us.
Working with?
SpaceX.
I don't think he controls the government. Well, I don't think the government controls all of the media outlets.
Oh, my Lord. Who said anything even remotely resembling Elon Musk controlling anything?
You were hinting at it.
No. I said no. What I said was Elon Musk confirmed that SpaceX, for all practical purposes, is not separate from the government. But unlike the government that you can FOIA and get information from, you can't get FOIA SpaceX's information and get anything out of there.
Yeah, SpaceX is under no obligation to share anything with the public as a private company.
I'm not just.
And they have no obligation to tell the truth. They have no obligation whatsoever to tell the truth at all.
So would you find it satisfying if he did the teleporter experimentation and multiple outlets were to record it and examine it?
I wouldn't believe it.
Okay, then so the issue isn't SpaceX, you don't trust the outlets at all then?
How are you independently verifying this?
No, dude. Claims are not evidence, dude. Do you realize? Okay, really simply, do you understand that claims are not evidence?
When I talk about news outlets, I'm talking about
claims
recordings.
evidence.
I'm talking about recordings.
News outlets are
audio.
news outlets make claims. They don't provide evidence.
News outlets often report the news from some kind of source. Sometimes the source is in the outlet, sometimes it's not. It's depending on like what article you're reading.
Okay. And a thing like SpaceX, do they got like free reign? Is it like free reporting? Where they're like, hey, here you go. Let's see your pass. Here's an ID. See you later. And they just go wherever they want and do whatever they want and just like report.
No, but they do have interviews.
Yeah, that's right. What they see and what they report is controlled by SpaceX themselves.
I don't think you care about that because you've already said that you don't trust the outlet. So even if they did allow full reign,
no, I didn't say
still
that.
wouldn't trust them.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So you would trust some outlets then?
No, that's not what I listen. If you're trying to oversimplify things and turn this into a childlike argument, dispute.
It's either you do or you don't.
You're just saying I don't trust the outlets or I do. Okay? I don't go by trust to evaluate truth. Okay? What they say might be true, it might not be true. I say I don't know until I have actual evidence that can be tested.
Do you trust anyone? Like if someone gave you a piece of information?
Certainly don't trust you.
I'm not asking you to trust me. Say like another flat earther came to you and said, we've done another laser experiment.
No, I would not trust them. No.
Okay.
I don't automatically trust shit.
Does this mean you have to like verify like every single claim, every like
if you want to claim you know something, yes.
Okay.
So I know it's really hard. I know it's very, very hard to actually think critically about things and make nuanced and particular decisions about what you know and don't know and what's a belief and what's not a belief and having the courage to say, I really don't know. I could adopt that, but then I would only be believing it and I wouldn't know. And I just like running around as if it's truth would be deluding myself. So you don't know that there's satellites in space. You believe it to be so. You're running around saying you know the truth, but that statement is actually you just deluding yourself. You've decided to convert belief into truth because you like
it. I can see evidence for my claims where you're just saying I'm just trusting inaccurate sources.
There was a lot of evidence that all swans were white until they found a black swan. You know that, right?
Not familiar with that example, but sure.
Okay, so in Australia, swans are black, and the theory was all swans are white. And they looked for white swans, and that's all they ever found. So they were like, man, I got lots of evidence all swans were white. They must be white. And then they went to Australia and they found a black swan. So they found, as soon as they found one black swan, all that positive evidence meant nothing. Okay? This is how actual inquiry works. This is how actual inquiry works. Confirmational evidence does not tell you anything. It's the attempt to falsify it that tells you something.
Well, even with your like swan example, all it took was a confirmed evidence.
It's Karl Popper's example.
So
it's not mine.
Hang on. So it's like new information. So it's like we've acquired new information. There's no conspiracy to cover up this information. This information is shared. Now we know that not all swans are white. With the space situation, you're a bit more of a difficult situation because you already have rockets that are going up. So there is no like black swan. They're already doing it. So the next thing you'll have to do is to explain like why are those rockets are fake or however you want to claim it.
Oh, they're real rockets.
Okay.
The only question, are they doing what they claim they're doing with them? That's the only question.
Cool. Okay, I feel like I'm...
And whether we are capable of even evaluating that claim, right? Which we're not. because
let me try something real quick.
Hold on. Just let me finish.
Yeah.
You can go right after me, Sheep. I promise. So, a medium-range ballistic missile, which goes 500 miles, would look visually identical. You have no way to know from watching a rocket launch if it goes to space, if it goes 500 miles away, 200 miles away, 100 miles away. You can't tell. So the question is, can you even evaluate it for truth? And that answer is a big fat no.
No, it's like 6
Why
months out of the
asking
year.
questions? Why asking questions that you think you have the answers to? Why don't you just make your claim? Or are you afraid of your claim?
Because you can't. Why are you dodging the question? You guys love
Dude,
to ask questions.
You've got the you've got the claim about it.
love
Why
to
don't you
ask
just make
questions,
it?
but you can't answer them. Just
Oh,
answer the
brother,
question.
brother, they model a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth. That's the model they use to predict the sun is a flat Earth model.
Antarctica has a 24-hour sun, bro.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Whatever it has, they use the flat Earth to predict that.
Are you gonna answer my question?
Yeah, they use the flat Earth to predict it.
How does that answer the question?
Okay. They use. Are you dense? When you go look on time and date, and you put in whatever like McMurdo station, and it says the sun is 23 degrees above the horizon all day. That math is a flat Earth math. It's not a globe math. You actually don't have a way to predict a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so basically you can't answer the question.
I did answer the question. You have to play pretend that I didn't.
No, that doesn't tell me how.
Everybody heard it. It's recorded. Everybody heard my answer, dude. You have to play
Your
pretend.
answer was that they use a flat Earth approximation, which is
It's
fine.
not an approximation. It's not an approximation at all.
Okay.
You have azimuth and elevation angle of the sun. The mathematics used to do that is not on the globe.
You lose,
at
man.
all.
You can't answer the question.
Weren't you the one that was blowing the mathematics penis minutes ago?
He left.
Was he stoned or something?
Wait, so why don't you
I
guys
think it's
like my
worse than
portal?
that.
Dude, no one cares about portals, man.
Yeah, but it's a good theory.
No, it's not a theory. It's not even a hypothesis. It's untestable. How would you test it, dude?
I guess you wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. So go back to Imagination Land of Narnia or something. I don't know what to tell you.
But just because something's untestable doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Correct. I can't test that you'll never get laid, but it's probably true.
Got him.
We fucking got him.
So what's the alternative hypothesis as to why they're witnessed the 24-hour sun?
What do you mean a hypothesis? They witnessed it. What do you mean? I mean, why? Because they went to a place where it was. That's why we know the cause. They went there.
Right, but how does that fit on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? The Earth is flat because we measure it flat, and they went to a place and observed the 24-hour sun. We use a model, of flat Earth, that predicts when they will happen. Like, what else do you want?
If there's no measurable Earth curve, like if you go out there and look and you can't find measurable curve consistently on a regular basis, and it appears flat, it's used as flat, it measures flat. So whatever's happening in the sky then could only happen over a flat Earth.
You know, the guy that did that, Will Duffy, admitted that the sun doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You know, he admitted that, right, in a debate.
Right, but from my understanding, the 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere. Well, that your understanding. Just listen. Can you prove it's impossible?
Well, it depends on the nature of the sun and.
That's not. Oh, really?
And I suppose the shape or the position of the Antarctic continent.
Really? How do you know any of this?
Because you're presupposing a relationship between the sun and the earth that's purely geometric. And thinking that, hey, if I draw this orthographic frickin' space disk and have a sun out there somewhere, oh, it doesn't work on my frickin' orthographic view. We don't see things in an orthographic view. We see things in a projective view. So we look at the sun. You guys try to go from looking at the sun and seeing it and jump outside and astral project yourself far, far away. And look, does this make sense from here, though? We don't see it from there. We don't see it from space. We see it from Earth.
So what I'm gathering is that there's no like consensus on why there is a 24-hour sun in
Is it
Antarctica.
consensus? What do you mean, why? Like, what causes it?
Yeah, like how is it visible? Like on a 20 on a
What
platter?
does that mean? What do you mean, how is it visible? It's visible. What do you mean, how?
Yeah, I mean because it doesn't fit the the little animation.
Measurable Earth curve.
You mean it doesn't fit the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like if you ever seen that animation of the sun going around like a circular Earth, right? And then it like so like it doesn't fit that particular model. So then we'd have to come up with another model where it does.
Who's gonna tell him?
We have to come up with another model. First of all, that's not a model. That's just a visual representation. Something you guys can't even make. It's just a visual representation. It's not meant to show the sun position. No map exists which shows what the sun would look like from any particular place on Earth. Period. There's no 3D model. It's not stellarium. Nothing. And you're like, hey man, where's your map that shows where the sun is from that place? That map doesn't exist. It can't exist. It doesn't exist in a globe form or any other form. These models of the sun are observer-centric. That means the model must exist from the viewpoint of the observer, not outside of it. What is so hard to understand about this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just curious if anyone had come up with like a plausible theory for it, but if not, that's fine too. Like, it's
what do you mean a plausible theory? I said, how would we even test it?
Well, just like an explanation.
Like, you have a hypothesis?
Oh, it's a cool story. He wants a cool story. Well, I'll give you a cool story. I'll give him a cool story. He wants a cool story. It's going to have just as much evidence. Yeah, I mean, it'll have as much evidence as his story does. It's not a fucking thing, but I'll make one up. Okay, there's leprechauns, and every once in a while, the fucking leprechauns get drunk and spin in a circle, and when they do, their magic makes the sun circle anywhere you're standing on ice. There you go. There's your explanation. Now, we're going to compare evidence. We're going to compare the evidence of the globe explanation versus mine. Give us the globe explanation evidence.
Let's see here. Evidence.
Yeah, the globe explanation is the correct explanation of the 24-hour sun. And then I'm going to give the evidence, my magic elf explanation is the correct explanation. But you can go first.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I guarantee we give the same evidence. Nothing.
Well, I don't know like specifically evidence, but I do know that they've, modeled it in a way that
No. I already told you that. They don't model it with a globe, they model it with a flat Earth. I already told you that.
Well, I'm saying if you put a
I already told you that, dude. Post the globe model of the 24-hour sun in the chat, the math. Post it in the chat. I want it to be able to make predictions of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Go.
I can find like an animation of it.
No. You said a model.
Yeah, I could
not a toy. Yeah, we already did the explanations. I gave my explanation. And now we're looking for the evidence of which explanation is correct.
The model would be whatever model Time and Date uses.
Okay. Okay, so you've moved from explanations to descriptions. But the description we use is a flat Earth description, not a globe description.
We know the globe description is correct.
There isn't one.
Yeah, there is. What do you mean?
Okay, post it in the chat. The math. The math that like Time and Date uses, timeanddate.com or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, post that math in the chat right now.
Part of the globe model.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're just ignorant, just like this guy.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I must use a globe because I've always believed that, so it's got to be true. It doesn't use a globe.
The globe model accounts for the 24-hour sun, sir.
Okay, then post it in the chat.
It requires axial
Then
tilt.
post it in the chat. Stop talking to me. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics. Post it in the chat. All the mathematics.
I'll post it.
McToon couldn't do it. You sure as fuck can't. So post it in the chat.
I'll do a Wikipedia.
No, not Wikipedia. The formulas.
What do you mean?
The formulas that use a globe to predict a 24-hour sun.
There's no formula, dude. It's part of the model.
Isn't the model a mathematical model?
No.
No?
Behind it, but it'd be a little difficult to find. I think there's a GitHub repo for the math. I can try to look it up.
It uses the equation of time.
You're
There's no globe in there.
Dragger tonight, Indio.
Yeah, that's quite the argument. You don't know what you're talking about as usual, twonger. So we've already been down this road, us flat earthers, with you guys. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. They should have looked how the 24-hour sun is actually predicted in reality before they went there thinking anything. But they didn't decide to check. They just happened to believe in their heads. They made it up in their heads. Well, 24-hour sun, that's a globe prediction because it must be. Because I saw a diagram in fucking 3rd grade. Okay. So your diagram is not a model. It's just a representation of an idea. But the actual model of that predicts it, the description, a descriptive prediction using mathematics of where the sun will be, doesn't have a globe in it. Well, no, Earth globe. It's an observer-centric model. You're at a point at the origin of the coordinates. The other spatial reference is the celestial equator, and that's it. There's no globe. You just thought there was. Sorry that you're wrong. Now, let's get back to elves versus spinning ball. So I want to hear the evidence for your prediction of elves or spinning ball. I got the elves, and after you give your evidence that that's the cause of the 24-hour sun, then I'll give mine that the elves is the cause of the 24-hour sun. We're gonna have the same evidence, so I already know it.
Yeah, so like I saw a video like a year or two ago or something that posted the math behind it, but I can't remember how to find that video.
Okay, it's called the equation of time. It's easy to look up. You can look at the formulas even on Wikipedia. You can go to the U.S. Naval Observatory. You can go to Time and Date. You can go to SunCalc. You can go under these places. They all use the equation of time. It looks like this. I'll post the freaking diagram in the chat. So this is the geometry of the equation of time. See how there's variables? Angle theta, azimuth angle phi, horizon, right? Okay, this is a model. Your little cartoon is not. So this is how they predict where the sun will be, okay?
I see.
Precise definition of the equation of time. Quantities occurring in this equation are EOT, the time difference between apparent solar time and mean solar time. GHA, the Greenwich hour angle of the apparent actual sun. Okay. If you get deeper into it, it's just where the sun is relative to the celestial equator and the time of year, and that's how they used to predict it. It has nothing to do with what you're standing on. And even if it did, that would be a description. You're trying an explanation. And even if you had a mathematical model that quote unquote describes it, you couldn't tell if that model was true anyway, because other models could make the exact same predictions. Right? And then you'd be stuck with which model is actually physically real. And then you'd be back to the explanation phase, which is where you are right now, which I'm asking for the evidence that the explanation is true, and you're balking, dude.
So why is it that as you go north and south across the equator, it kind of the sun mirrors?
What's the equator?
Zero latitude or something.
What's that?
I dare you to look up the definition of the equator.
Fuck, dude.
I dare you to look up the definition of equator.
The entire latitude coordinate system is in the sky. This is like a repeating thickened theme. I'm actually getting kind of sick of it at this point. You know that, right? That latitude and longitude are based upon the sky. They're not based upon any ground components. You can't find, using solely the ground, what your latitude and longitude is. You need the so-called celestial sphere. And that's where they make the prediction of the sun, is where it appears within the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with the ground. None of the equation has anything to do with the ground. Now, y'all have a cool story explanation that does not have any evidence for it.
So it's a celestial sphere, not a celestial
What are
you claiming that latitude and longitude are based on?
Sky.
What are you claiming they're based on?
So it's not a claim. It's how it is.
It is. Literally is. But continue.
Oh, it is. Then tell me how you find latitude and longitude without looking at the sky. You can only use the ground.
Latitude and longitude are coordinate systems used to pinpoint locations on Earth based on angles relative to the angular Earth center and reference meridian.
Yeah, that's cool. If that was true, then you'd be able to find it using the Earth. Now find your latitude and longitude. Now find your latitude and longitude using the Earth. Just the Earth. You're lost in the woods.
This is math, geometry. Fucking Greeks figured this shit out, dude. They knew the Earth was fucking around.
It's math, it's geometry, it's science, it's logic, it's buzzwords.
They love their Greeks. They love their Greeks so much.
Yeah, you guys doing it. Oh, I can't say that. Fuck.
Backtrack.
So backtrack. Here's your challenge. Find your latitude and longitude, but you can't use anything in the sky. You can only use the ground.
That's what they do.
They use just the ground.
They use angles relative to the Earth's center and a reference meridian.
How would they measure that? Okay, how do they measure that? How do they measure the angle relative to the Earth's center? You're on the surface. You're lost in the woods. Measure the angle to the Earth's center. Lost in the woods.
That's not how you get out of the woods.
Now it's not how you do it. Amazing.
You fucking retard. First off, that's a bad fucking analogy, okay? Hey, give me a better fucking analogy. I'm not gonna fucking answer that bullshit.
It was your definition.
Analogy, you fucking retard.
It was your definition.
Not even an analogy. It's literally what you said is happening. It's not even an analogy. Boy, you're stupid.
Yeah. So
you're spiraling too, because you're low IQ.
Well, I mean, look, they used to say it.
We asked me to look it up, and I'm looking up, bitch. So shut the fuck up and let me do it. You asked me to look it up, and I'm doing it. So I'm doing it. What are you asking me?
Why are you
saying
100% single mom behavior, dude.
You listed some stupid shit.
Yeah, just go on mute, bro. You were obviously raised by a single mom, and you had siblings, and they all have different last names.
So you mentioned a celestial sphere, but I thought it was a dome.
What do you mean?
Is it a celestial sphere or is it a celestial dome?
The mathematics is a celestial sphere, so it's a model of a celestial sphere that rotates around you.
And
but
do
it's
you agree with that?
observer-centric, so you're always at the center of it, no matter where you are.
Do you agree with that,
Yeah,
Marty?
it's based off of your perspective.
Well,
It's
oh, I
not
agree with it,
something.
but it's a model. It doesn't represent any. It's not physically real.
Is it? But does it make accurate predictions?
Yeah. So what?
So, like, wouldn't a sphere imply that we're on a globe?
Epicycles make accurate predictions. You know what those are? We use lots of concepts and ideas to make accurate predictions, but there's no ultimate reality there. They're just mathematical models.
Well, I mean, you can map out the stars yourself if you traveled the world, and you could see that it is in fact a sphere, right? Because like the constellations and stuff.
That's looking at the sky, dude.
Yeah, where'd you get the sphere part?
Yeah, you said you'd see the Earth as a sphere.
Like if you keep going past Australia and swim past Antarctica and go to like Buenos Aires or something, it's gonna wrap back around. It's not like there's no like cutoff
How do you
point
know
where
that?
you can't see past.
How do you know it wraps back around?
Well, I've never personally sailed that way, but I would assume that would
Well,
be
how
the
are you
case,
going to
right?
sail over Antarctica? Though it's kind of odd that if you look in marinetracker.com, for some reason there's boats 500 miles inland. But that's either here nor there.
Well, you wouldn't sail through, but you'd like sail around it, and you'd still see the sky, right? So like you could pinpoint like, oh, the constellation's here,
Really?
and now it's there.
You're
You know what I
gonna
mean?
sail the Southern Ocean at night. Good luck to you. God bless you.
I would assume that cargo ships do it regularly, right?
The Southern Ocean. Do you know what the Southern Ocean is? You can barely sail when it's freaking light out.
Well, like they wouldn't go to the place with like the glaciers or whatever, but they'd like go around that,
So then they wouldn't go into the Southern Ocean. Bro, listen, go on YouTube, look up sailing in the Southern Ocean, dude, and when you see some like 50-foot fucking waves, dude, then you'll know. The Southern Ocean's like the most treacherous waters in the world. That's during the day. But you got to remember, nighttime lasts for a long time, so you're gonna go at night, and then what? Crash into freaking some ice, freaking smash into a wave you couldn't see. See, all live in the realm of hypotheticals, which oddly enough, most of you can't do. You can't even do the hypotheticals. But let's just say you guys can. You live in like La La Land. Like this, science is based on empirical evidence, right? Actual observation. You came in here, said, yes, we saw a 24-hour sun. Great. You proved something about the sun. Fantastic. Now, how do you prove the surface of the Earth is curving? There's your dilemma. Because no matter what the sun does, no matter what, it can't prove the ground's curving. No matter what it does. It could frickin' bounce across the sky like a super ball. Does not prove what the Earth's form is.
Well, it's not proof, but it's evidence.
Evidence of what?
Well, if what we see in the sky comports with what we should see on a globe, then that's evidence that we are on a globe. It's not definitive proof, but it's
well, you don't even have the mathematics to make you should see on the globe.
Well, like, I mean, you could even like open up a 3D modeling tool and put a little globe in a sun and like put it in the right position and
then put the little camera on your globe. And then we're gonna put the little camera on your globe and then do it that way. Okay, do that and then come back. Maybe you can do it in Blender or something. I've seen somebody try to do that shit in Gary's mod. It don't turn out very well. Star trails really fuck up. Star trails look like you're looking down the fucking straw. Yeah, you guys think we haven't been doing anything like in the last fucking 10 years? Like we just been sitting on our ass, so we didn't even done anything. We've done all these tests, so there's people that have simulated star trails from different locations within 3D models, and they don't look like the star trails that you see at night. They look completely different. They look like you're looking down a tunnel or looking up through a cone or something, but they don't look like what we see.
Yeah, I've seen time lapse videos of star trails in real life, and at the equator they like go in a straight line. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so interesting. Yes. Yes, very interesting.
They do that anywhere whenever you look east or west.
They shouldn't go in a straight line for very long. Shouldn't they tilt?
Well, because like on a globe, if you're at the equator, then you know you're gonna like be basically seeing straight up.
Yeah, but you forgot about the orbit, remember? Oops.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they wouldn't be circles, right? If you time lapse more than 24 hours, then they'd be spirals.
The orbit doesn't really matter because of the way the stars are with the zodiac.
What? Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, where they started. So we get like 6 months after the handle of the Big Dipper points east, it points west. How'd it get there? If the stars are going in circles, how'd it get over there? How'd that star that's at the end of the handle on the Big Dipper, how'd it get from being east of Polaris to west of Polaris?
It must be a perspective thing.
Oh, gee, go back on mute, dude.
Happy's back. Welcome back, Happy. Didn't you have something you were going to demonstrate for us?
Hello, what did I say? What did I say before?
Oh, I don't even know. You just left on some kind of wild exit note. I thought you were going to continue, but if you don't remember, we can just reset. It's no problem. Do you still think you live on a globe?
Yeah, probably. Unfortunately for you guys, I guess, yeah.
Oh, why would it be unfortunate for us? I think it's much more unfortunate for you to be living in a fairy tale land and not accepting reality the way it clearly presents itself as flat and stationary. What's your best evidence for a globe?
Can I just like sit here and like listen? Is that okay, or is the price?
Oh, yes, that's authorized. Oh no, that's totally authorized. Yeah, we were talking to Kiba. I don't know if he has any more
Oh, it's this guy again.
questions
He
or
said the same
ideas.
thing yesterday.
Oh, was he here yesterday? Heretic, because we had a lot of fun with him a couple days ago where he was pretending like he wasn't making any claims. Did he make claims yesterday?
That's why he didn't want to talk, because he said the same thing yesterday. He's like, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk anymore.
Yes. Oh, I thought we had fun, Happy. Oh, I thought we had a lot of fun together before. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Gosh, my memories of our last encounter must be much different than yours.
Yeah, no, Dandelion, you were fine. I think it was the rest of you that were like bad faith.
Oh, it's just Heretic you don't like. Okay.
Whoever Clown Show is, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, my only issue last time, Happy, was that you kept asking us questions, saying you were making an internal critique, and then you made a final claim and ran, even though your claim like went against everything that had come before, where you claimed that the globe Earth had better explanations for phenomena than the flat Earth. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where you left off, and then you just left. So, what explanations does the globe give you that you think are superior?
Well, for example, before I believe I recall asking about the specifics of like how the sun actually functions, like in a flat Earth model. Like what's the reason for it orbiting the way that it does? What's the reason why it doesn't just drop down? Like all of this, and you couldn't give me an explanation. And then I recall other models being able to do that with like explanatory power, like orbital mechanics, for example. They're able
Okay. I can't take this. I can't take this.
Okay, go.
Models
I
don't.
really want
Hold
you.
on.
This is the guy I told you about. I really want you to talk to this guy.
Models don't explain things; they describe things. Okay. Orbital mechanics don't even have forces in them; they're kinematic models. Yeah, so they certainly don't explain things.
Orbital mechanics don't have forces in them?
No.
Really?
No. They're a kinematic model.
They don't.
Do you know what a
they don't
kinematic
have,
model
like-
versus a dynamic model? What those are?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so a dynamic model would have forces where you compute the forces in totality of the forces to figure out the projectile of an object, right? So orbital mechanics have things like period, acceleration, and distance, and that's it.
Okay.
Okay, there's no forces in there, right? It's just plotting the motion based upon geometric principles and how like the acceleration changes over time, right? The period, right? So how does acceleration over time, and how does that acceleration correlate to the distance from the foci of the ellipse? That's it. There's no forces or anything like that.
Well, what I was referencing there was how you have planets that orbit each other, right? So you have
no one's observed planets over orbit. No one's observed anything that you're saying.
Really?
No one's observed an orbit of anything ever, Happy. Do you realize
Galileo
that?
get his old telescope and he predicted the orbits of the planets and things like that? Didn't he do that?
No, you're woefully misinformed, bro.
Didn't you learn about that in school as well?
Yeah, but I learned the actual history of what happened. It wasn't Galileo. Galileo used circular orbits, which would be impossible. He actually wrote something called Dialogues on the Chief Dialogues about the two chief world systems, where he did a mock debate between himself, and there was a layman arguing against him. You know, this is how they did things back then. They had like these mock debates with themselves. But he used circular orbits, so he certainly wasn't the guy. The guy would be Kepler, who came up with elliptical orbits, and that's what modern orbital mechanics is based on. But there's no forces, and obviously, because Kepler comes before Newton, he couldn't have used forces because the whole force idea didn't even exist yet.
Okay, well, I guess that makes sense.
So the whole point is that these models, right, we can model kinematically nearly anything because we have lots of mathematical techniques. That doesn't make the models physically real, or that there's some ultimate reality there, because someone else can walk along and make up their own model, and this has happened. It's not like this is a theoretical thing. This actually happened. Epicycles were how planets, the position of planets as we see them, were predicted, and it makes better predictions than Kepler's model, but Kepler's model is preferable because the idea is that it's often said that it was simpler, but it's actually only simpler conceptually, but it's not simpler mathematically. They didn't like the idea of having like these freaking little circles, that the planets were doing spirals. People back then didn't like those ideas, because from a third-person point of view, if you look down on the planets in the epicycle model, the planets would do little freaking spirals around the Earth, and the Earth would be in the center. And they didn't like that idea, so they philosophically changed to the heliocentric idea. But that didn't really work. So then because they wanted the circles, so then they changed to the ellipses. So the point of all that is that these models don't explain anything. They just make predictions of what you see at some other point in time. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's an ultimate reality there.
Do you think a good model should have like mathematical predictions that back it?
Models should make predictions, obviously, and then those models should be tested against the reality to see if they're accurate. But that's purely pragmatic. When you jump in and say the model is physically real, you're making a logical leap.
Huh?
Right.
Kingsley, you're hot lip mic'd.
Oh, you fucking oh.
Okay, you're muted. Jesus fuck, dude. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The entire model of electricity and magnetism is based upon the ether. Now, nobody in modern physics, well, the majority, think ether exists. But the model itself can't operate unless you do think it exists. Right? Electricity and magnetism, like you're using a computer, there's electricity going through it. The entire model of that is based upon there's an ether. And your computer works. And you can type on it, and you can talk to me, and all these things.
Can you help me understand what ether is?
Ether is supposed to be like the substrate of reality, like an incompressible gas or incompressible fluid. that in James Clerk Maxwell's formulation was a bunch of incompressible spheres like beads rolling against each other, and when they rolled in a certain way, that would be a current, and if they rolled in another way, that would be like a magnetic field. And he made this mechanical model of the ether back in the 1870s that gave us the modern theory of electricity and magnetism. Now, Michelson Morley did an experiment where they tried to prove that the ether existed because the Earth would be moving through it. They detected no significant phase shift in where they interfered light, and they concluded that there's no ether that exists. Because the only other conclusion they could reach is the Earth's not in motion. And because they didn't like that, they invented general relativity on how the fucking arms of the interferometer and the clocks and everything somehow magically change size in the direction of the motion of the Earth. So the motion of the Earth became undetectable by an optical experiment. So with all that being said, the point is that philosophically, just because a model makes predictions doesn't, just as a matter of logic as well, is that just because it makes accurate predictions doesn't mean the model is physically real. This is well known in engineering. I can even give you a citation of a whole treatment on this, is the reasonable ineffectiveness of mathematics, written by an electrical engineer. So that in engineering, they use all sorts of bullshit models to make things happen, but none of it is like, they use things like negative time. Negative time don't exist, man.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, in all sorts of fields, there's interesting manipulations of reality by which things are done to make things make sense or to make things simpler. Like a common example that you guys have is where you post papers where, like, for aerodynamic purposes, they just make sure that the Earth is flat so that they reduce the Coriolis effect and stuff like that, so that it's simpler to look at. And that's one example.
No.
What
There's no Coriolis simplified, dude. No.
So what? Where did you get the idea that the NASA document of a linear aircraft model of a flat, non-rotating Earth was done to get rid of the Coriolis effect?
Well, when I read the paper, I mean, I could be completely misreading and misremembering, but when I read the paper, that's what I remember reading. I could be wrong.
Well, they did say they're not using any Coriolis effect, but that wouldn't matter because they couldn't model it with a Coriolis effect anyway. You'd never be able to land an airplane.
Well, anyway,
if you're flying north-south, then
piggyback off of what you were saying regarding like what I've seen. Like, I'm not trying to like get you or anything. Like, I'm just
all I'm saying is that you said like they twist reality. They're not twisting reality. They're twisting mathematics, which are abstractions. They don't exist in any reality.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
They're transcendental quantities. They don't exist anywhere. But we can use these abstractions to like draw correlations between them and things in the world. That doesn't make whatever the mathematics say anything other than a description of an outcome. And that's it. It's not even a description of what happens. It's just a description of the outcome. Prediction. But the thing is, they don't explain things. So when you say, hey, there's all these explanations, we have models. And then there's explanations of the models. Oftentimes, they don't actually go together. So for instance, we've just been talking about a 24-hour sun. Now, the model to predict when this happened is not a globe Earth model, but there's a globe Earth explanation. So if you look into the mathematics of how this is predicted, there's no globe Earth. You're not on a globe. There's no globe in the math anywhere. Like, it has nothing to do with the globe. But the explanation that the Globers give, they don't know that this is the case, and they just think in their head because there's a globe explanation that says it happens, that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, and then the sun's over there, so this part of the Earth is illuminated. You know, that explanation, which is a cool story, has a mathematical backing or a model backing. It doesn't. I'm not saying it couldn't, but it doesn't. That's not how it's done currently.
I understand. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be probably done in conjunction with other observations, like seasonal cycles, for example.
What does that even mean? Dude, you sound like you're saying like buzzwords. What's a season?
A season is where it's like, for example, in winter it's colder, in summer it's hotter due to the
Okay.
well, in
when do those happen?
Every few months.
Okay, when does spring start?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go. No, let's do this. Summer. When does summer start?
That's the first season, so January.
Yeah, let's just say when does summer start? Let's just go there.
January.
January? You in Australia?
I don't know. When does summer start?
Gosh, are you a person?
Kidding me? I'm sorry. It should June 22nd or 23rd is usually the official start of summer, but that's the astronomical summer. You said hot, cold. That's not the same time.
Right.
Hot, cold starts about August. So peak temperature, at least where I live, is about August.
Do you have a belly button? I'm sorry. I'll try to shut up.
And there's places on Earth where the summer and winter temperature are the opposite of what you'd expect, because the temperature is guided by other reasons other than the quote-unquote seasons. So in San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than the winter. That's because of water currents, right? It chills freaking San Francisco in the summer, and the temperature is like a couple degrees lower. So there's other factors, geographical and wind currents, water currents, all that stuff, which determine the temperature. Okay, these are called meteorological seasons, and then there's the astronomical seasons. So you're conflating I'm not blaming it on you. This is how it's presented in school in other places. Hey, there's these things called seasons. It's based on the tilt of the Earth. It's when it gets hot and cold, but those two aren't actually correlated the way they make it out like it is. There's no causal link
between the Earth's tilt and the temperature.
Right. You have a correlation, but not, well, first of all, the Earth isn't tilting. It would be when the sun is low in the sky, which also correlates to the length of day.
Right.
So the day, like summer, the days are longer, right? So you have a 16-hour day. It's probably no surprise that it's warmer.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But their tilt theory is that the surface area of a tilted globe is you get more sunlight spread over a larger surface, more direct sunlight on a particular part of the ball because of the angle that it's tilted at the Earth. Right, so that's like the explanation. But the mathematics are based completely on a celestial sphere, and you're a point at the origin of coordinates. Right? See the celestial sphere. Where's the sun's path in it? That's it. They don't see no orbit. They don't see no tilt. They don't see no spinning Earth. They don't see nobody's ever seen any of this stuff. It's just a model.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I think that what they teach in school is that part of it is based on the tilt, and then throughout like various time periods, like throughout different time periods of the year, then different parts of the Earth receive the sun's more direct rays.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Listen. We all know. Listen, everybody in here, we used to be Gold Earthers, man. We all heard the same stuff you heard, right? The difference is between us and you is we went and checked, okay? And there's a key component to the Earth being a globe, and that means the surface of the water of the Earth, which is mostly water, has to be curving at a prescribed rate, and if it's not a ball. That's the only dichotomy that you have. Look, because we could listen.
That's fine.
There's an infinite amount of models for any. There's an infinite amount of arbitrary models for any data set. Meaning, you could, if you had the time and energy, you could make an infinite amount of models that would make predictions of any phenomenon observed. Period. So how do you tell the difference using not models, but like measurements of the thing in question. So the thing in question is that would solve it, which is not you know, ambiguous. Things like Eratosthenes, which depending on your presuppositions, Earth or flat, you get the same result. So what can we do to get something that's a true dichotomy? Well, a ball can't have a flat surface, and a flat surface can't have a curving. A flat Earth can't have a curving surface, and we can just test if the surface of the Earth is curving or not curving, and know for certain one way or another, without speculation and assumptions or any of that stuff. We can know just by direct measurement.
So how about this? I will go out. I will do a test. I'll say like, Happy here doing a flat Earth test. Is there a specific test that you want me to do?
I mean, is it that I want you to do? I mean,
Did you recommend?
where are you? Yeah, where are you?
I'm in
You
Australia.
near any large body of water? Where are you at? Like generally, you don't need to tell me your freaking house number.
Yeah. So I can go out to like the beach or something. That's fine.
Are you near Dover?
It's like Dover? No, I'm near like I can go out to like Darling Harbour, or I can go out to like any large body of water.
You're in Australia?
Yeah, that's correct.
We hook you up with people. As a matter of fact, where's frickin' Stacy?
Yeah, we got to get her in here.
There are other Australians here, right? I think
Oh,
he's Australian. He's got a picture of Australia.
yeah, Des is here. You're right. Maybe he has a suggestion for you. I could show you Stacy. Have you seen Salt Lake Stacy's YouTube channel? I feel like you might like that.
I can have a look.
She's from Australia. I'll find it for you.
All right, cheers.
Look, I mean, it depends on what level of, like, you could just go out and look, right? You could just go out and look, and hey, do I see that boat? Is it far away? Do I not? That's not really, that's good, but it's not the best. The best way to do it would be to take a laser and shine it a significant distance so you can actually measure it.
Right.
So what you would do is you would measure it off the surface of the water, see its height, then go to the other end of the laser, say 10 miles away, and measure its height above the water again. So in 10 miles, it should be 66 feet above the water. Right? So if you go 10 miles away at the other end of the laser and it's hitting you in your eye, obviously it's not a ball. Unless you're 66 feet tall. I mean, maybe you're the Jolly Green Giant. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Did you think that the Earth was curving that much?
Not that we can observe. I don't think the Earth is curving to the point where we can observe and say, like, oh, hey, look, it's curving.
No, I don't mean the left or right. I mean the far away, right? So as things go into distance, they should be dropping down. Did you realize that the Earth, the global prediction is that 10 miles away, the Earth should be dropped down 66 feet?
What's the formula they use for that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple you can use. Pythagorean theorem is one you could use. But I'll give you something.
Because I don't think the Pythagorean theorem accounts for curvature, but I could be wrong.
You're only calculating the drop. The Pythagorean theorem.
Okay.
It's actually a very easy formula.
Yeah, like a squared plus.
So the drop would be drop equals square root of r squared plus object distance, that's o squared minus r. But I'll post in the chat. I'll post a calculator. This is a Goldberg's freaking curve calculator, not mine. So all the formulas are in this calculator, so you can see them besides the values, right? How each variable is calculated. So, but generally, you can just use the 8 inches per mile squared, which is accurate for nearly 1,000 miles within like 1%. So, given that value, the drop, the surveyor drop, is 66 feet from eye level. Well, it could be actually any level. It would just be like, from my eye level, how much, or foot level, or frickin' 10 feet above my foot, we draw a straight line straight out into space. How far does the surface of the Earth drop down? And at 10 miles, that's 66 feet.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess I'll go out. I'll buy a laser. I'll do some observations, and you have to promise me, like, 'cause if my experiment goes and I realize that the Earth is flat, then yeah, I will for the moment become a flat earther until I can do.
We're
some
not
more
trying to
tests.
turn you into a flat earther, dude. Like, if you go out, you do an experiment, whatever the results are, they are. And if you want to stick your head back in the sand, I don't care. We are not trying to turn you into a flat earther. I don't know where you people get that idea.
Okay, no. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not gonna be like, I'm gonna be intellectually honest, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're trying to turn me into a flat earther.
Okay, so it's like, we're here. We give information that people didn't previously know. So I gave you some. I'm sure that you didn't previously know. You like a lot of people. They believe in the globe, but they don't know anything about it. They don't know any details and any particularities, and they think like right now. You probably didn't think the Earth dropped down 66 feet in 10 miles. It gets even worse. In 30 miles, it's 420 feet. Now you probably use like the metric system, right? So if you're 1.92 meters off the surface of the Earth, okay, and you shine to a spot 40 kilometers away from you, that laser should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's like a 47-story building. Okay?
Pretty tall.
42-story building, rather. That's how high the laser should be 40 kilometers away. You should have to look up to see the laser. And it ain't going to be close even when you look up. It's going to be way the hell up there. So, a lot of people don't realize that this is what the globe mathematics predicts. And we're telling them. They say it's a globe, they say all this stuff, but if you go out and check, you're going to find out there's no globe out there. It only exists on TV and books or magazines, or by word of mouth in people's imaginations. But it doesn't exist out there in the natural world.
I have a random question that I thought of. So like, if you go to like the edge of Australia and you go to a beach and you point a telescope in the direction of like, I don't know, New Zealand, for example, and you get a telescope and you zoom it in really, really far.
Telescopes don't zoom, bro. Telescopes have fixed. Don't have.
You're right.
Telescopes don't have variable to zoom. Can't zoom it in real far.
You're right. Okay, so let's say that you have a fixed telescope, right, or like a device that you can would be able to see New Zealand from, and you point it to New Zealand. Would you be able to see New Zealand?
How far away is it?
I'm not sure, but it's pretty far away.
More than 200, more than 300 kilometers?
The answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no, dude. Open up a weather app and look at your visibility. That's not a globe Earth calculation. Just open up a weather app and look at the visibility.
Yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I kind of expected that. And that's fine. Like, I agree.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you expect it? Like, literally,
right? Yeah.
Sailors use it to know to figure out how far they can see it at sea. Pilots use it to know how far away they can be till they see the runway. And there's no globe involved in that calculation. It's just the opacity of the air. And it doesn't matter how big of a telescope you get, because light comes to the telescope, you don't see out, right? So having a bigger telescope don't fix the problem.
Right. Okay.
The problem is that the average thing you're looking at has very poor reflectivity, so you won't be able to see it at that distance regardless.
Yeah, you got to remember this. You're trying to look at reflected New Zealand, light reflecting off of New Zealand, whatever that would be.
I mean, well, if you read what Rob says, hold on, bro. If you read what Rob says himself, then you're going to come away knowing that the whole damn thing was photoshopped and made out of thin air and has nothing to do with reality. That's why he's reaching and saying that, oh, he touched it up and he got the original. What'd you say, the original from the Apollo missions? How did that connect with Robert Simmons? I'd like you to elaborate on that, please.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but when I brought up the images of the Earth, I wasn't even talking about the Robert Simmons ones. I was talking mainly about the Apollo 17 ones.
Okay,
so I think those are better
it's
ones.
Apollo 11. It's not Apollo 17.
It is Apollo 17. The blue marble image is from Apollo 17.
That blue marble image is Apollo 11.
No, it's Apollo 17.
The one Matt posted.
There's like a unedited here. I could post the unedited version of the Apollo 17.
How do you know if it's unedited? You're just saying that
in chat.
Well, the color's touched up, but yeah, the one I posted at 55 past the hours on the Apollo 17 website.
That's an Apollo 11 image. It's not Apollo 15 or 17.
That is Apollo 17. That's.
So you're saying they got it wrong? I think they did several.
Blue Marble, the original Blue Marble.
The original one is from Apollo 10 or something, but this one is from the 17.
No, it's from Apollo 11. This is the one he just posted. It's just upside down. They flip it when they display it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've established
that's Apollo 17.
No one based upon the transcript, they have no idea when this was taken. Okay. How do you know this is a picture of the Earth?
Because there's Africa right there. It's
yeah,
the
but
Earth.
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like, dude?
Because we know the shape of Africa, and that's what Africa looks like.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
Because we've taken cartography.
Because we've taken cartography. Really? Because we've taken
I'm sure some people have, but we've measured Africa. We know what it looks like. We know the shape of Africa.
Oh, we know what it looks like. By how? By sailing around it with a boat. We know what it looks like.
I mean, that's the simplest way to do it, yes, but there are more complicated measures of doing it.
Okay. You have no way of telling that this is a picture of the Earth. Period. End of story. You could even have the negative, but you have no idea if they photographed the Earth. This could just be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's photographed? Or why do you think it's photoshopped? First of all,
I didn't say Photoshop. I said this could be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's a painting?
Listen really closely. This could be a photograph of a painting. I don't have to think it's anything because I don't have to believe their story at all.
So it just seems like you're not believing any sort of evidence that I bring forward, no matter what.
The evidence is their claim. There's the evidence. Just like if they showed, here's Santa Claus going around the Earth, I could either believe it or not believe it. It's impossible to evaluate the image.
But there's a bunch of reasons. You won't accept anything that I bring forward.
Don't talk about what I will and won't accept. It's just rhetorical garbage. It's just rhetorical garbage.
Rhetorical garbage?
How did you evaluate this? Let me ask you, rhetorical garbage. So this image, how did you evaluate whether that was a picture of the Earth?
I looked at it and said,
I looked at it. And you referred it to what? And you referred it to what?
Maps of Africa.
Maps. What, Mercator maps?
Yeah, Mercator.
Does Mercator map accurately represent the size of Africa?
No.
Okay, then what did you compare it to? So you compared it to something it's not?
What?
You compared it. You just said that the Mercator map is actually not Africa.
Yeah.
And that's what you compared it to. So you compared it to something that it's not.
So the size of Africa gets distorted by
well, how would you even know? Yeah, and that's funny. How would you even know that?
Because we know that having
who's we, dude?
It's general knowledge, right? That
it's not general knowledge, dude.
Can you let anything finish, dude? Every time I try to speak,
because you're full of shit, massive shit, dude.
No, it's just because you're scared of letting me finish. If I actually finished a sentence, you wouldn't.
Okay, has everybody in here heard his claims?
Questions.
Yeah, he starts every sentence with a lie. He makes everything up as he goes along.
No, I've heard all your claims. You've said lots of claims. You've stacked them higher than the frickin' moon. Okay, we've heard them all. I asked you what you compared this to. You said maps. I said, like the Mercator map? You said, yeah. I said, is that accurate? You said no. So you compared it to something you know isn't accurate to evaluate this is accurate. That doesn't make sense, and you know it doesn't make sense. You're trying to run away from it. The fact of the matter is, you have nothing to compare this to. You've never seen the Earth from this point of view. You have no reference. from which to even know if this is what the Earth looks like at all.
Are you
Nothing.
done?
You have no reference.
Okay,
No, I'm not done. And then even if you did have a reference, there's no way you could tell that this is a photograph of the Earth and not just a photograph of a painting or a model or fucking any other thing. The fact of the matter is, you either have to just believe the claims of the people that claim they said, I took a photograph of the Earth, or you don't. There's no way you can analyze this with any objective method.
Dude, you could do this with anything. It's like literally if you
Santa
just want
Claus?
to be a hyper.
Can we do it with Santa Claus?
I mean, if you want to be a hyper skeptic about literally
I'm not being
everything
a
in
hyper
yes,
hyper skeptic.
yes, you are.
So it's
You
hyper
are. You're
skeptic.
not accepting any sort of like material evidence
Can
being
I ask you a
provided to
question?
you. You're
You
just
think it's
just being a hyper skeptic.
Yeah, stop with the meta,
You're
dude.
not even
Stop with the
doing.
meta.
You're
Stop
not
with the
even
meta.
doing it to
Stop
like
with the
in a
meta, dude.
general. You're not
Stop with
even
the
letting
meta.
me finish. It's crazy.
Yeah,
You're
stop
so
with the
scared
meta
of it.
because no one
You're
cares
so
about.
scared. You're
No, no one
so
cares
terrified
about.
of letting
Dude,
anybody
no one
finish.
cares about your meta
every single
bullshit
time,
about
every
what I
single
think or
time,
what I feel.
Bro.
Simple as that, all right?
Bird lawyer. Nobody cares about your
every single time,
pop
every
sociological
single time.
analysis of how I think or how I feel. Nobody cares. I'm asking you about objective evidence. You're saying it's hyper skeptical to believe that people didn't fly to land in the fucking sky. That's not hyper fucking skeptical.
I don't know why you're so scared, man. Like,
yeah,
I guess it
look,
makes
your
sense
meta is not working. No one's
like,
buying it, Bird. You can try and try and try, dude. It's not going to work.
It is. It's
definitely going to work. If I keep talking about him, then I can continuously deflect from the fact that my evidence sucks.
Well, you literally have interrupted me every single time I've tried to speak. So, like,
no, you made a claim and I responded to it, but you want to keep bro. You made claims and I respond to your first sentence, and then you keep trying to talk. But I'm not letting you make
because you've interrupted me every single time I've tried to finish.
Because you're not going into narrative, dude. You're saying things.
Wait. So I want you to make
this is a simple question. If you have a false premise in a proposition, can anything be true after your false? No, Bird lawyer, shut your pie hole. Shut your pie hole, brother. If you have a false premise in a proposition, can anything after that be true? Yes or no? Can anything part of your conclusion be true?
Nope.
If you start with a false premise, yes or no?
Well, I haven't even finished my premise. And
you don't need to finish. You start with a false premise, dude. Are you retarded?
Yeah, you not only do that, like you keep floating from claim to claim, starting with a false premise that we can't just let stand because then whatever you say after it is irrelevant, but you also just keep repeating yourself, filibustering, so on and so forth. So you don't have any evidence of your globe. You have nothing but faith in your globe. You refuse to acknowledge that. You don't seem interested when I mentioned to you that the expected drop over distance predicted by the geometry over the sphere is never actually measured in reality. I mean, that's the most interesting part of the whole argument, but you didn't even ask anything about that. You just go back to your fantasy pictures, which Indio asked you several times.
The most important part, that's how we know this image is fake, is because the water that's in this image is supposed to drop at 8 inches per mile squared. When we go out in reality, the water doesn't do that. So if you're claiming this is the Earth we're measuring directly, and it shows curved water, and there's not actually no curved water on Earth, then we know this image is fake. Period. Doesn't matter what they say about it.
Yep. We know all your globe images are fake. I mean, it's not really our problem if you are not willing to accept reality, Bird lawyer. I don't know. I mean, we can unmute him, but you're dishonest in your arguments. So if you don't see why that is, and why you have to get muted, and why we have to stop you after you're spewing lies, when we know for sure that your fantasy globe image is fake, then I don't know what to do for you. Is there anybody else? There's Carmelo. Oh yeah, Carmelo had number two. Number two. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, I got beef for Carmelo. Let's go.
Well, I'm going to say one more thing about this Bird lore. Bird lore is very simple. If you start a proposition with a false premise, no words after it matter unless those words are, oh shit, my premise was false. Let me fix that. Okay, you can't reach any conclusion that's true with a false premise.
You don't even let them get there, but like you just interrupt them.
Bro, are you serious? Did you just hear what I said? Tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said. Repeat it back to me.
Yeah. You said that like you can't like have a conversation based off a false premise, but he was never.
No, that's not what I said.
It's
no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. It's not verbatim.
Okay,
Not even close. I said you can't reach a conclusion that's true if your proposition has a false premise.
But he never got to his proposition.
His premise is part of the proposition. You fucking baboon.
You know, you never even got to his proposition.
The premise is part of the proposition. You baboon.
He never even got to his premise.
A proposition is premise 1, premise 2, conclusion.
He never even got to his premise. You spoke one sentence and you overtalk him like a baboon.
The one sentence is the premise.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, it's not. What was his one sentence? I love crayons. And then he started talking, right?
Wait, let me ask him a question, yo.
What's up?
Dude, you're a dishonest slime ball, dude. Y'all need, I don't even know what, dude. I can't even say what y'all need.
About the time we got a divorce.
Yeah, so that's you see, there's a false premise there. You can't just lead and continue on with a false premise. Anyway, I got a question for you. I got smoke for you there, Carmelo.
What's up? Oh, hold on. Before you do that, I gotta show this thing real quick because that one woman said something really retarded earlier, and it was that like
so you're just gonna.
No. I'm here to talk to the woman. I'm not here to talk to the three of y'all at once.
Do that.
The woman. The woman has a name. It's Mary Mom or Daniel.
I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
Yeah,
you're not a flat earther. You're just retarded.
Dandelion. What I'm going to put in the side chat is the exact time and day backtracked on a solar map for the Earth. Can you explain for the class like the really dumb thing you said earlier about how it doesn't match up with this image here?
He's running away.
No, I'm actually like with the premise here.
How what doesn't match up?
So she made the really dumb claim earlier that like the lighting on the Earth here doesn't match up with what should be expected at that time in day. She said it wasn't even close.
Okay, what day do you have here? What date
I
is
have
this from time and date?
Yeah, December 7th, 1972 at 10:40 UTC.
Okay, nobody knows when that photograph was taken, brother.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, no, they don't. There's a whole website dedicated to figuring out when that photograph was taken. So don't just say, yeah, they do.
It's pretty easy to figure out. I did it in like 10 seconds.
No, bro. How do you know when the photograph was taken? What time?
By taking a look at the light that is shown on that map, on that image,
brother.
And tracking it across here.
No, you would need a priori knowledge of when the photo was taken to input into the light on the map, dude. How do you know when the photo was taken?
Dog, look, here, I'll show you. It's so
how far away were they from the Earth when they took this photograph?
It's so easy to do. Here you go.
How far away were they from the Earth when they took the photograph?
Not a clue. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
You guys realize like most of the satellite data is public, right?
What? What now?
Most of the satellite data is public.
That's nonsense.
That makes like
no, you're just making shit up. No, it's not.
It is though.
No, it's not though. You guys just come in here and just say shit you've never actually researched and looked into. Don't you think we checked? So Himawari, let's take Himawari for instance. Not even academic. Not even academics. Okay, so you're just gonna talk over me? No, you're not. So Kamala, we want to know where the camera was when it took the photograph. What time it was?
Hello.
Hello. Good. Have you ever been in the Flat Earth channel before?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard anything about flat Earth?
A little bit, just like surface level.
What did you hear?
Honestly, it's like meme videos, like made to make fun of flat earthers.
The usual, yeah, we know about those.
Yeah.
So you might think that did these meme videos and little joke propaganda items show the flat Earth as being a disc flying through space?
Like no, I don't know your arguments properly.
Well, that's not our argument. That's why I'm trying to tell you that that's not it. 'Cause that's usually the misconception. So I'm just telling you that is not what we think.
I
Yeah,
don't
we
know
do
any of
not
your
think that.
positions or
Oh, great. He's a blank slate. We love those. Yeah. So the main idea is that there's no globe because the globe has never been demonstrated in reality. You, Rocky, have never experienced a globe. You've only experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of main arguments. I mean, we could start with water being flat, right? We could start with that. Do you like that one? Water's flat and it covers over 70% of the Earth. What do you think about that?
what
Do
do
you
you
think
mean by
water's flat?
water is flat? I
Yeah,
don't know what you
well,
mean.
when you go to the ocean, have you been to the ocean lately?
Yeah, I love the beaches.
Super. And when you look out there, does the horizon look flat to you?
Actually, no. So I don't know if this is something you
Mm.
can view with your eyes, but theoretically and also in practice, if something is a certain distance away from you, even if it's over the ocean, at some point you won't see it, right? Because theoretically it's supposed to go under the curvature of the Earth.
That's what they say, but they're wrong. They who say that it does not go over the curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, because well, one, there is no curvature; it's never been measured. But two, a lot of times, if you think this item, maybe it's a boat, is going outside your field of view, if you had a zoom camera or even binoculars, you could bring it back into your view because it's only appearing to disappear from, it's only appearing to disappear. I mean, it is disappearing from your vision, but it's not disappearing from the Earth. It's not disappearing behind any curve. It's just going outside of your range of vision, which is limited due to the nature of your eyeball.
So hang on, why is your so hang on, can you go into more detail on that explanation of why you can't see it?
Yeah.
I can if you don't want
go ahead, Larry. Yeah, take it over because I'm pretty tired and you sound very perky.
I'm on keto, so get used to that. So the whole aperture thing, it limits the resolvability of the object that you're trying to look at in the distance. So imagine you have two bricks at 100 yards away. With your naked eye, you'll be able to determine there's two bricks there. But at a mile away, if you could see the bricks at all, it's going to appear to be one brick. Does that make sense?
I get that, yeah.
So if you pull out a
still
really
physically
big
see an object, you just can't make it out, right?
Right. So they converge, right? So if you look at the two bricks like converging into one brick stacked on top of the other, what would happen if a boat is converging with the ocean that it's on? It's going to appear to converge into one object in a way, and you're only going to see the top of the boat because the sky's the limit, whereas the bottom of the boat, the ocean is the limit.
What does that mean? Like just the water is covering the. Oh, okay. It blended in with the
It's called the Rayleigh criterion. Rayleigh criterion.
Okay. So now, let's assume you're right about that. Going based on that assumption, that would mean that there's a situation possible where with your naked eye you cannot see anything. It looks like there's nothing there. But if you had the aid of anything ocular like a telescope or something, now you can make it out, right?
Right, but there's also limits to how big the telescope could be. So let's say you got like a 24-inch telescope, you're not going to be able to bring in the Eiffel Tower from New York City, right? It's just impossible.
Okay, I agree with you, but there should be a case where you see nothing with your eye, and then you bring a tool out, and now you can't see it, right?
Yeah, telescope. Yeah.
Right, but I don't know if that experiment has been performed where you see nothing with your naked eye, and then all of a sudden you bring your telescope out and you do see something.
How do you think they find stars? How do you think they find new stars?
With telescopes.
Right. So they don't see anything there. They pull out the telescope, and then now they can resolve the star, which they couldn't see before, and they get to name it. So this kind of thing happens all the time, right? People use binoculars and they use all sorts of things to help their vision. But the Rayleigh criterion is a real thing. I would encourage you to look into it. And if the increase of the aperture increases your ability to resolve things, then if you decrease the aperture, it would decrease your ability to resolve things. So if things are converging, then is it possible the boat is a thing and it could converge into the ocean because the limitation of your eyes? Please continue.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to mention before, it goes away, that what I was talking about before, I put an example for you at 45 minutes after the hour, Rocky, and I tagged you, where you see how this is what we're talking about. They're zooming in on the ship that's at the horizon, but then when they zoom back out, like if you were at the shore, you don't see it, and then you zoom in on it. So like if you had seen, like, if this ship were, going toward the horizon, you would have seen it possibly go outside of your field of view. But when you use something to help your vision, like a zoom camera, which is used in this particular instance, then you can see it again. So it didn't disappear. It never disappeared. I mean, how would the water have even curved at all? I mean, you don't observe water to curve in a container, right? Water is level and flat in a container. That's the nature of water. So that's what we're talking about. I've observed it myself on the shore of Lake Michigan. Platter gave you another example there. There's many, 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 many examples. So, yep, that's not proof of your globe.
Okay. So I just want to go ahead and say what you're describing about this is absolutely a reality. Like I don't reject that notion where, if an object is far enough, your naked eye can't see it, but then a tool can help you see it, right? But I want to separate a difference between if you can't see it just based on pure distance, or if you can't see it based on an obstruction, right? If it was an obstruction, then there's no tool, no matter how good, that could help you see it, right? We agree on that?
Yeah, we totally agree. Yeah, that's why the other part of the flat earth argument, I started out with water, and then Larry gave you some more details about the limitations of human vision and so on. So yeah, the next argument I would make would have to do with the alleged obstruction that there would have to be if you lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles as claimed. If you did live on said sphere, then you would observe a drop over distance, which would increase at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which would result in a vertical drop of 66 feet at 10 miles and 266 feet at 20 miles, so on and so forth. And we don't actually observe this in reality. I mean, in fact, I'll show you, I'll put one in the side chat here. We have a laser test done in British Columbia at 28 miles, where the laser hit the target, and the target should have been obscured behind hundreds of feet of obstruction, as you call it. So this obstruction that would be expected if we lived on a sphere is not actually observed in reality. Right.
So I think both could be the case. I think it could be a matter of mere distance, and whatever lens you're looking through isn't weak enough, right? Because your eyes are also lens. But there's this separate case where it's an obstruction, and the way we can separate whether the boat or whatever is obstructed and not just that it's out of our field of whatever our camera can comprehend should be elevation, right? Can we agree with that? If, for example, you're looking at something with your eyes and you see nothing, like over the horizon, over the sea, whatever. But now if you were to elevate this object and all of a sudden you see it, even with your same equipment, whether it's your eyes or whatever, and you see it just based on the difference of elevation, shouldn't that technically prove that it was being obstructed and not
why would you say a zoom? Well, one, why would you say a zoom camera is changing elevation? I don't understand that part. But yeah, I apologize. I thought you already conceded the point that things don't disappear over the horizon. That's why I thought when you mentioned obstruction, you were moving on.
No, I think they
do the geometric argument. But what I don't even understand why you would say that zooming in on this boat would have any effect at all on elevation. What are you talking about?
So the elevation argument is that, okay, if you're looking at something, so let's just say with your naked eye, no camera, nothing. But if you're looking at something that's supposed to be far enough to go over the curvature of the Earth, right? Technically, if that object now gets elevated, you should be able to see it, right?
How are you elevating these objects? Are you levitating them? Did you levitate the target hundreds of feet in British Columbia to make the laser meet it? I mean, I'm sorry, this just makes zero sense to me at all. These things are not being elevated. They're being leveled and measured and observed at across a level surface. That's why water is used for this purpose.
No, but can you agree with the theory I'm proposing? The theory aspect.
No, because you're randomly saying something's elevated, and I don't know what you have like a magic force elevating it. I have no idea what you're talking about. You just said the word elevated many times.
If it were to be elevated.
Why would I even talk about that when we've already done many tests with no elevation at all, completely level, that demonstrate there's no sphere anyway? And
because
do you understand what he's saying?
Go over the obstruction. I could draw it out for you.
But you're presupposing that an obstruction is the only reason you wouldn't see the bottom of something in the first place.
Say again?
You're presupposing that some sort of thing must be blocking it. Right? Yep. So I'm going to show you an image where it can't possibly be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, okay? But it is. You can only see half this boat. Okay. So this was taken on a lake that's 1,000 feet long. Now, according to the globe, you should be able to see all the way across this lake to the other side. The horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is more than double the size of the lake itself. So why can't we see this boat?
What is that piece in the middle? Is that part of the boat or is it water?
That's the top of the. It's a little RC boat. That's the top of it. Yes.
Okay. And you said, can you repeat what you said about
the lake is 1,000 feet long. This boat's about 700 feet from the camera. But if you punch in from this camera height, which is 1.5 inches, the horizon should be on a globe 2,400 feet from the camera.
Okay. But this to me is what I was saying about elevation. Why is it you can see the top of the boat but not the bottom?
Okay, that's the problem. This can't possibly be Earth curve causing this.
Explain.
Because the lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away.
Meaning it's too small.
Rather. Meaning it can't reach the horizon that should be blocking it.
Okay.
Because the lake ain't big enough. But regardless, we see this, right? There should be no horizon at all.
But hang on. Do we agree that this is an obstruction?
It's disappearing before the Earth curve. No, I don't agree it's an obstruction.
Okay.
At all.
If it's not an obstruction, why is it that you can see the top but nothing else?
Well, who cares?
Doesn't that mean the rest of the boat is obstructed from our vision?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Why?
Well, it doesn't even matter why, because we know this can't be Earth curve causing it.
But hang on, yeah, I think it does matter.
We know it can't. Rocky, you understand? We did this experiment to eliminate Earth curve as a variable. So this variable, this test, Earth curve can't possibly be the cause, no matter what.
Well, hang on. The earlier explanation that Dandelion brought up is that it's physically too far for you to see it, right?
Yeah. No, not it's physically. That wasn't her argument.
Hang on, she's arguing
not that it was physically too far.
When you stop seeing things, it's just a matter of distance. It's because they're too far from
some things, but when they appear to be cut off, it isn't Earth curve that's cutting them off.
So then what is it?
Well, I could tell you, but you're not even going to understand the explanation.
You don't want to try?
Yeah, at least tell
I do this all the time, and it always sucks, dude, because you guys just never understand.
Well, maybe somebody's out there that will understand, Indio. I'll listen for the 17th time, and maybe I'll understand it better too.
I don't really want to, because it's pointless to even tell you, because we know what it's not. You know how you do a scientific experiment, and you have confounding variables, and then you eliminate the confounding variables so that you can test the thing you actually want to test? So what we're trying to test is this qualitative observation. Hey, this looks like I can't see the bottom. Is that Earth curve or not? Well, we can say, hey, we'll take a known flat surface. We'll see if we can get the same qualitative description, and we do. We don't even need to know the reason, because we know what is not the reason. We know the reason we can't see the bottom of the boat is not Earth curve.
So, okay.
But the reason is something called total internal reflection, meaning the light that's reflecting off the bottom of the boat doesn't have a path to the camera, and it gets reflected down under the camera.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have no idea what that is, do you?
Say again?
You have no idea what that is, do you? Like total internal reflection. It's an optical phenomenon.
I'm an engineer for building, and I've studied daylighting, lighting, and illuminance for a long time.
Okay, so if you have a camera, right, and there's so we have the critical angle, and this boat is from this height. The critical angle is very shallow, right? So you have a gradient, and instead, like light within that denser gradient will reflect off the less dense gradient if that light hits that boundary at a angle shallower than the critical angle, and it will get reflected down under the level of the camera. There's been demonstrated experimentally, peer-reviewed papers on it. I can give you a diagram, right? So the light that is reflecting off the bottom of this boat, it has no optical path to the camera, because it's just being reflected down under the camera. And if you notice any of these ships over the horizon videos, if you look close, you'll almost always, invariably, see an inferior mirage. Right? So right at the boundary of the horizon, you'll see a double image. Right? It'll be a thin layer, a thin double image layer. Right? So it goes into this duct, and it never escapes to even reach the camera. But the light that enters that duct is the bottom of the boat. Is the light that is reflecting off the bottom of the boat. It just can't reach the camera. So obviously you won't be able to see the bottom of the boat.
I get what you're saying, but I don't know how you can be confident that that explains what you're showing.
Because we know this is a flat surface, and I don't need to know the reason. And because it's been demonstrated experimentally, where they actually took vertical temperature measurements, profiles, observed the mirror from 1.5 kilometers away, and filmed the mirror, and it would just disappear from sight, where they couldn't see it no more. We're talking about a big mirror, like a 1 foot by 1 foot square mirror, and it would just disappear. And they were wondering, why does this thing just keep disappearing? So they went out and they measured the temperature gradient at the mirror, the humidity, the temperature, the pressure. They noticed that when there was a strong gradient, that's when the mirror would vanish. And then when they modeled it all out, it turned out to be consistent with total internal reflection. And I'll post the published paper in the chat.
And the horizon is not geometric place anyway.
point is, we don't even need to know why, because we're showing it happens.
Okay. Well,
because we know that, listen, in this image, there should be no horizon at all. At all. It shouldn't even exist. You should be able to see all the way to the other shore, no problem. And a bunch of these observations have been made on this lake. There's one where you can't see the boat at all, right? But you can see, because it's a RC boat, right? And the water will spray up in the air. You can't see the boat, but you can see the water spraying up in the air. That the boat is sending up into the air. Right? So we've done lots of these observations. Other ones that are super completely calm lake where there's a light way off in the distance, and they just lower the camera, and as they lower the camera, the light just vanishes.
Okay.
And it can't. But the thing is, these are at distances too short to be Earth curve. You understand that part? These are before the horizon. So the horizon's supposed to be where the Earth curve starts and blocks things. These tests are happening in front of the horizon.
Okay, yo,
I get what you're saying.
This guy,
but scientifically,
this guy's deafened. How
that
how's he
doesn't
talking?
necessarily prove that cannot happen at higher distances. And I'll give
Hey,
you
buddy,
an
can you hear
example.
me?
You can't prove that it doesn't happen at higher
Yes,
distances.
we can hear you. This is a bot.
Yes.
Would you like me to pause it?
Yeah, I just paused it.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Sure, yeah. Yo, guys, what's going on, guys? I'm here to teach you guys about the globe Earth. Yeah, who's ready to learn about the globe Earth? Say, all right.
Me. I.
Me. I want to.
You want to learn? You want to learn?
This is.
All right. Okay.
Listen.
Yeah, let's teach you about the
Now we
globe
have.
Earth. All right.
Okay. So we paused the lecture. Now we have brain rot time. Go ahead with the brain rot. Go ahead.
What do you mean brain rot time? Yeah, you guys called me. Yeah, you guys summoned me. I didn't summon you. Yeah, you guys asked me to teach you. I didn't
well,
ask
slow
you to
down,
teach me,
Sunshine. You're gonna do yourself a mischief.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm the teacher here, so I want like all the classmates to be on their best behavior. You know?
Okay.
You're the teacher
worries.
here. This would be spectacular.
Let's do it. Go, teach us about the
Okay.
globe.
All right. So like, yeah, we do know. We all know. Like, if you walk, if you like start walking towards like west, you know. If you keep walking, yeah, you're gonna end up back in the same spot. Yeah, so there we go. You know, the Earth is a ball, bro.
Question, sir. I've got my hand up.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, what's up?
How do you know you're going west?
Oh, you just look at the compass.
Excellent. Oh, sir, I've got another question. Sir.
Yeah, you just like, there's a
compass
map on your phone. Sir? You just click on the compass, you calibrate it.
Sir, compass is point north.
Step.
Mr. My friend Timbo, the guy that I'm sitting next to, he said compass is point north.
No, that's bullshit, man, bro. Yeah.
That's bullshit.
What do you mean? Yeah, it's been tested. It's been calibrated, bro.
Back to passing notes, kids.
I think I'm gonna wag this class.
Yeah, I think
down the back behind the bike shed. Let's go.
I think his compass is broken, man. Yeah, you gotta calibrate it. Yeah, you gotta do a couple circles and all that. You know what I mean?
Musa. Compass is point north, bro. The problem with you claiming that going west or east, you'll get backed around where you're going, because the compass points north, it points to a singular point, right? So as you move, the compass needle will adjust accordingly. So you could do a great big circle around a magnetic center point and you'll get back to where you're going. This is possible on a flat surface. You don't have to be on a ball in order to go around in a circle.
Yeah, it actually works the same on a sphere.
Yeah.
Too. So
exactly the same.
East and west are circles. Yeah. Around north. Yeah.
Wait, what? Yeah, so if I'm on a ship and then like I got my compass in front of me and I'm going like south or whatever, so
south
eventually it's going to like lead me towards like north. I'm looking at the compass. I'm going straight. I'm following it. You know, if it's telling me to turn, I'm not turning, bro. I'm going straight.
Yeah, that's fine, but that one's never been done. So if you head south, then you don't pop up on the other south and start heading north. Like, no one's ever done that. You can go over north, like you can head north and then start heading back down south, like go over north, but like you can't do it south. But if you go east to west, they're just circles. That's
In the
fine.
side chat, Musa, I've chucked up just a little thing to show how compasses point north. So have a look at that, and you'll understand what's going on there, mate.
Yeah, so that map there's a globe projection. So it's just a globe projection that show you what happens on a globe or on a flat surface.
Oh wait, what? Yes, yeah. So you're telling me if the Earth is flat, it's able to work the same way? Yeah, like you'll end up in the same spot.
Exactly the
Well,
same.
this example, yeah. You just can't go south and then pop up again. Like no one's ever done that.
Hang on a minute, wasn't he supposed to be teaching us?
Oh shit! Sorry, sir.
My bad, sir.
I don't want a detention. All right.
No.
Scab duty.
Good.
That's what's going to happen to you, Timbo. Scab duty. Oh shit! I've done that in a long time.
Grab that bin and pick up rubbish at recess. Really?
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So like for everybody's detention time, like I want you to write on the chalkboard. The Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball. If you say it enough times, yeah, you'll just believe it. You know what I mean?
No, I'm gonna say no. If you want me to do that, you have to call my parents.
Speaking of chalkboard stuff, you know on The Simpsons when it starts and Bart's writing things, doing lines, has he ever written? Yeah, has he ever written the Earth is flat or the Earth is not flat or something smart like
Yeah, I don't know, but like we would have a lot of flat earthers if he ever wrote that, you know.
Oh yeah, imagine that. If one of the
They got,
episodes,
like,
the Earth is
amazing
not flat, people would be blowing up everywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Simpsons had the
if you want to know, like,
the Globetrotters.
If you want,
right? They had their basketball team.
Yep.
They threw the globe in the trash, and then Homer Simpson had the he went in the library, and then in the fiction section there was a globe sitting right next to the fiction sign and a rocket, a space rocket. And then there was the satellite, right? Like the satellite attached to the balloon. And then
Yeah,
they
that was
also did
funny.
the thing. Yeah, they did the thing with the glass dome as well.
Oh, they did too. Yeah, with the baseball.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, all right.
And then the water.
That's all I got.
And then the water came down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
sir. Go
Anyways, I
ahead.
was gonna say
Can you
that's all
teach
I
us
got.
some more, Globe?
Oh no, it's pretty much all I got for today. So yeah, we're gonna have to put this on pause. Yeah, until the next
Well,
episode.
you can come
of
back
Dragon
tomorrow,
Ball
sir.
Z.
We're good.
Yeah, 100%. All right, yeah, take it easy, guys. Yep.
No
Thanks,
worries.
mate. Thanks for participating.
Wait,
Oh,
Musa,
nice.
is brain rot hour over that fast?
Yeah, I think he got his free lesson.
What's the prompt, DJ? What's the prompt on the live stream?
Teach us about the globe.
Oh, okay.
It says like, yeah. Let me check exactly what I got written. Oh yeah, help needed! Exclamation! Exclamation in capital letters. Please teach us about the globe Earth.
right. Anyone else looking for a lesson?
Tell you, something sitting up the back of the class next to Timbo. This is naughty. I'm never doing this again.
Yeah, if you were hanging around me when you're in school.
I was a couple of years ahead of you at school. What are you, Timbo? 46.
45.
3 years on you.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. When we had no computers.
We had computers, but that was a very specific class. You went to computers.
Yeah, and you type in those silly codes and make some snail do a picture.
On the turtle, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
the
old.
turtle.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually got I got yeeted from a computer class. We had in our tech drawing room we had a couple of computers, and we also had computers on the other side of the school for your dedicated computer class. But the computers then were all Macs. So in one room they had like PCs, Intels, and the other room they had all Apple Macs, like old ones, and it was shit because I was an Amiga user. So I go to school, and I'm like the left out kid, and this is just trash. And but what I did find out was the floppy disks at the time from the Amigas were compatible with the Apple Macs. So
What were
I
they? The
grabbed
3.5-inch ones, like the
little
big
fellas,
ones?
yeah.
Oh, the little
ones.
square ones. Yeah.
Yep. Anyways, I grabbed a couple of those from home, took them into school. We're allowed to play games. See, in tech drawing, once you've done all your drawing and classwork, you're allowed to use the computers and play games. So I grabbed the floppy disks and just saved the games on those. So for later on, I put it back in my little case and chucked it in my bag, and off I went. Next day, if we finished our work, we got to do them. If we didn't, and so be it. Well, anyways,
You didn't take in Car Sales Charlie or something, did you?
Shuffle Puck Cafe. I'm freaking good at that. And there was also Marathon Decathlon.
I remember that. That was good.
Yeah.
Where you do the sprinting and it was left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Get them to angle strafe and they'd run quicker. But what I found over in the Apple Mac room, all the Macs were locked down and none of the games were allowed on there, unless you had a floppy disk with a saved game on it. Then you just click that and it automatically launched the game. So all of a sudden, I'd get my save game. So what I did was I started a game, then just saved it straight away. And I'd go to everyone's computer. So when the teacher left, I'd run around everyone's computer, plug it in, start, plug it in, start, plug it in, start, plug it in, start. And everyone was running the game. And all of a sudden, the teacher comes in one day, everyone's playing Marathon Decathlon, running around, kicking the shit out of each other. And he has had an absolute meltdown. He walks up to my computer and just, instead of going, all right, give us a floppy disk, he actually grabbed the base unit. So these were the old school ones where there was a base unit and a monitor sitting on top. He grabbed the whole base unit, just ripped the power plug, clean out the back of it whilst it was running, grabs me and the Poxy computer, drags me into his happy little office, and then grabs a small screwdriver and punches the disc out. Instead of actually just pressing the button and ejecting it, he actually used the the little pinhole that you punch discs out when the computers are off.
Yeah.
Gets that, holds the disc in front of me, and then crushes it like a little bug, like as if he was some epic godlike creature. And then I copped detention for a couple of days. But what the simple bastard didn't know was I had like 6 more of them in my bag, just in case. So yeah, I copped detention for playing games in the computer shit. It was crap. They were teaching us programming and using Fortran, and it was just like, this is fail. And
it was so shit learning all that stuff. was useless.
It's flat Earth growing.
Hey, what's going on, man?
You guys still flat Earthers? Why?
Yes, so are you.
It's Utah. How many accounts have you got now, you spastic?
Yeah, I mean, it's come on now. We just had the Artemis 2.
Hey, if someone
Okay,
measured something and it
what's going
wasn't
on?
a sphere, wouldn't you go, oh, well, that's not a sphere?
I mean, we had the Artemis 2
Yeah, we don't care about Artemis 2.
photograph.
Artemis 2 is up in the sky. It's not the ground.
Yeah, it came from the ground.
Okay. So if I get my drone and I take off and fly over to Timbo's house, what shape is the ground?
If you fly the drone to the moon,
Are you listening? No, you're not listening. If I get my drone, don't sit there and say no. You're an idiot. Shut up. Shut up and listen. Listen to the statement first. Is this guy broken my fucking? How about we just go click and we'll make him listen. Do it the old-fashioned way. Right. Now, you get your little drone. I press the fly button and it goes up. I fly it across to Timbo's house and I land it. The only reason I do that is because there's an icy cold can of beer attached to the bottom of it and he wants one. So drone has gone up, it's flown to Timbo's house, it's landed, he's grabbed the cold beer. What does that tell us about the shape of the ground? So let's see if you can answer that.
Nothing.
Tells you it's too early for beer.
Excellent. He got it right. Nothing. It's never too early for beer. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, because your drone is too close to the ground. It's already.
So drone flies across the ground, and it means absolutely nothing about the shape of the ground. Excellent. So you've just got a king-size drone.
Right.
This thing's gone up, and how's that telling us about the shape of the ground?
It depends on how high you go. The Artemis 2 went 250,000 miles. Boom.
So are we talking Cheech and Chong high or Snoop Dogg high?
No, we're talking 250,000 miles high.
How do you verify that? Robbie, how do you verify that?
Welcome.
How do you verify
No. He's in trouble.
No,
you got to ask the question. You're in trouble. Hey, Rob, you've got to shut up and start listening. Rob, stop just sitting there saying, no, he's in trouble. We're not interested in your stupid meta. Timbo asked you an exceptionally simple question. How did you verify that? So that's what you've got to answer. I'm not interested in your meta or your no, and you're having a meltdown. Just answer Timbo's question.
No.
Okay, you're in trouble, and you need to accept your.
I'm not in trouble. I'm just enforcing you answering the simple question. You made a claim.
Let's see why he means you're in trouble. Let's have a listen to that.
Oh, unless he's a server mod. Let's have a listen. This will be good.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
He's twitching. No, brother, you just messed up. If you fly your drone the altitude of your house to another person's house with the same altitude down the street, that tells you nothing about the shape of the ground because the drone is too close.
Why is he in trouble for that?
Okay, so let's just say, hold on. Yep, that's great. Stop. The drone's too close. We got that. This is where you don't want to melt down. This is the problem. You seem to need to give us a 45-minute spiel of bullshit. Did he just run away? Oh, or did someone yeet him?
No, he runs away. He runs away.
What I've noticed he does, if you just let him ramble, he will give you about 45 minutes worth of horse shit, and then he'll expect you to answer the very first thing. And it's like you've just been loaded up with so much crap that you can't keep track of it. They don't like it when you pin them down and rail each thing. And the second
You're
thing...
making me crazy.
How many accounts has this idiot got? Did he like see PD's collection and he's gone, hold my beer?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. I thought I heard him the other day.
You did.
He's back. I would recognise that voice for the rest.
Master Sheepdog.
What's that?
Master Sheepdog. Your name.
Oh, Sheepdog
It's
being
Sheepdog.
called out.
Why your name is Sheepdog, bro?
Because there's too many
Rounding
sheep
up
in the
all the
world.
sheep.
Have you ever seen that
Wanna talk
video where the stupid? Have you ever seen that video where the stupid sheep falls in the hole, and then the person helps the sheep out of the hole, and then the sheep runs down and falls into the same fucking hole 10 feet away?
Hey, that's this room.
I'm serious, bro. I need to get that in the meme.
Well, if you want to know why I changed my name to this, it's because the other day someone said I was a nice guy. And I just went, you gotta be kidding me, dude.
You and Radwin.
Radwin changed his name to Mr. Nice Guy once as well. That's why I thought
Mr.
you were
Nice
Radwin
Flat
until.
Earther, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The nicest flat earther.
Yeah, yeah. And then he was pretending to be nice.
Yeah,
That lasted
which lasted
about 2
about 2
minutes.
days. Yeah.
I mean, Matrix and Radwin they are nice guys, like once a year.
Yeah,
What
here's
is
your Christmas
the
present,
best
Mum.
movie?
Hey, Dad, get us a beer, will ya? And that's the end of my niceties. Nah.
Well, a broken clock is right twice a day, actually.
Twice a day,
Hey,
yeah.
y'all check the chat. Y'all check the chat.
So
Yeah, go ahead, mate. Question away. Oh, sorry, you're supposed to be teaching us about this.
Is that what this event is? Teaching us the globe?
Yeah.
The way that I'm going to do it, when people teach me the globe, I'm just going to ask all the questions that I wished I could have asked when I was in elementary school, when they were teaching me this.
Yeah, me and Matrix already got a detention.
I got scab duty.
Well, you're not supposed to throw spit wads at the teacher.
Damn.
Sit down, you lot.
How do we know it's a globe? It doesn't look like it's curving. So how do we know it's a globe?
Because it's not curving. That's how you know it is.
You can tell it's a globe because it looks so flat.
Robert was here. That was Robert, not too long ago, right? Robert Utah.
Yeah, he was just in.
That was Robert Utah again? That was him?
When he's not allowed to just keep talking for 30 minutes nonsense, he just leaves. Because in other channels, he just doesn't stop. He never gets stopped. I mean, he does.
That's not going to happen in here. If he's going to be putting claims down, I'm going to pull him up, and he can back each and every claim. I don't care if he just puts one in or if he puts 1,000 in. He will back them. If he chooses not to, anything said beyond that, not even worth listening to.
I want to agree with them and just let him like put all his stuff out so he can like string it all along and make it sound really stupid, and then ask him questions after that.
The problem is though,
that's
mate,
what they do.
We tried
The
it
longer
once
they
before
string
with
it, the
him.
more retarded it looks.
The hard bit is with it, you'll go, okay, even if you get a bit of paper and just start writing all this bullshit down, go back to the very start and question the first thing. All he'll do is repeat the spiel from where you asked the question. That's the way he thinks is, I've just given you a data set. You've chosen to question something in that data set, so therefore anything from then on you did not listen to, so I've got to say it again. And that's how he operates. That's the way his brain works. So as soon as you question, so say he comes in and says A, B, C, D, E. Excuse me, sir, can you tell me about A? Oh, no. You better be mistaken. B, C, D, E, F, G. And he'll go back through the list again. I don't know why he does that. Whether it is the intention, his mindset. I think he's just fucked in the head stupid. That's my personal opinion. Just a full diehard zealot. Or he just, yeah. Oh man, I don't know. Just yeet it. It's easy.
No, you're good. Finish what you're saying.
No, you're good. Go for it. I'll just have a meltdown if I don't. That'll be me having a whinge for the day.
Am I roboting?
No, it might be me because someone roboted a minute ago and I'd looked. I might just do a quick drop out and drop back in.
Can anybody hear me?
All right, I'm back.
Yeah,
that was quick. But yeah, it is interesting to listen to the way he operates. But yeah, don't let him ramble. Pin him down. If he runs away, that just shows that he doesn't have the answers to the questions asked.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll ask about each one, A, B, C, D. If he won't let me ask about A, then I'll ask about B, and I'll move down the list. And then if he eventually, what's going to happen is he's going to say, "Oh yeah, well then how does it work on a flat Earth?" And then that's when you just totally like rub his face in it and say, "It only works on a flat Earth." And they're like, "What?" Like, yeah, it only works on a flat Earth. What do you mean? Well, the Earth measures flat, so if it measures flat, then it's only working on a flat Earth.
Oh, no. You are incorrect. The Artemis 2 went up into the sky, and that proves the globe Earth.
Oh, they did it over a flat Earth, man.
Oh, no. See, this is where you are mistaken. Up in the sky. That is where the Artemis 2, not on the ground.
Yeah, but it's still flat.
I don't know where you're getting the flat from. Up in the sky, the Artemis 2 took the photo.
And it was flat. The photo was flat.
No, it is showing the globe Earth, son. What are you doing?
It doesn't look 3D. It looks flat. It looks 2D on the surface.
I don't know where you're getting that from. The photo is showing the curvature.
Yeah, it looks like a circle. It's flat.
I can't do it anymore. Fuck it. That stupid accent. Oh. Oh man. Well, it's just good to have a laugh. I was listening to that last audio of Indio just milking copium out of some of these clowns. Man, that was awesome. That one of them kids there, he was in a world of pain. You could just feel him. The hurt was just coming out of my speakers. It was great.
Yeah, one of these days, hopefully I'll have a little bit of time. I can go through the old live feeds and try to listen to some of the past feeds and, listen at 2 times, see if I can't catch Indio's voice. And if I do, hey, ask Imagine, hey, can you pull this out? And just, go back 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Imagine must spend hours scouring through audios, man.
Well, so I send him DMs. I'll DM him the link, and then I'll tell him what time on the local time it was for the live stream, and say, hey, roughly 40 minutes from 1810 to 1850. You might have to like listen a little bit. Yeah, oh, I appreciate that, man. Thanks. That saves a lot of time and me having to search. And he says he takes like maybe Like whenever I give him the stuff, I give him all the information to pull it, and he says it takes him like 30 minutes to pull it and upload it and cut it.
No, shout out to him, man. He put some effort in. That's
Yeah, no.
awesome.
If y'all ever find nuggets, man, make sure you just get the timestamps, so that way he knows where to stop. So, because he's a busy guy too.
I wonder how many just funny little things that he's found that others have missed by going back through and having a listen. I was just thinking about that earlier, because there's always those little comedy, funny little things that people miss, slight jokes.
One of my favorite Glover responses I ever heard was, I've heard it once on here and I heard it once in Twitter. I'm too indoctrinated to change my mind. I was like, oh my God, he did not just say that.
I'm too indoctrinated to change my mind. So you know you're indoctrinated.
Like we put him in a circle so bad that was the response that came out.
Wow. I'm in pain. And I know why I'm in pain, but I'm just going to tell people it's still hurting. That is great. But Doc, it hurts. And here's what you got to do to fix it. I know, but it hurts. Oh, man. That's great. I'm too indoctrinated. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was like 6 months ago. But I think India might have heard it too.
Wow. I still think yesterday, day before, during my lunch break, Raiden with his pieces of paper are 2-dimensional and they become 3-dimensional when you stand them up on their edge.
Oh my God. The ink is 2-dimensional too.
Yeah, that got me. When I was talking to him, I just wanted to listen, and then he asked me stuff, and I'm trying to have my lunch and listen at the same time. And it's just like, all right, I can play. And then AI grabbed it by the reins and just cracked it and nearly snapped his head backwards. And when he came out with that paper on a table, 2D, paper standing up on its edge, 3D, that was just. And what was great too, the best part about it was, you know how sometimes when someone says something stupid, normally there's this just fits of laughter instantly. There was nothing. There was a good 5-second pause before AI went, "Holy shit, dude!" That was great, and everyone was quiet. Just they heard that, and it was just like a bomb going off. Just the silence afterwards. It's like, man, this guy's broken. What can we do? So, anyways, who's going to teach us about this globetard thing? The last guy failed miserably. Morning, Jedi.
Yeah, I'll put nails on the chalkboard. So yeah, we know the Earth is a globe because it's 8 inches per mile squared. But when you factor in refraction and how light moves when it's moving through different layers where there's duction at, with the right amount of refraction and duction, you could see the back of your head.
Speaking of refraction, you know how they come in and say lasers bend down? Like someone will put a laser test up, and the next thing lasers bend down due to refraction. Please don't. If I'm in here, I am not going to entertain it. I'm warning you now. I'm over the bullshit. If they want to claim lasers bending downwards, that's all good. They can demonstrate that first. Then after they've demonstrated the lasers bending downwards, then and only then will I entertain any of their causational mechanisms. So if you all want to be chatting to them about their bullshit lasers bending down or whatever dumb shit they want to talk about, just tell me to stay out of it. I've got no problem with that. But if I'm in here and I've got hold of this show, I am stuffed if I'm going to let someone ramble about refraction when they haven't even demonstrated the floppy laser in the first place.
Oh, I do the same thing, Matrix. I go as far as to say, can you give us a demonstration of lasers bending downward? Right? We can demonstrate it bending upward. Can you demonstrate it bending downward in air?
Just to add on to
And I
that,
won't move past that.
get them to show a laser bending downwards over a 10 or 20 mile laser test. Because if you just say show a laser bending downwards, you'll get the fish tank full of sugar water for sure.
Well, that's why I say it has to be done in the air. It can't be done in water.
Yeah, you also need to be very careful because most of the time I notice they think that you're claiming that you don't think that light can refract in a downward direction, and that's not the case.
That's the problem there. That's what they're thinking about, DJ. 100%. Skip a step, Earthers. The first step is the observation. They've attributed something to an observation they haven't even presented yet. So get the observation first, then they can put forward their hypothesis on why the observation is doing its thing, and then we can just use the scientific method. Number one, we've got our observation of lasers bending down. Number two, okay, clown. Number two, my hypothesis is lasers are bending down due to gravity or due to refraction or due to invisible garden gnomes with lassos. I don't care what they attribute it to. That's all well and good. But at least give us the observation first. They are jumping straight to the, refraction. Well, I'm not arguing refraction. I'm arguing your laser's bending down. What you attribute the causational mechanism to, hey, that's another story. But just give us the lasers bending down first. And I'm good.
But you missed it the other day. I had somebody thinking about this. Said, look, just because you've seen a laser bending downward in a fish tank doesn't mean that that's what happens in the air. It literally had him thinking for a second. Like, just because you see it happen once doesn't mean that that's what's happening all the time. Either you have curvature or you have light bending around curvature. You're going to have to demonstrate one or the other.
Yeah, I like to make sure I mention to them as well that I'm not saying that lasers can't bend down through the medium of air. I'm saying that it doesn't seem to happen when we do long distance observations. There's no footage of it happening, right? Technically, it could happen. I'm not denying that light can bend downward, but I don't think, that there's any footage out of hundreds of hours of laser tests throughout all of the years that show lasers actually bending downward. Because there's a good reason for it, right? It's because upward refraction's the normal. Downward refraction isn't the normal, right? They need to claim that light bends downward because the Earth looks too flat, right? It's a ridiculous globe coat. The normal situation. DJ. What's that?
If there was a video, any singular video of a laser bending downwards, I can assure you now, we would be seeing that video on a daily basis. Every second globetard would be going, but here's a laser bending down, but here's a laser bending down. You would be seeing it. It'd do your head in.
Yeah, thanks. And it would have to happen every single time that we do a laser test.
Yep.
And not just a little bit of downward bending, right? Like a shitload about downward bending laser. And the crazy thing is, we do laser tests under conditions where you would think the laser should bend downward because it's colder down lower. Like the water's colder than the air sometimes in a lot of those FE core tests, but we still don't see the laser bending downward. And I think part of the reason for that is because like the water's constantly evaporating and it makes a layer of evaporated water just above the surface. And the water vapor is way less dense, has a way lower refractive index than the dry air above it. So even if the temperature's colder down lower, it still doesn't seem to bend downward because lasers are such a powerful beam. They're able to just sort of push through that, and we just don't seem to see them bending downward. Dr. John D. I should share the screenshot from his video as well, because he states in that he's got a good screenshot where he states he's done 350 plus hours of laser tests, and he's seen them bend up occasionally and or go straight, and he's never ever seen one go down.
Yeah, if there was a singular video with a laser bending down, I can assure you now that number one of us would have found it, and number two, every second glober would be just splashing that shit in here. See, lasers bend downwards, we've got proof. See, lasers bend down, we've got proof. It'd just be this whole army of idiots marching along chanting the same dumb shit.
Yep. That's why I like Dr. John Dee's peer-to-peer test, because he puts it 15 centimeters above the water. So if it was to bend down even just a tiny bit, then it would just hit the water. Would never make it to the target. And if it bent up, then it would just go up in the air. It wouldn't make it to the target. And if it went straight, it wouldn't make it to the target. So it's just impossible on a globe for him to be hitting the target with that laser test. And even the most normie AI, which is just Google AI, it completely agrees that is not possible on a globe, and it's not able to be explained at all with refraction.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing refraction. They can go and learn that on their own. I'm just arguing that they haven't demonstrated a laser bending downwards. What they want to, like I said, what they want to attribute that bending to, that's up to them. We can talk about that afterwards, but yeah, until they provide that laser bending downwards, anything beyond that, any claims of or what color it is, all that kind of shit, not interested. Because that's all they're basically doing is following the scientific method without an observation to start off with. Best of luck. Welcome. Someone new to teach us about the globe. What can you learn us about the globe, my friend?
All right, here we go. A new meme in the side chat.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah, Jedi. Thanks to Jedi.
Where's my refraction folder? So Oakley was in home base last night. We'll have to go and get a couple of silver ranks to go and clean that room now. That one the other day, DJ, that said he had a PhD in optics. That was funny. I'm seriously thinking about trying to do one of these online PhDs now just to see how easy it is. If that numpty can get a PhD in optics, I'm looking good. It'll be Dr. Matrix soon. I'm going to own this shit. Oh, man. Oh, cool. Welcome. Don't be scared. You can say hello. We're not going to bite you.
Sorry, the mic wasn't working. Hi.
Makes it easier when you click the button, eh? So have you come here to teach us about the globe?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't have anything to say. I'm just here to listen.
Well, there wasn't much going on at the moment.
Talk to me about the globe.
Well, that's your job to teach me about the globe.
Why?
Because that's what the room is about.
Oh,
See, teach us
I'm
about
new.
the globe.
I'm new.
Us are already in here, so you're the new person, so you've got to teach us about the globe.
There. I'm not the new anymore. There's someone who just joined.
Yeah, but that guy has come in to listen to a conversation that we're having about you
It's
teaching us about the globe.
It's a beautiful globe. It has a nice.
So,
I have anything to say, bro.
How do you know it's a globe? That's the interesting bit.
How do I know it's a globe?
Yeah.
I think if you ask me anything, I'm gonna Google it right now.
No, well, Google's not going to tell you what you know. You know what you know. Correct?
Damn.
So Googling, how do I know it's a globe, is just going to be silly. Google should technically turn around and go, I don't read minds. Sorry for any inconvenience. So, how do you
Sorry
know
for
you
the
live on a globe?
inconvenience.
Well, that's what it should say, technically. So
That's
how do
just
you
hilarious.
know that
Yeah.
no, it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe?
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
No, you're right. Take your time. We don't want to overcook you. You only just got here.
No. I'm not. I'm just thinking. You know, this is my first time that someone asked me this question.
We
You
ask
can
people that.
also
How do you
You're
know
going to hang about a bit more often.
how,
This is
how,
normal.
how do you know it's a globe? This is my what? It's a weird
yeah,
question.
you can also think within yourself and say, I actually don't know how it is a globe.
See, what we've done is we're not asking questions because we want to know. We're asking questions so within yourself you can be honest. You're actually judging yourself. That's all you're doing. Like if you were honest, you'd turn around and just go, you know what? I don't actually know. It's interesting, isn't it? The internal conflict. So the question is put forward to get you to think, not because we want the answer. Like it's great for you to talk about it and get it out, but it was put forward to get you to think. That's all. So we're not here to convert people into flat earther or anything like that. We're just here to get people to think for themselves. So when you're at school, you were given a data set. They told you that it's a globe and it's got all these specific sizes and relationships to other things. And all we're doing is testing those data sets that we're given at school, that information we're given at school. We're testing that. That's all. So when people come in and say, hey, I know it's a globe, it's like, oh, wow, cool. How do you know? And you're not the first person we've asked that. I can assure you now, I've only been coming in here for, 2 and a bit years? Nearly 3 years, I suppose.
Oh,
and we ask that all the time. So it's quite a common thing. Like when someone says they know something, most people just normally say, I believe. So they'll be, I believe it's a globe, or I believe in gravity, or I believe in whatever. There's a whole list of things that they can believe in. But it's very rare for someone just to step straight up and say, I know. So when people say, I know, that means normally they've got some kind of first-hand knowledge or first-hand experience on the thing they know about. So mechanics know about fixing car engines. Why? Because they're normally hands deep in that stuff all the time. They don't believe they can fix them. They know they can, depending on what the issue is, of course. So a little bit different. But yeah. So now that you've thought about how you know it's a globe, we've cooked him, haven't we? We didn't even try.
I really have no idea.
You weren't ready for it, were you?
This is my first time that someone asked me, what is a globe? Or why is it called a globe? Or why is the Earth a globe?
How do you know it's a globe? Yeah.
How do I know it's a globe?
That's correct. That's the question. So if you'd have said at the start, if
gravity.
What? If you'd have said at the start, I believe it's a globe, the next question would have been, why do you believe it's a globe? So because you said you know, why do you know it's a globe, or how do you know it's a globe? So
you also can say.
I think it's because of the gravity.
So gravity makes the ground curved.
Yeah, it pulls matter toward the center and like that.
Ah, so you're assuming it's a ball in the first place.
Yeah, it is a ball.
Well, you're assuming that. You've got no measurements or verification of that. I asked you how you know it's a globe, and you had to think about it, and you've probably Googled it, and it's probably said because gravity pulls things to the center of a ball. Uh-oh.
That's
it's like you can read minds.
That's what I. That's what I believe. That's what I thought about.
So that's what you thought about. So let's question what this gravity is then. What is gravity?
What is gravity?
Yeah. If this gravity thing is pulling stuff to the center of globes, that means gravity must be making globes. So what is this gravity?
You have to excuse me because English is my second language. So
No, that's
let
all
me
right.
think
We're in
about
the
it.
English channel. That's all good. Take your time, mate.
Is that what you do? You just question every answer you have? Yeah, I give you.
Yep.
So to what? What is your goal?
To get you to think.
Yeah, but if I gave you an answer, you just question it. There's no
That's right.
like the end. There is no end of it.
There
Why
is an end.
and why and why and why?
There is an end. Don't worry. So at the moment, we've asked you number one, how you know it's a globe, and your answer to that was gravity. And
You mind if I
now
Google
you're
it?
asking about. Well, this is not about your ability to Google. This is about your knowledge. So if you're claiming that you know Earth is a globe because of gravity, well, naturally, I'm going to question you about what gravity is. So what you think it is, not what Google thinks it is. If I wanted to know what Google thinks it is, I would ask Google directly. I don't need someone to interpret for me. Be a middleman as such.
Hmm.
A lot of people believe that the Earth's a globe only for the reason that they got told that it's a globe, right? Even though they experience the Earth as completely flat, right? Like flat and not moving. But they tell you that really it is actually the opposite of what you actually experience. And when we actually go out in reality and do, like, we have amazing technology now. We have high powered lasers, we have high powered cameras, and we can test to see if it's a globe or not by going out and seeing if the curvature's there. And when we go out and test the Earth for the curvature, it's not there, it's never there. We can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth all the time. Right? We can see boats, right, that should be completely hidden by hundreds and hundreds of feet behind the curvature. And we can just zoom in with this amazing technology and we can see it right there. And then the only evidence that they're giving you that the Earth's a globe is generally things that you can never go and check yourself, right? Like trusting in the moon landing footage by NASA, for example, right? Which kind of looks ridiculous. Doesn't even look realistic at all.
You think NASA's lying?
Well, I'm going to show you a video, right? Yeah,
Show
we
me.
know NASA's lying about space travel because we've tested for
Space travel.
curvature and the curvature's not there. Yeah, space travel, like lying about going to space. I'm going to show you a video. Right? Most people have never really thought about this. But I'm going to show you a video, right? So have a look in the side chat while I find the video.
Okay.
Okay, so just a second. Right, I'll post a few videos. Okay, this is like a challenge, right? So maybe this is a video from NASA. Or maybe this is a video from a 1960s sci-fi movie. Right? And I want you to tell me what you think, whether it's footage from a movie or whether it's NASA footage. What do you think about it?
What do I think? It's a movie or real?
Yeah, do you think I took this footage from an old science fiction movie? Right? Clipped it out of an old movie?
It
Or do you
looks
think
like
this
a
is
movie or a game. I don't know. Because
right? The way it's
it
moving,
doesn't seem real.
it doesn't seem real, right? It kind of
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
like some bad graphics, like
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
crappy old game, or maybe like something in a studio with strings or something like that, right? The way it
Oh,
moves, the way
there is a third answer. Maybe
yeah,
maybe
what's
it's
the third?
because it's too old and the cameras it's not good as today's cameras.
All
So
right, all right.
maybe
So I'm gonna post some other footage from using old cameras.
okay.
Just a second. All right, do you think this looks real? Or do you think this looks like it might be just an animation?
No, I think it looks real.
Yeah, so it's not the camera, right? Things still look real back then if they're on
Yeah, yeah.
camera and it looks real, right?
It's a long shot, yeah.
Like if we were looking at a train or, something like people riding in cars and stuff like that, it looks real. It's not like just because it's an old camera, therefore it looks like it's cardboard animation or something like that, right? So, right. Right, here's a right, here's another
Sorry,
one.
sorry.
Come, you're right, bro. Okay, here's another one.
But it really looks like a game.
Well, here's another one, right? So this,
Okay, don't say to me
right?
that they're saying that this is real and when
Yep.
they land in the moon.
Right. So these are all these videos I'm showing you now, except the dancing one, is actually NASA footage. Okay, so the top one, right? So this is meant to be real footage from space, right? In the Apollo missions, right? The top one is from Apollo 16. And you can confirm it, right? Like if you type in Apollo 16 docking.
It looks real. It looks. I don't need to Google it, but sorry, bro. But the last GIF you sent, it's funny. What is this? Is this supposed to be real?
Yeah. So this is Apollo 17, and this is meant to be
It looks
the
like
astronauts.
a game interview.
This is the astronauts leaving the moon, right? So they got back on. They put their nappies back on, and they're inside that, right? And they're taking off from the moon. And apparently the camera is able to pan up because there's some guy on the Earth controlling the camera, right? So they can make the camera pan up as the thing, takes off, right? There's no one left on the moon, but the camera actually follows it up, right? And somehow all of those sparkles that come out, right? So look, I don't need to debunk NASA. NASA debunks NASA.
What did you say?
I don't need to debunk NASA. NASA debunks
what does
themselves.
Debunk mean?
Like prove something to be fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You mean like they're exposing themselves?
Yeah, yeah. It looks so ridiculous that people laugh at it.
I'm thinking about the cameraman. They're leaving him. He's gonna die.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my god.
So
you didn't
somehow
think
they're
just
yeah.
a quick question, sorry. So you didn't think that no one went to the moon?
Nope, you can't go to the moon.
I can't go to the moon.
As far as we can tell, right? Obviously, I don't know exactly what the moon is. I'm not making that claim, but I don't think anyone that tells you that they've gone to the moon is able to validate that they've gone to the moon. Right? If you look at other countries that say they've gone to the moon, the footage is even worse than NASA's footage. Right? So I'll just prove that to you really quickly right now,
Okay,
right? So
let's
I'm
not
going to
talk
go
about the moon. Let's talk about space.
Okay.
Do you believe that people
Okay.
can go to space?
No, I think space is a
Even
violation
space?
of not space, right? Like, okay, so we could just call it really, really high up in the sky. Okay, but most people think that outer space is a big vacuum, right? They call it the vacuum of space, right? You know what a vacuum chamber is?
Nope.
It's like a glass container, and you
Glass
suck all of the
container.
air out of it. Yeah, like
Okay.
people do science experiments with them. Basically, they remove all of the air out of the container, and it's a really, really low pressure system. And they could do experiments in it, right? Like if you put water in it, the water will instantly boil and turn into vapor and that kind of thing. Right? I'll see if I can find a picture of a vacuum chamber because probably you know what one is.
Yeah, maybe if I saw
Right,
it.
let me yeah. All right, it's not in GIFs. Hold on a second. Vacuum chamber. All right, I'll just put a picture of one from Google.
There is a prince in Saudi Arabia. His name is Sultan bin Salman. He went to the space.
Yeah, but where did he go? Right? Like, how high did he go?
Where did he go and how did he go? That's your questions, right?
Like, how high did he go up into the air?
Let me check it. Let me check it.
Okay.
Can't trust them if you don't know them. Actually, I know them.
All right, I can just Google it. That's fine. All right, I found it. I just look up a little bit of information about it.
Okay, wait a minute.
Right, so he only went up to 220 miles above the Earth. Okay, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. If it was a globe.
You mean the prince?
Yeah, he only went up to 350 kilometers, which is 220 miles. Right, from that height, they say that the Earth looks flat. There's even astronauts, on the space station, which is higher than that say that it looks flat from that height. And then the mathematics shows that it would look flat from that height as well. Because from that height, you would only see about 3% of the surface of the Earth, right? Like a tiny little section of the Earth from that height. It's not that high.
But you can't be so sure that the Earth is flat because you can't go very high. You just, when you went to space, you see that it's very big, so you assume that it's flat. But I don't think it's flat.
Well, this is what they claim, right? They claim that if you're standing at the beach, right? If you're standing at the beach or if you're standing at a lake, the horizon should be just 3 miles away, which is like 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers away. That's how far away the horizon should be. And if you see a big boat that is sailing out, right, and it goes past the horizon, it should start to disappear behind the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. Right? So if you can see a boat and it's like 20 kilometers out into the ocean, it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the horizon should be at 5 kilometers. Okay, so everything, all of the water past 5 kilometers is hidden behind the horizon. Obviously, you know what the horizon is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the horizon, like you can't see any more water past the horizon, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if a boat goes past the horizon, the bottom of the boat should start to disappear. So by the time it gets to 20 kilometers out, right, it's gone over the curvature of the Earth and it should be gone out of view. You shouldn't be able to see it anymore. but we can track boats, right? We have marine tracking apps, and we can just track how far away the boat is. So we can be standing at the ocean and we can see a boat and we can track it and we can say, okay, this boat is like 22 kilometers away. And we can zoom in on the boat and we can see the whole boat. And this has been documented many, many times. So if the Earth's a globe, that boat should be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can see it.
What do you mean when you say curvature?
Well, you know
What does
how
it
the
mean?
Earth is curvature, like bending, right?
Oh,
Like the outside of a football,
okay.
right? Like if you have a football, right, and you hold it up close, right, to your face, and you put your finger on top of the football, okay, and then you slide your finger away down the front of the football, okay, your finger's going to become hidden. You won't be able to because it's going over the curvature of the football.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the same thing happens with the globe, right? So you're standing there, and then as the boat sails away from you, it should go over the curvature, just like your finger went over the curvature of the football. Okay. And we calculate exactly when that should happen. So we can calculate if you're 6 foot tall, right, like 180 centimeters, the horizon should be about 5 kilometers away. So that means that if you are able to see a boat that's 20 kilometers away, right, and that horizon's not at 5 kilometers at all, right, you can just see flat water all the way to the boat that's 20 kilometers away. That doesn't work on a globe. That's not possible on a globe Earth. And we have tons and tons of observations where we can even see boats kilometers away out in the ocean. Right? Obviously, like, you can't see forever because the atmosphere is very thick when you're down close to the Earth, right? So, you have fog and haze and, dust and stuff in the air, moisture in the air, so you can't see forever. But you can see things that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the globe, if it was a globe.
If it was a globe.
If it was a globe, yep.
So you think it's flat, right?
I think that the surface of water is flat. Yeah, like not
No, I mean
perfectly
the
flat.
Earth.
Well, I don't know what shape the Earth is, but the surface of the Earth, when we test it, it's not curving. It's not curving away from us. It's flat. And most of the
So you
surface of
believe
the
it's
Earth
flat?
the surface of the Earth, yeah, right? Yep. Yep. Obviously, we have hills and mountains and things like that, right? I'm not talking about that being flat, but the surface of the Earth, yeah.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a question. I'm curious. Why are they lying about it? Oh, I don't know if they telling the truth. Why is people like being angry if it's flat? No, it's not flat. It's round. It's
Yeah.
so what?
Because
So
people thinking that it's round since they were young children. And when someone comes along and goes against their belief system, they get angry. Some people get angry. Not everyone does, but some people get really, really angry because maybe they've invested a lot of time researching, outer space, and they think one day that we might be able to go and live on some other planet or something like that. And maybe they are into science fiction, and maybe they've also been told that flat earth are uneducated idiots, and they think that the earth is like a flat pancake, some ridiculous things that we don't claim, because there's a lot of propaganda out there about flat earth, right? People saying that, oh, flat earthers claim this and flat earthers claim that. They're idiots. And none of those things we actually claim. Okay, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the earth, because flat's not even a shape. Flat is just the description of a surface that doesn't have any curvature, which could be any shape, right? Like, we're not saying the Earth has to be a particular shape, okay? But it's definitely not a globe, especially not a globe the size that they're telling us that it is, because that curvature would have to be there, and it's not there.
Okay, but you know what I'm curious about? Some people are angry. It's like it's challenged their bias and made them angry. I think
Yeah.
that's why they're angry, because it challenged their bias.
Exactly. Yeah. It also sometimes, the ego, right? People have a big ego, and they see a flat Earth channel, and they think that they're going to be able to come in here and easily debunk these dumb flat earthers. But what they don't realize is that most flat earthers know a lot more about the globe than the globe earthers, because and then they also have a misconception, a false idea of what flat earthers are claiming. So they come in here with all of this confidence and this big ego, right? And then they get in here and they realize that they actually don't know much about it, because they've never really thought about it, right? And they don't know anything about the flat earth arguments. All the things they thought they knew about flat earth, right, are just false arguments, right? And then all of a sudden they find themselves in this situation where we've got all of the ammunition or the conversation, and they don't have any. And that's hard for them to deal with because of their ego, right? And they need to work out how to deal with that situation and protect their ego. So sometimes they get angry. Sometimes they start pretending like they know things, but really they're Googling it in the background, and they try to pretend like they're not reading it out. Sometimes they'll just start attacking us personally, right? Instead of answering
Yeah,
any
that's
questions.
weird. That's weird.
Yeah,
Sorry
man.
for interrupting, but
No,
that's
that's
weird.
okay.
Is that ego of yours that you start cursing people? But I think they may have grown up with certain beliefs, and they were encountered with an ideas that challenged their beliefs, so they got upset. But for me, I don't believe in that, because if you see an other idea that challenge your beliefs, you have to talk about it, or in the end, let's
Yeah,
just agree to
exactly.
disagree.
Right. And that's a good character trait to have. Some people, right, are just furious that we claim this, and they think that we should be killed or put in jail or have our kids
Wow,
taken away from us, and they'll
to be killed.
but yeah, man, we have
Wow.
literally people sending us death threats just because we're testing if the Earth's a globe. It's crazy, man. It is crazy. I've had many death threats.
You're getting death threats because you're saying the Earth is flat, or you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah. We have people
What the hell, bro?
people that try to call children's services and have people's children taken away from them and things like that. It's freaking insane.
I'm just laughing on their behavior. What?
Yeah,
Are they
it's
grown-ups?
really crazy. Grown-ups, like 40, 50-year-old
Wow.
adults.
Some years ago,
And they become obsessed. Sometimes they become obsessed, and they will follow us around from server to server. And if we ban them, they'll go and they'll make 50 different alt accounts and keep joining and joining and joining.
What?
And these same characters have been following us around for like 8 years, 10 years. It's crazy, man.
But a 50-year-old guy, he's old enough to be a grandpa, and he's acting like that in death threats? I mean, to be honest, the Earth
people
is
in here have
flat.
gotten death threats,
I
and
just want to
even
say,
they
I just
send
want to
emails,
say one thing, please.
whatever.
Bottom line is,
yeah,
if you're saying the Earth is flat, and I'm saying it's round, I'm saying let's agree to disagree. But in the end, who gives a fuck? Sorry, but who cares? You think NASA is clapping and yeah, you're doing so fine? No. Even NASA don't care about me or anybody.
So if it
They're
didn't
lying.
matter, why are they putting so much energy on falsifying, not falsifying, basically misrepresenting reality, the world, right? So they put a lot of energy a lot of resources, and they're putting a lot of effort into. I mean, you're saying it doesn't matter, but it looks like it matters because they're the ones putting all the effort to basically misrepresent the state of the matter. So it does matter to someone, doesn't it?
Look, I agree with you that it matters to someone, but be respectful. You can't just threat people to death or killing them
Oh
because
yeah,
they
yeah, I
disagree
agree
with
with
you.
you. We agree with you. We agree with you. But I mean, I agree with you. But that's one of many examples. People get calls to their job, so they lose their job. So they call them, "No, this guy's a flat earther. He works for your company. Fire him." Stuff like that. Anyways,
Wow.
you know why it matters?
Why?
Also, because when we do things in reality, in practicality, right, we have to take into account reality. So we build upon that, right? So the flat Earth, or the description of the surface of the Earth as a horizontal frame of reference level, is taken into account to basically do everything that we do: travel, construction, long distance observations, communication systems, warfare, lasers, everything, flights, everything. It matters because you have to take reality into account to do everything you do. You see why it matters? But then within this world, if you
What do
can
you mean take
convince
reality
people,
to account? What do you mean by that?
so when you're gonna build a structure, right, you have to
Okay.
set the first brick, right, for the structure.
Right. Yeah.
And to set it in place, you have to take into account level, horizontal,
Course.
flat. So at the end of the day, when you finish putting all the bricks for your castle is not crooked or sideways,
Okay.
right? So it matters.
Here's another one. Aircraft approaching runways from 100 miles away at 35,000 feet, right? They have to begin operating the controls in a manner which will give them a safe landing, right? Now, what they do is they calculate the distance to the runway and use some trigonometry, right, to start planning their descent. Now, that's assuming that the runway is 100 miles in front of them, 30,000 feet below them on a flat surface, not a curving one. And you can go look this up. This is no lie. This is how they plan their descent, as if the Earth is flat and not moving. There's another example.
So yeah, and engineers, like people that design the airplanes, they want to get in the airplane and make it to their destinations and back safely, right? And they want their families to get in the aircraft for them to travel safely and back. So they have to take into account reality. And when they take into account reality, they describe reality as a flat, motionless Earth, not as a globe. They don't take the globe into account to do anything at all. Only cartoons, movies, fantasy stuff. That's where you find the globe. Or for decoration purposes, you can go to the store and buy a little globe, put it on the table, right, and spin it with your hand.
It's funny you say that about fantasy, right? Yesterday, for the first time, right, a very long time family friend discovered that I'm a flat earther. Like now, it happened like this, right? We're mid conversation on an unrelated topic, and he said, "Well, right, it's some people even think that the Earth is flat," and I put my hand up, and he's just like got this embarrassed grin on his face, and he's like chuckling, and he's like, "Well, like everybody's entitled to their fantasy." Right? Now, what was shocking about this statement from this person is that this guy, right, spent a lot of his childhood and grew up in India, in a basically a monastery, right, or a commune, right, and had direct conversations with Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, Osho, right? Like he met him, he spoke with him on multiple occasions, considered him a friend. And this guy is usually very open-minded about things, right? And also says things like, you have your truth, I have my truth. So it was very shocking for him to come out and say everyone's entitled to their fantasy, right? And I wanted to get into it, but we were mid-conversation on this other thing, so I was finishing what I was saying, right? By the time I got around to like maybe wanting to approach him on the topic of flat Earth, he had to leave. So that's a discussion for another time. But I was just so shocked how deep it even like runs, like the delusion, right, in people about that he's willing, even him, this so open-minded person, like open to like he's kind of into polygamy a little bit, you know, like and all sorts of things. Like he's just so not norm, right? And for him to say that was just a big shock to me. I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there is a defense systems of the body and I guess the mind that has to be implied with your immune system. That when there's a norm and people hear something that is out of the norm, their walls are raised, right? So if it's out of the norm, they're gonna build defenses against it, and that's even part of your immune system as well. The other guy, you were asking what does it matter, right? We explained to you that we take reality into account, so it does matter. And then also, whoever is pushing the fantasy, I guess it matters to them because they're laughing their way to the bank. We're talking about trillions of dollars, resources, people's time and effort and lives invested into a fantasy, basically, that is can be described as a religion. You know, religions are pretty powerful because if you can convince someone to believe in absurdities, you can also convince them to commit atrocities. So that's the state of the matter at the moment.
Commit atrocities. What do you mean, commit atrocities? Give me an example.
Okay, if you can convince someone to believe in absurdities, in nonsense, in fantasies, right? As
Yeah,
they
I know
are
what that
real.
means, but what atrocities are you talking about?
So I can convince, if you believe in everything I'm saying, you believe that I'm the high priest and whatever I say goes, right? Because I'm the scientist or the high priest or whatever. And whenever I say, go to your neighbors and invade them and take everything from them and bomb their lands because I'm the high priest. So go ahead. And you say, okay, yes, sir.
Mm. Do you have a real? Do you have? I'm sorry. Do you have a real
Look at Germany,
example?
brother. Look what happened in Germany.
Go
propaganda, propaganda, right, caused a huge portion of the population to hate a certain group of people and want to have them killed. Right, this happens all over the world in different places.
A certain
with the
group,
Nazis,
they want them killed. What did they do?
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, what did who do, right? What did the people do, right? The people will be chanting, you know, and agreeing that they want certain groups of people killed just because the media keeps shoving it down their throat that these people are evil, these people are bad, these people are inferior, these people need to be terminated, this kind of thing, right? There's plenty of examples of that throughout history where whole populations of people have turned on Nazis.
So you think the Nazis should be killed?
No, the Nazis, right? If the history is correct that they're telling us, right, the Nazis, right, and the general population, right, thought that the Jews were inferior and that they needed to be exterminated. Now, while that story that we get told might not be entirely true, there was absolutely a lot of atrocity that happened in that case, right? Or the Ukrainians in Vostok, right? You know, they got taught that you know, they were committing atrocities and doing horrible tortures and things to the Polish people, right? People's neighbors were turning on them because because it was pushed, right? The propaganda was pushed that needed to be done.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of examples of this throughout history of people just turning on other people because of due to propaganda and things like that. But also something that Gemsy was saying, right? If a lot of people are, religious, right, and they believe in God, and they believe God is like watching over them, and there's heaven and hell and all of these kind of things, right? And then they go through the schooling system and they get taught that there is no God, right? And you are here by accident, okay, and there are no
They teach that in
consequences.
schools?
Absolutely. They teach evolution and they teach Big Bang Theory, right? So they basically teach people that we evolved from pond scum, okay, and we're just here by chance, by accident, and that we're just little tiny things spinning on a ball through space for no reason at all, just by chance, going nowhere, just lost in space, right? And that there is no repercussions in the afterlife or anything like that. It's once you die, you're dead. And, once you take that religion away from some certain people, right, they can think that there is no, they can commit atrocities. They can convince people to commit atrocities or to go to war, right, and fight for
Yeah.
a war. Like, you're going to have to go and fight against the Japanese, and all of a sudden, all the people hate the Japanese, even though the Japanese people are nice people, and and then the Japanese people also hate the American people, right? And then they go and they start killing each other for some war that they have nothing to do with, just because it's political and things like that. And then all of a sudden, there's hundreds of thousands of people getting slaughtered by people that, if there was no war, right? Just say there was no war, right? And those same people that are killing the Japanese people could be in Japan having a meal with the Japanese person and become best friends and become like family and get along just fine. They don't have any problems with each other, but they've been convinced through propaganda to kill each other.
Yeah.
So I think this is kind of what Gemsy was getting at. I don't want to.
Just to get the full picture for me, I want to understand. What do I call you? What is your name? Do I call you anti-globalist, or what do I
Oh,
call you?
DJ. Just call me DJ. Yep.
DJ.
Usually my
Okay,
name's
DJ.
just DJ.
Okay, DJ. Listen.
Because
I
was
would-
it? Yeah. Three Rajneeshas. What is it? What is it, close? DJ Rakesh something or other.
DJ Rakesh.
I was saying it doesn't matter because of if it's flat or round. I'm talking about the Earth, just that. But when Jamesy said that some countries, just to get the full idea, I want to understand it. Are you saying that some countries trying to convince their people from media to
It's a
kill?
prison for your mind. Hello, it's a prison of the mind. Okay, once they got you from the inside, they can suggest for you to make actions that you wouldn't normally take if you weren't convinced of these nonsensical ideas. It's a prison for your mind.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because you drop your senses, you drop your autonomy, and you let other people borrow it, and they're making decisions for you, and you're just following.
Oh, yeah. I feel you now. So you mean that you don't have to think or question it. I'm saying that to you. You have to believe it and go kill those people. Is that right?
What?
That's
No.
that's like the tip of the iceberg. Well, that's a big part of it, right? Like a big branch of the whole uh, problem. But they also the time that is invested in this nonsense, when people can be doing other things that are more productive for the community, for their families, for the nation. They have all this fantasy religion of the world working, spending time and resources in all of these nonsensical ideas that are just benefiting the few and affecting the many.
Well, we're spoiled on entertainment. What used to be like a rare event, a special treat, like to be entertained by a campfire story or a going to a theater and seeing a play was like a special occasion. Look how spoilt we are with fantasy and entertainment right now. Like you can immerse yourself in some sort of virtual world in a game, or just get like watch TV constantly, or be always on your phone scrolling through TikTok or whatever. I mean, entertainment is just we're too spoiled with it. Like instant communication, sure, that's great. But there's this whole facet of the current modern world that we could do without. I mean, we would be fine if it didn't exist. Media, right? Entertainment. It's a huge influence on people's psyche and their mind and their worldview and all that. What is pumped out at people like they can't think for themselves. Like, this is what you should be influenced by. This is how you should look. This is how you should think. This is how you should talk. This is what you should eat. This is what time you should go to the toilet. This is what time blah 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 blah, blah goes on and on and on.
And we're just speculating because these deceivers, even if you ask them why are you deceiving the masses, they might just tell you another lie. I don't know why they're doing it. I mean, money, power, pleasure, whatever, resources, good living, generational wealth. But maybe they're just lazy. They don't want to work or pick up the tomatoes or pick up the coffee. They don't want to do it. They want other people to do it. They don't want to clean the toilets at NASA. They want other people to clean the toilets. They need workers. So that's why they gotta control the mind. So you're being a good worker for them, because we should work, but not for the benefit of the few at the cost of the many.
Definitely. He just did. He just didn't even say goodbye. Oh. That's a cop out. That's a cop out, Lockdraft. And propaganda doesn't come from a church or religion. It comes from people. People. You got to keep taking it back until you can't go any further, stripping away all those facades, those excuses. Get straight to the source, and that's people. Too many things that people want to lean on as an excuse, right? People don't want to own it. And it's because they're this religion. It's because they were raised to say this or that, or think this or that. Like, yeah, maybe it's just because they're an asshole. Like, inherently, just an asshole.
Yeah, he has some questions and then left, but it's all good. Good to hear you guys.
Yeah, cheers. You too, man.
I'll be back. I'm gonna make a call.
Okay, then I'll yabber on. Yeah, like just with my friend, it was so. I just was. I couldn't believe it. I mean, this guy, we like earlier on in the conversation, in our discussions, he'd been blabbering on about how the government is corrupt. These nations, these world leaders, they're, crazy and, killing each other and going on about, clandestine operations to sell weapons to, like, basically people that are enemies, both, enemies with each other and, like, just all of it, like, just the whole lot, the whole corrupt world, and spearheaded by, like, our
Hello.
evil governments. But when it came to that, suddenly it's a different story. Hello, welcome in.
Do you have a website with all the information about flat Earth?
Yes, heaps. Yeah, we've got a home server with a whole library catalogued information.
What's the address?
Yeah.
What's the address?
If you, it's Guys, can someone rattle it off? I don't know how to say it. /GG flat earth or some shit. I can't remember. If you go to the YouTube bot at the top of the the channel member panel.
Write it in the chat.
No, you can't. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to advertise other servers in the side chats. If you go to the YouTube bot in the user panel for this channel and click on its profile, there's links to all our other places, and our home server is linked in there.
All right, thanks.
Oh wait, it's not in that one. Sorry, it's not. I think if you go to someone in the or click on its tag where it says flat. I think you click on that. Yeah.
Flat load,
No,
right?
that doesn't take you to the server either. I don't know. Someone will DM it to you or something. Do you want me to send it to you? Do you want me to send you an invite?
You'll have to
I'll send you an invite.
first.
Oh, right. Really? Okay. But there is also a website that Mike was, 20 Cups was working on as well. I don't know how he's going with that. I know he set it up. It has frequently asked questions, has an Earth curve calculator built in. I don't know what else he's done with it so far.
About the final experiment they did a while ago?
Yeah, what about it?
They did an expedition to Antarctica to prove there is 24-hour sunlight at the summer.
Why is that important? Why is that important?
Well, because according to the flat Earth theory, you cannot have...
No. Incorrect. Straight off the bat. Incorrect. There is no flat Earth theory.
No, there isn't.
No, there is not. There's people that claim to be flat earthers that have a theory about what the sun should or shouldn't do, and that's not me. And my declaration of a flat earth is not reliant upon what the sun does or doesn't do from some location anywhere.
Yes, but I'm referring to the general flat Earth theory.
No, there is no general flat Earth consensus about what the sun should or shouldn't do. That's not what we do here. That's like I'd said. What us saying that the Earth is flat does not depend on anything the sun does or doesn't do. The reason that we give is independent of the sun, totally independent.
Well, it's a bit confusing anyway.
Like you can take the sun and stick it where the sun don't shine. That's what you can do with the sun. It's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. And if anybody is telling you that it is relevant, then let them prove it. I guarantee you they will not be able to prove it.
So what is what theory do you follow?
There's no theory, there's observation and direct measurement and practical use of the Earth's surface as a plane.
Is there a website with all these details? Because the link I found in YouTube about is...
Something our beloved friend who's recently passed away used to say, flat Earth is not on the internet. It's not in a website. It's not in a book. It's not on TV, right? It's not in your head. It's outside. It's your direct experience of physical reality. You only experience a flat and motionless Earth, and you only observe it that way, and you only measure it that way, and you only use it that way. And that's you and everybody else, apart from a relatively small handful of people who go on TV and declare different. and that they have special abilities to have a different experience to everybody else.
It sounds
So
like it sounds like insanity, you know.
What does? Believing that your experience is just an illusion?
Yeah, the globes definitely sounds as insanity because it's a denial of reality. It's a misrepresentation of the physical and natural world. It is definitely insanity.
All right,
Yep, it's insanity. It's
where can I read
insanity.
the details about this theory then? Can you give
You
me
don't.
an
There's no theory. Just go outside and experience the world. All right. This is what we're
all
trying to
right,
tell you.
just by
So
experience.
we can. Hey, listen, bro. We can give you information, right? And we can show you videos and documentation about things that people have done, which supports your experience of being on a flat Earth, right? Not an idea that you live on a flat Earth. Your experience, your direct physical experience of reality, right? So we can show you laser test measurements, long distance observations, other practical uses in navigation, like air navigation, land navigation, sea navigation, surveying. Like yeah, if you want to look deeper into it, all these things support that experience and actually prove it to be true. And then, like I said, like there's in our home server, there's a catalog, a library of information, all alphabetized, different channels.
I haven't found it. Where is it?
Can somebody get it to him somehow? I don't know how to do it. Apparently you've got to befriend him first to DM him. I'm not sure. Is there an easier way? Can someone just does someone have it in their profile?
What are
Why
you
not
asking?
DJ? Just DJ. He wants the home
Oh,
server.
I'll send him a link. Which was it? I'll be back.
Wilcor?
Yes.
You got to add him as a friend first.
I mean, it's ridiculous that these servers. We should talk to one of the administrators or the owner or something, because like not being able to side chat link a sister server, right, a partnered server, is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, sure, prevent people from just like being able to link any old server, like the Pornhub
So
or
you
whatever. Like,
said
that's
that
stupid.
you
Oh.
experience flat Earth and you cannot prove it is flat. That's what you said.
No, we can prove it's flat.
That is not
You
what he
can
said
prove.
at all.
You cannot prove it's a globe. Nobody can.
Yes. Then, according to the theory or whatever, the South Pole would be the circle of
No, bro.
the.
No, that's not what flat
No.
Earth is. I'm telling you, that's not what we're talking about. We're not declaring to you an knowledge overall structure of the Earth, its form, its exact form, its shape, its its overall shape and size. We're not saying here's how all the contents are exact. It's not a geographical claim. It's not a cartographic claim, right? It's a claim of the surface geometry, and that surface geometry is of it being planar with topography. Okay, we've got hills and valleys, and the sea has waves, etc. But overall, it's stretched out, level, and horizontal.
Whatever he's claiming about the South Pole, you should know that there are 5 South Poles, and the one that you probably are trying to claim is the geographical South Pole, which is a position on a map, which is a grid system. It's not the terrain that we travel across. So when you use the grid system and reach this location using the mapping system, the grid, you can reach this location, right? And there is a base over there, and people go there and do research about different things, and they do observations and do this and that, right? But just because there is a place on a map called the South Pole doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe, buddy.
I am interested.
And also this location, Antarctica, right? Antarctica is one of the largest, flattest region of the whole world. It's extremely flat. I mean, it goes high it goes from sea level to the Antarctic basin, what they call the ice wall, which is about 200 feet, and from there the ice go to up to 16,000 feet up. Okay, so
Right.
it's a
Apparently
very
has the
high.
highest average elevation.
It's a very.
Yeah.
It's like a landscape that has a bunch of ice, but at the top of that ice is one of the flattest things you will ever experience.
I'm waiting for the link to all this information.
Well, I'll send you a DM. Let me see. You replied. All right. You replied.
I sent him a
I'll
friend
send-
request, waiting for him to reply. Wilcor,
You have to
you are
accept.
going to
You
have to accept a friend request from either myself or Gemsy.
He did. He did. I already sent him the link. So there you go. That's
Oh,
done.
cool. There it is.
Say something in the lobby. I mean, this is another server. There's a lot of links over there, information there for different topics. If you send a hi in the lobby, I'll be able to click your username and give you some perms so you can have access to other channels.
Yes, let me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you if you thought that we had like all these ideas and theories, about the universe and everything, but we don't. Oh, he's gone.
I was going to say check over there in case he bounced. Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. There he is. Yeah, what we present to people, the information that we actually present to people, is really quite straightforward and pretty easy to understand. It's just simply the fact that if the Earth was a sphere with the size that they claim it would be, then the surface would have to have a specific curvature rate, which when you attempt to measure, you get nil result for. You get flatness, right? You get horizontality, you get level, right? Over extended distances where there should be enough of curvature to detect, right? There'd be geometric consequences over distance, right? Visually, and when we transit lasers over its surface and things like that. That's what we're talking about. We're not making a claim about like I said, about how the world's structured exactly, and how the land's laid out, and ice walls, Antarctica, and all that sort of stuff. That's all up for grabs at this point. It's speculation. We're just pointing out the fact that the surface of the Earth does not display the geometry required for it to be a sphere. Therefore, it's flat. What is the best indicator of that? It's absolutely level upon its surface when it's at rest.
I wrote in the lobby. What would be the reason that we are told it is a globe instead of flat?
The main reason is that it's just believed, like it's just accepted to be true. by the majority, become like a stigma that if you don't believe it, you kind of get, your reputation gets threatened.
Yes, but the people who supposedly spread the lie it is a globe, they spread it on purpose? For what reason?
On purpose? I don't know that they're doing it on purpose.
You don't know the reason.
Who exactly would be doing it on purpose, do you think?
So they're not spreading it on purpose, they're just wrong.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
They're just wrong. They're spreading a wrong. They're spreading the wrong information.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. Right? Nor the last.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know, could be. Who knows? Astronomically, like, astronomers use the term the disk of the moon and the disk of the sun. They don't refer to it as a sphere, refer to it as a disk. They have for centuries. But we're not, like I said,
I wrote in the lobby.
Did
you send the link? I wrote in the lobby. You told me.
Another one of our friends here, Jedway. What are you saying?
You told me to write in the lobby of the 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, Gemsy did. Gemsy, he's written in the lobby. Did you have a particular purpose for wanting him to do that, or?
Yeah, I gave him role so he can see the server. That I said that, and here everybody can see the server. So that's about it. So thanks for replying in the lobby. So you can see the server, you can see the channels, information. So there you go. Welcome.
It's all there.
What is there? What is there is there. Yeah, whatever is there is there. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Now, if you scroll down the channel list towards the bottom, on the left-hand side panel, right, you'll see a section called Additional Information, and you'll see subheadings, all alphabetized from A to Z, and you can browse those at your your leisure. All those channels are full of video documents, PDF files, website articles, etc., and people's own other independent research.
Do you know Eric Dubay?
Yes, I'm familiar with his work. Yeah.
Is his information right or wrong?
Yes, he makes some good points, and he steps outside of an area of speculation that I am not willing to follow him to. Like, he draws conclusions based on what I consider to be circumstantial evidence or poor evidence. Or I just disagree with his conclusion. You're not going to find an overall consensus among flat earthers. Okay? Like I said here, like specifically, you've landed somewhere. You've landed into amongst a group of people who are, as I said, independent researchers, right? And may or may not have, different views on different, things about this. I could probably tell you that for the most part, we have a consensus that the Earth's surface is level and not moving, right? We're not on, and we're not, like on a ball on a planet, like moving in outer space. right? And for a lot of people, the majority don't even believe in outer space. They see no evidence for it and argue that it is a violation of natural law.
There is no outer space.
No outer space. It's an environment that's been suggested to you through media and the education system, that you cannot verify exists, and you cannot
It's
demonstrate
definitely
that environment to
fascinating.
exist.
It's very interesting. But
Hello, governors.
Hey, what's up, JE?
Oh, just another good day in paradise. How about yourself, sir? It's always good to run into you.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, it's been a while. We're just having a talk with our friend Wilcor here, new friend.
Nice. Well, welcome aboard, Wilcor. Has he? Have you been with us before, or is it just the first time?
I think he's pretty new to the topic, and he has some, I think he's got to come across some of the more wilder, broader generalizations about flat Earth, like the TikTok sort of side of things, with ice walls and cosmic models and all that. So I was just, trying to draw him back to our focus being the geometry of the surface of the Earth, the demonstrations that show that.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, that's awesome that they did their job there. Alexa, stop. Sorry. It's a good thing that they did their job there, got some interest, and now we can kind of get down to the brass tacks of things. So that's awesome. So welcome aboard, Wilcor. It's certainly a pleasure to have you.
Mine too, thanks.
But yeah, if you guys were in the midst and I kind of interrupted, feel free to continue on. I just going to be listening a bit while I work on some cold brew coffee here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking about outer space. I mean, it's a great setting for fiction, right? But it's not an environment that you'll ever experience, and in no way will you ever be able to validate its existence.
Yeah.
Therefore, you don't really have any reason to think it even exists.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Because, like you say, it's something that we can't validate, and it kind of violates the laws of nature, just the very concept of it. But yet, the people who speak of it speak so convincingly. It's kind of hard to at least come with some preconceived idea that maybe there's truth to what they've told us all our lives, and so it's hard to kind of come to a new understanding of that.
Recently, came across some information about there being documents from the 1500s, diagrams and drawings proposing alleged rockets, spacecraft, basically, and missiles. And this is European, not even Chinese. I mean, it's weird. And apparently they even tested some of this stuff. They successfully launched rockets, and going back into medieval times. I'm like, what? Come on. Apparently historically accurate.
I never say this name correct, but what is that? The Tenochtitlan? That stuff in South America, the pyramids down there, and the Mayan culture. They have some of those flying craft that you can actually throw across the room that were, made in like you say, like the 14 or 1500s. Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, they probably go back even further. Yeah, there's those little golden. They call them. They call them like bird attempts to replicate bird shapes and things that they've seen in nature, but they look, suspiciously like aircraft. There was another something found in Egypt apparently that when somebody replicated it and attempted to fly it, it had aerodynamic properties. It could actually fly. It's like that one does look a bit like a bird shape. But so there's also it's also speculated that the Nazca people, not Nazca racers, the Nazca people had the ability to make these like primitive hot air balloons and rise up to view their megalithic drawings in the dirt and the sand. The Nazca lines. Yeah, they were meant to be viewed from the
one
air.
I wasn't familiar with, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. How do you spell the name of those people?
Nasca.
Yeah, cool. I'll look them up in a bit. That's new to me. So yeah, that's really cool.
And they keep finding more of the hieroglyphs that aren't necessarily viewable with the naked eye. They use like high altitude, instruments like sonar, radar, and things like that to detect even more hidden, these huge drawings in the dirt. And they're even more geometrically, like they're more symmetrical. Like there's these patterns in some of them that are like it's just pure geometry, not like looking all primitive, like a primitive like snake or spider or whatever. Like it looks like they've just like a kid was drawing in the sand. These things are very intricate and detailed, and geometric. And what astounds them about some of these ones is that the terrain would have to be accounted for on the ground. If you're making this shit from on the ground, right, you can't see what you're doing from there, right? So right, but by the time you've drawn this line down a hill and up into a valley and back over a hill and whatever, that from the air, it's going to look straight. But just like, how you make your maps and then project them onto different surfaces, they distort, right? Like we talk about. These things have to be distorted when you're making them so that from the air they look straight, they look geometric, they look perfect. It's really astounding.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that is.
And that's not only like that requires you to have not only a pretty grounded understanding of geometry, but also the topography of the surface you're working with.
Would also suggest they had the ability to fly in order to have a god's eye view to enable themselves to draw these so accurately. Because from the ground, there's no way you'd be able to do it. You'd have to have a god's eye view or an elevated view looking down at it to be able to do them so well.
Yeah, what was it? I think I shared it last year to our home server. It could have been 2024, but I think it was 2025. That a friend of mine told me, and I looked up that there's a map of the coast of Antarctica that was done somewhere around like the 1600s or maybe even earlier, and they just took it as a rough approximation, but some supposed satellite images, whatever they were actually using to survey it, found that the land under all of the snow and impacted places actually matches up to that drawing pretty well. And
1940s or 1950s seismographic surveys, yeah, from the air. Yeah, use seismology, I think, to like map the coastline of the land underneath the ice in Antarctica, which it almost matches. Yeah, it's like it seems to match. Like I don't know if it's how perfect of a match it is, but there's room for saying that this looks like in the Perry Reese map from the 1400s, looks the coastline depicted there, which they weren't sure what it even was depicting, right? It looks suspiciously like the land underneath the ice of Antarctica, like the coastline underneath the ice. Which has been allegedly covered in ice for longer than that period, right? So like, where did Perry get his freaking information from? But I don't necessarily agree that with geologists, that the ice has been there that long anyway. So it's quite plausible that it was not covered in ice not all that long ago.
Yeah, it's. I suspect you're correct on that, though I've not been there myself and had the opportunity to really know. It certainly seems to make a lot of sense. It is and now that they're talking about this continent, Oceania, that's really fascinating. I always wondered in my life what they would find between New Zealand and South America. I always had a feeling that there would be something found, and it's fascinating that they have found something, even though 75% of it or whatever the percentage is believed to be underwater. It's fascinating that there is in fact a continent there.
That's incredible.
But it's submerged, right?
Say again.
It's submerged, isn't it? They say it's like underwater.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of it that's out above the water, but then so most of it's like just barely underwater. So there's definitely a continental mass there. So it makes me wonder what that must have been at some point.
So flat earthers think you cannot get to Antarctica?
No, nobody thinks that.
What do you think?
What kind of question is that?
I heard that they think there's a wall of ice and that you cannot get to Antarctica.
Yeah. I'm not sure who told you that, but you might want to go ask them.
Antarctica
Yeah,
seems to be running empty.
Do
ice wall is
flat earthers think you can get there?
the ice wall is not a flat Earth claim. That's a United States Geological Survey claim. They label the Antarctic Basin, which is a 200 feet sheet of ice at the basin. They label it themselves ice wall, and then from there it goes from sea level 0 altitude, right? Then 200 feet the basin, and from the basin 200 feet it goes up to, I have to check again, but it's about 16,000 feet of ice, the highest peak of ice. Okay, so that's what they call the ice wall, because Antarctica is also composed of a bunch of ice plateaus, or they call it, the biggest one they call it the Great Antarctic Plateau, and
Yeah, I know that.
it's mostly covered in ice. So when they describe ice walls, that's the surveyors that went over there and labeled that stuff, the topography, ice walls. That's not people in here.
I have been to Antarctica.
So what's your issue then? Do you know about the ice walls, right?
The ice wall is just because Antarctica is covered in ice, so when you're getting there, there's ice walls.
Okay, so what's your question then? If you're admitting that there is an ice wall, what's your question? I mean, you're, if I understand,
You can actually get on the continent. You can get on top. You know, you can go
Do
in.
you think do you think the ice walls mean that you cannot go on top of them? Is that is that some type of weirdo idea that you have?
Admiral
I
Byrne
heard
went down there with
I
Operation High
heard that
Jump.
some flat earthers were saying that. Yeah.
Maybe you should take it
Who in
up
here
with
said
that
that? Can
flat
you
earther.
name them?
Dude, I was just asking. Can you chill out?
Everybody's
There's all
chill.
sorts of
Can you chill out about LARPing and pretending online? Can you chill out about that?
I'm not pretending
yeah. I
anything
don't know.
here.
I don't know if you've
You
spoken here
are
before.
pretending. You are lying
Have you-
because you cannot even say the name of the person that you heard saying that. So go ahead, say the username, say the name or whatever. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that I had the
Have you
idea that
spoken with
flat
us before?
earthers think this, so I was asking to
One
clarify.
sec.
Chill out.
Magnanimous. Have you spoken with us before? Well, hang on a sec. Have you spoken with us before? Or is this your first time speaking in here?
I was just clearing a small doubt. You can chill out now.
No. It's okay. I'm just asking you. Have you spoken in here with this particular group before?
Yes.
You have. Right. Have you asked this question previously?
Yes, but
To
I
this
don't
same group?
tolerate this guy coming and saying that I'm LARPing.
So what answer did you get
whatever.
before? So what answer did you get before? When you previously asked this group that exact same question.
No, I'm just saying that
that
guy shouldn't
Okay,
use
yeah, I don't
insults.
care. Like I'm asking you, when you previously asked this
Say
group,
that I'm
the same
LARPing and all that
question-
bullshit.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's fine. I'm just asking you right now, when you previously asked
You seem on edge, bro.
when you previously asked this same group of people the same question, what was the answer?
Oh my god. Oh god.
What was the answer?
T-Dub, I think you need your favor done for him.
The answer to what, brother?
You just agreed with me that you have been here previously and that you had previously asked the same question that you just asked us about Antarctica.
No. You asked
That's what I
if
asked you.
Oh my fucking god, can I speak?
Go.
You asked if I ever talked to the group again. I said yes. You didn't ask if I asked the question.
Yeah, I did, and you said yes.
No, you
but
didn't.
okay, so you
No,
have not asked that question to this particular group before?
No.
Okay, fine. So you haven't heard it from us. You've obviously, like adopted this idea, right, from somewhere else, right? Not us. And you just have it in your head that it's just generally accepted that flat earthers have some sort of view about what Antarctica is or isn't and what happens when you go there, right? Or attempt to go there. That's not us though. We don't speculate about that. We can just tell you what we know, like what we're told, what information we have.
I
I've
just
never
ask a
been there.
question.
You've
Like
apparently been there.
you're making a huge deal out of just one question that I asked.
No, but you've apparently been there. That's great. I haven't. I mean, I don't know what happens when you get there. I know there's apparently you can go there as a tourist, right? Apparently you can go there as an employee. There's bases set up on a place that they call Antarctica. When you get there, they say this is Antarctica, right? I wouldn't fucking know that. I wouldn't know if I was there or not. I'd have to take the word of my host that I'm there, right? I wouldn't even know how to fucking tell I'm there, apart from the fact that they say when you go there, you can experience 6 months or 3 months of pretty much night, and at another time of the year,
Maybe we're in a
opposite time of the year,
simulation.
you experience 24 hours of sun. And recently,
Maybe we're in
in
a
the last couple of years,
simulation.
some people went there. Some flat earthers apparently went there and saw this 24-hour sun, and somehow that's relevant to the
And
whole topic.
they observed the sun from one of the flattest surfaces of the earth. So they were standing on a flat earth looking at the sun. Good job, Maximus. You debunked the globe. Welcome.
But let me just help you, because you sound half intelligent, right? I can tell you this, right? That flat earthers say that the earth is flat, right? Now, there's some flat earthers that say the earth is flat that also have ideas about other things that they can not verify to be true, right? Like what the sun should or shouldn't do above the flat earth, what the moon should or shouldn't do above the flat earth, and how the continents are all laid out, and what Antarctica is or isn't, right? But we don't do that here. We mainly focus on specifically the geometry of the surface and how it is used and measured and appears to be. It appears to the human senses, particularly over water.
Thank you.
So you said that you went to Antarctica and observed the 24-hour sun. Magnimus?
Yes, tell me.
So you know Antarctica is very, very flat, right?
What?
The Antarctic region, a bunch of plateaus, right? And they're described as flat surfaces.
That's a fact.
And then you went there. You went to this flat region of the world, and then you looked at the sun for 24 hours, and then what? You determined that the flatness that you were standing on wasn't flat.
First of all, if you look for this at sun for 24 hours, you'll become blind.
So never mind that. Magnus,
Did you know that do you know how big Antarctica is?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but it's the surveys have an idea of how big it is. So yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah, it's very big.
Yeah, and the Great Antarctic Plateau is over 3,000 kilometers in diameter. That's really big, isn't it? A big plateau.
It's a very big continent that we have there underneath. It's quite interesting. Quite
Yeah,
interesting.
one of the flattest regions of the world. So tell me this, Magnus, when you went there and you were standing on this flat region, flat area, flat land, and then you looked up, did that change the flatness into roundness or into globe sphere? Yes or no? Hello? Mic check. I guess his satellite connection is broken. What was the question, Mr. Nick or whatever? Oh, Mr. Nice Guy. That's Matrix.
No, I was asking, is this guy just trolling?
I mean, I said as LARPing, and I don't know. He doesn't want to answer my question. If the flatness was soon changed into globeness when he looked at the sun, because he himself knows that Antarctica is very flat. So now what, Magnus? He has first-hand knowledge of Antarctica's flatness. Is he just gonna deny it or something, or what's going on?
Yeah. Oh well. There's got to be somebody else here that's wanting to carry on a more fruitful conversation than that fellow. I don't know what his deal was.
He sounded like he was about to bust and we were going to have copium spilled everywhere so we could prove level again.
Yeah.
Matrix, you heard him, right? He went to Antarctica and looked at the sun.
So what does looking at the sun prove, other than you need sunglasses?
I wonder.
If it's available, I stare at it for like the last half hour of the day. There's too many clouds tonight.
I just wonder why Glovers go to Antarctica, flat region of the world, and then look up and say, "Hey, this flat area of the world now is curving because I looked at the sun." How does
You know
that
what I think
fall?
happened, Jamesy? I think he came in here with a very specific script, expecting all the flat earthers to go, "Nah, you can't go to Antarctica." And when we agreed with him, his script got broken because we were supposed to say no, and that just messed all of his shit up.
Yo, Magnus, you can try something else now.
Yeah,
Go
man.
ahead.
Throw your Antarctica one in the bin. Try something different. You'll be good.
He's probably getting his instructions now for what to pull out. Yeah, I love it when he's like, flat earther told me that. And then you're like, okay, well, which flat earther? And then, of course, there's no answer. And then, so obviously that was a script handed to him from somewhere.
Yeah, I was disappointed he didn't finger the perpetrator. He's the one that did it. So then we could just all just go dogpile that person. That would have been great. Be nice if he did name somebody.
Yeah, he probably didn't want to say that he probably saw it for some old McToons or fake Professor Dave video or something.
Some TikTok junk or something like that.
Is he one of the Glovers that when he say we went to outer space, he includes himself? So when he saw other people going to Antarctica, he's saying I went to Antarctica because other people did it. It's sounding like that to me.
I think so. It was sounding like, maybe I'm wrong, but I really don't think so. That really sounded like LARPing if I've ever heard LARPing.
There must be a fine line between LARPing and coping.
There is. It's really, it's kind of like a spectrum. You got coping, LARPing, and so as soon as you go one little degree, you've got LARPing and coping.
Like a gradient.
It's the refractive coping index. There we go. Oh shit! You'll have Yoda in here in a minute.
Now he's probably looking into Antarctica if it's flat or not, and he's gonna find out that it is pretty flat. So I think they're right. I was looking from a flat surface. What am I gonna do now?
Is it flatter than Kansas?
Both of them are flatter than a pancake, so that's pretty flat.
But anyway, Tita, back to what you were sharing earlier. You know, it is interesting about some of how the old hieroglyphs seem to tell a different story.
The main problem that that scholars have with it all is like trying to understand how these like what they thought were primitive cultures, right, unsophisticated in other manners, suddenly can just like generate this sort of like these produce these kind of things like which obviously shows advanced understanding in math and geometry. Like so, yeah, it's mind-boggling because they wouldn't expect these cultures to be able to like to achieve those sort of things based on what they think they understand about those cultures. Like, and I just got a feeling that they're just way off about all of it, about history in general.
Yeah. Well, you know, I will say that when I was in college, it's been a few decades ago now, for better or for worse. I will say that the history professor
I'm back. I'm back.
that they were pretty clear that, you know, at least on history is the best example of what they had. That's pretty much all that they did. Okay, magnanimous, you can stop. There we go. Yeah, but anyway, it's pretty clear that history's their best guess from what they know, and that they fill in the blanks. And some of the professors would talk about some of the alternative views of certain things, and others would just say that, look, you know, I got to get through a class. So I do think that they are willing to talk about certain things like the construction of the pyramids, but the Egyptian government does not allow any archaeologist who goes there. They have to sign an agreement to not talk about particular construction methods. And so there's some other interesting things there that I have come across that. So it is interesting because history really is just like my first history teacher said that history is just the story told by the victors.
And then they'll say, then why, if it's written by the victors and you're saying they're evil, why does it always portray the good guys winning? I don't know. Maybe they want you to think the good guys always win.
Yeah, maybe. But it's definitely like another one of those fields where the average person just borrows this intelligence, right? Oh, did you know they say at the water college? Did you know that in the year 1042, like they don't know that. They don't know how it was like, determined. Like they just think that these studied scholars have like mapped our history out and have it down pat, right? Like this actually did happen, and like all this stuff. It's all bullshit. Like they cannot prove that. They will declare it as if it's like just like people coming in and declare that the Earth's a globe and it's borrowed information. It's not something that they know to be true. They just think it is because they were told. It's exactly the same with history.
Yeah, I think history is one of these subjects to where, on the surface level, like you go to your 8th grade history, and they're going to teach you world history and blah blah blah, and then there's these specific things you're supposed to remember. And then as you get a little more in high school, you get, instead of hearing 1042, they say in the 1040s. And then when you get into college, they say something a little more along the lines of happened likely around the 1050, give or take 20 years, commonly called 1042. But through 6 different sources, the dates could vary by as many as 30 years or whatever. And so, yeah, I think they do their best to try to make history a science when it's really not a science. Because I mean, we don't even know what happens in current time. How can you know what happened 50 years ago, or 100 years ago, or 1,000 years ago? It's I think it's preposterous to think that you can actually know when we can't even get a straight story about what goes on in modern day.
And then somebody's going to come by and say, I just did some carbon dating and that happened 13,000 years ago.
Yeah. Which obviously has its own set of issues, the radiocarbon dating. Did you know that there's a word that rhymes with radiocarbon dating? Sheepdog?
Are you getting dicey? Are you getting dicey? Anybody getting dicey? The heck?
I see. I can get dicey. But dicey, do you like it?